Hello friends, welcome to our YouTube channel. In this video, we have Amrit Rajji, who is expert in SAP ABAP in all technical modules like SAP ABAP, ABAP on HANA, and ABAP on Cloud, that is RAP, and generative AI modules also. He is providing training in generative AI also. So he is expert from technical side. So we have Amrit Rajji with us. Hello Amritji, how are you doing?
Hello Manoj sir, I am good.
Okay, so Amrit sir is going to cover all the things like what could be the roadmap. Like if you want to learn SAP ABAP, how you can learn SAP ABAP, how you can learn ABAP on HANA, what is BTP, what is RAP, what is generative AI, and how you can learn generative AI in 2026. And what could be the roadmap to learn all these skills like ABAP, ABAP on HANA, BTP, RAP, and that generative AI, how you can learn and from where you can start. And who should learn that, and how much programming is there in all these modules, and like what could be your background to learn all these skills. So he is going to tell each and everything. So let's start one by one. So hello Amritji. So first of all, like who should learn SAP ABAP?
Yes. So we are the programmers. As we start our journey from our college itself, so those who are having, let's say, BTech experience or BCA experience or MCA experience, having any programming language, it can be Java, C++, Python. These whole things we learn generally in our college. We develop some sort of projects. So we are more of enthusiasts towards the programming domain only. So now if I want to become a consultant, as we can see, consultants are getting paid more in the current world. Because the reason is we are not only developers who are making some application, but also we communicate with the client so that we can deliver the software in a proper efficient manner. So those who are having programming background, they can definitely learn the ABAP programming or any technical module in SAP.
Okay, so like what could be the roadmap? Like as I mentioned, ABAP is there, ABAP on HANA is there, BTP is there, RAP is there, yes. Generative AI is there. So from where they can start?
Definitely. So the roadmap journey will always start from the scratch part. Right now there are two ways where you can start your journey. One way is you can learn the GUI part, you can learn the programming on SAP GUI, or you can learn the UI5 module on BTP itself, which is completely from scratch. Anyway, if you want to become a pro developer, your journey will always start by learning ABAP programming on the SAP GUI. After that you can learn the Eclipse part, you can learn ABAP on HANA on Eclipse. Later on, if you want to become a pro expert on the cloud, like those who are already working in ABAP on HANA, they want to learn the BTP to get paid more, they can learn the RAP programming on cloud also, or they can also learn other programming like CAP programming is there and other things are there on BTP.
Okay, so you have nicely explained that. My next question is like that student used to ask so often. Some students have the fear of the programming. So like, can you suggest they should come in SAP technical module? Or if yes, how much programming is there, or is that like moderate or easy level programming, or is that a tough level programming?
Definitely. The reason here is most of the times we think like coding is not a very good thing. We usually get bored at those things. So if you want to learn the ABAP part, that is really good for you, because it is not only about programming, it is more of based on the GUI and screen related things. So programming is definitely there, but not that much programming which you are going to use in any other programming language like C++ or Java. There it is totally end-to-end programming, but here we have the screen related things more. So relatively the programming part will be easier, concepts are more, and you will definitely enjoy learning these things.
Okay, so this is my last question that I want to ask. If someone is like doing BCA or MCA or BTech, and they are just pursuing that right now, if they are in third year or final year, they can start?
Yes, definitely. Even if you are in the first year or second year, if you think that SAP can be a better career for you, I will suggest that you can start your learning journey. Until you will be getting graduated, you can become an expert here, because the current market is changing. It's not about only experience, it's all about more knowledge that you are gathering. If you have planned already, like you want to become expert in this and you want to have a career only in this, then it will be better option to start your journey as soon as possible. You can learn it from us, or you can learn it from anywhere.
So this is a like, I guess 6+ hour of boot camp. So in that boot camp, what topics you are going to cover, sir?
So this part is completely from the scratch part, right from the scratch for the completely freshers. So I again, as I said, like if you are starting your journey, you are in college days or you are passed out, it doesn't matter. If you are starting your journey, you can start from here, where we are going to start completely from the basic data type definition from the data dictionary, where you will see how you can create tables, manipulate tables, how you can perform the CRUD operations using the GUI and screen part in the tables, and then you will be learning the programming right from the scratch, where you will see complete ABC to develop end-to-end application using the ABAP programming on SAP GUI. You will learn the concepts like data dictionary, ABAP programming here, function modules, modularization techniques, smart forms here, BAPs here, data migration concepts, and so many of the things will be there in this one. So I'm looking forward to see you in this course. Thank you very much.
So Amritji is going to start the topics whatever he have mentioned there. So let's see with the help of a screen. He is going to explain each and everything whatever he have mentioned. So just see in the screen.
Module in my daily work. SAP is an ERP that helps the business in different parts of the supply chain and finance and the warehouses.
Okay, that's good. Anyone else? Saurav?
Can I try?
Yeah,
Hello?
Rahul.
Wait, sorry.
Rahul. Yes, Saurav.
Yeah, so SAP is the ERP system where all the modules are there. But talking about me, I work on SAP MMSD, WEWM, and also PP module.
Okay, and now you are learning ABAP for techno-functional. Okay, that's good.
Yes, exactly.
That's perfect, Rahul.
SAP is nothing but an ERP software, which stands for Systems Application and Process in Data Processing.
Okay.
And it was started way back in 1972, which has fewer versions like R1, R2, R3, and the S4 is 4 because 3 versions are already there. So it's S4 HANA, and it's basically integrating all the different department that the enterprise has. So when we talk about enterprise, which means the company, the institution, resource is nothing but man, machinery, money, costing, everything all comes under the resource, and running of this resource is nothing but an ERP software, which is SAP, which we are learning.
That's perfect. Okay, Devroop.
Yeah, actually, we call SAP is an ERP platform. Just for an example, one for an organization, how the complete organization function works. Like if an organization based on his main source of income is raw material, he is selling the products, he is selling that raw materials and buying the goods. This internal function, this is called a function, and how this internal function works, that is managed by SAP. And SAP is system application platform in real-time data processing, and it's basically a license agreement platform, we can say.
Okay, that's perfect. All right, guys, so all of you are correct. So let's start a very first introduction. Now, before directly jumping to SAP, we need to know a little bit about the important terminology, which is ERP. Right? You all know that ERP is Enterprise Resource Planning. Enterprise Resource Planning. So, if I talk way back before 1972, at that moment, there was no any ERP software in the market. Or we can say that some ERP software were there, but they were not that much effective. So, what is the job of a ERP software? The purpose of any ERP software, ERP software is to manage the entire organization, right? Organization, so that we can maximize the profit of the organization. We have discussed this part in the demo session also, right? That organization. Wait a second. So what is the meaning of managing an organization? If I talk about, let's say, for example, if I'm taking a very simple example, let's say we have a organization. So we have a organization there. I will have there we will have lots of employees, resources, products, accounts, and sales, etc. Lots of department will be there. So as a owner, how am I supposed to manage everyone? Supposed to manage everyone in such a way that I can utilize all my resources, so that I can increase my profit, right? This will be my goal. I can increase my profit. So as a owner, this is a really burden for me, because I have invested millions of dollars on this organization, and this should give me lots of profit, which is my expectation. So if I am discussing all these things with my management team and my HR team, it is really difficult for everyone to manage all these things, because we have lots of departments, lots of people, lots of resources, and our single goal is so that we can utilize our resources effectively. That's where any ERP software comes into the picture. What ERP software is saying? A ERP software always claims that I am going to manage your entire department, and as a owner or admin, you will have the license, and access of everything, so that just by sitting at your home, you can check the growth and maintenance of your organization, That's what a ERP software claims. So way before 1972, lots of companies were growing. And they were facing this issue for management. So 5 employees of IBM realized this problem. And they came with a solution. What they did is they left their job and they founded a company. And they named it SAP. They do not named it SAP, they named it System Application and Product in Real-Time Data Processing, but as an abbreviation, so that anybody can pronounce it easily, this software was named at SAP, right? So that's where your SAP came into picture. Founded a company in 1972 and they named it SAP. So now let's move on to our SAP part. what SAP is all about. What is SAP? SAP stands for System, Application and Product in Real-Time Data Processing. This is the actual definition of a SAP system. Usually we call it only System, Application and Product, but this is the actual definition of a SAP software, that it is only talking about real-time data processing. Whatever data is currently there in the market or currently there in the organization, it is going to process the data, manage the data, and over the time, every organization realize every organization accepted this software for their ERP management, and gradually SAP became the best ERP software in the market. That's where SAP became. Now, how is that possible? It's really very easy for me to say that SAP became the best ERP software in the market, but was it so easy? No, definitely not. It was not easy. So how it became so popular? So lots of features were there, features of SAP software that's made it so popular, so that we are today learning. You all are investing a good amount for learning this SAP technical part. Slowly we will move on to each portion and we will understand it in detail. So if I talk about the features of this software, what I will say it here is that it is an integration. First one is it an integration of all the functions into one common software. All the functions into one common software. Now what does it means? So every organization has lots of departments, right? Every organization has lots of departments, and what SAP has done, SAP has divided all these departments, and SAP software calls them as a module. So all these functions are combined together into one single software, which is your SAP ERP software. This is the first thing. Now there is a challenge, because if you want to sell your product globally, if this is a software, then it should work in every language across the globe, right? It should accept every other language. If we are in Germany, it should work on German language. If I am in England, it should accept English language. If I am in India, or let's say if I'm in Russia, it should accept Russian language. So all language it must support. This is a goal. So this also SAP knew when they launched this product. So what they did is SAP made this software as a multilingual software. Multilingual software. That is, it supports more than 40 languages across the globe. That's why it's so popular, accepted by every country. It is currently being used in more than 100 countries across the world. This is the second thing. Third and most important feature of a SAP software is it is not a open source software, and its security is unbreachable. We cannot get access of SAP software without user ID and password you cannot access the SAP software. That is the most crucial thing. You must have the license of your SAP software. So these are some of the most important feature of a SAP software. That's why it became so popular across the globe. Okay. Then if I talk about this SAP, SAP was founded by its parent company, SAP AG, in 1972 at Waldorf, Germany. It's a German-based product. That's why Germany. That is why it is also known as German-based product, right? SAP was founded by its parent company SAP AG in 1972 at Waldorf. Now, if you will search on Google, you will find out that this Waldorf has become a very big SAP. If you will see the image, you will find out this is they have established a big city over the Waldorf. This has become a big city. So SAP is currently generating, if I talk about its profit, SAP is generating a revenue of more than 300 billion every year. We can expect to have a good future in our upcoming years also, because whatever the innovation happening in the market, SAP is simply accepting all these innovations and they are also implementing into their software, right? So this is the feature of SAP software. Now let's move on to its architecture. So architecture, SAP software. Architecture of this SAP software. So when SAP launched the first version of SAP software in 1972, at that time its version was called R1. Here R word simply means real time. Whenever you see R word, R is simply means real time. So R1 here, what R1 was saying, that all the components including the database was combined into a single system. That's how R1 was working. Database layer, presentation layer, application layer, that is logical part, and everything was inside a single system. But over the time, SAP realized that this is not good for security. R1 was not good for security, as anybody can easily access the data and destroy it, right? So over the time, SAP also realized this mistake and SAP decoupled software into two parts. So from there, SAP launched its second version, which is R2. Here again, real time 2. Now in this R2 version, I talk about in this R2 version, you will find out that presentation layer or user interaction layer and application layer was together as a single layer, and database layer was the second layer for storing the data. So this was for a single layer, and this was another single layer. So this was definitely an improvement over the first architecture, over the first version. But if you see this architecture also, you will find out that presentation layer and application layer are together, right? Which is causing lots of problems, which is causing load on the first layer, right? Writing logic on the same part. User is also performing interaction. So lots of load was there on the first layer. So because of this, the performance of the SAP system was not that good, and market was evolving, right? So SAP also wanted to establish itself as the best software in the market. So over the time, SAP realized that this is also not good, this version is also not perfect. So over the time SAP also decoupled the presentation and application layer and launched its third version of the SAP system. Third version of the SAP system. This version was called R3, real-time third generational SAP software. This version was called SAP R3, and here if you see the layers, you will find out that the presentation layer was there, the application layer was there, right, and database layer was there. So this presentation layer was also called user interaction layer. That is from where user will give input and they will take the output. This layer was completely focused on these two things, only taking input from the user and then returning is the output. Then we have this application layer. Application layer was only for logic part. That is, logic will be there and it will be executed based on the input given by the user. So we as a ABAPer write the logic and we build the application on top of it, on top of this layer, right? This is our responsibility. This is where we are going to perform all the actions. Over time, we will also decouple ourselves from this thing, but for now, we are only going to write our logic over here. And this is your database layer. So this is the database layer where we will write our logic. So when SAP launched third generation, they named it ECC system, which is Enterprise Central Component. This was called ECC system, where SAP was using the database from different versions, different vendors like Oracle, MySQL, MS SQL, etc. Lots of vendors were there who were providing the database. So as a company, if I am buying this SAP software, so as a company, if I am buying this SAP software, I was using the databases from these different vendors, because SAP did not provided any of their own databases. This was a problem also at that time, right? This was a problem at that time also. That's where your SAP launched its S/4HANA software, and there we started using the HANA database. So for now, I will not explain that part, because that part we will move on when we will be discussing our HANA DB in detail. There we will discuss that. But for now, what we will see is we are only going to use the HANA DB. For now, just this much. When we'll move on to HANA DB part, there we will discuss this portion and the version in detail. Okay. So this is our currently database layer, which we are going to use HANA database. Perfect. Now this is my ABAP application layer. So let's discuss this a little bit so that we can understand how as a developer we are performing and how the programs actually runs in the background. So application layer. Application layer. Perfect. So first thing, ABAP is the programming language of the SAP system. Programming language of the SAP system. Okay. It stands for Advanced Business Application Programming. Advanced Business Application Programming. So before R3, SAP do not have their own programming language. And they were using Java. So which was not good for company's future, right? Which was not good for company's future. So what SAP did, SAP combined the features of some of the most popular programming language, popular open source programming languages across the globe, and they created their own programming language and they named it ABAP, or you can call it Advanced Business Application Programming. Because if I am not launching my own product and if I'm still using the product of any other organization, so definitely over the time people will realize that this product is not good for us. So SAP also knew this thing at that time. So what they did was they just used the feature of some of the open source programming languages across the globe, like Java, SQL for interacting with the database, and C++, etc. Lots of programming language, and they created their own programming language and they named it ABAP, right? Where does ABAP lies? So ABAP lies on the application layer of the SAP system. Application layer of the SAP system. This is where your ABAP lies, directly on the application layer, and all the screens and sections that you see on the SAP GUI or software is created or designed by using the ABAP programming language only. That's why it's very crucial for us to understand this programming language. How will I know that, and how do I know that all these screens and sections have been designed using this programming language only? So if you want to know this, just click on system and status on any screen. You will find out that this is the programming language on which everything has been designed. So let me just open the SAP system. SAP log on. I will give my credential here. I will press enter. This is the first screen that we always see whenever you log in. SAP Easy Access screen is the first screen you will always see. Go for system and status, and here you will see the program. Double click on the program. This program is the backend program which has been designed for your SAP Easy Access screen. Lots of things are there. Slowly we will discuss that. This include, see here, some definition, some logic, something has been definitely written here, right? So this is ABAP programming language. So you can directly see that. Now, if I talk about this ABAP application layer, so this application layer is also known as ABAP application layer. So let me just show its architecture. This is the architecture of your ABAP application layer. Just see this architecture. This is your presentation server. This is your presentation server, or you can call it presentation layer, from where your user will give some input, and as a developer or as a application layer, you are going to return the output to the user. Then at last we have this database layer. So this database layer is where our HANA DB is available, and we are going to store data directly on this database layer. Now in between these two layers, we can see this is application server or application layer. And if I talk about this application server, what it is doing from presentation server, the first component of the application layer which is connected with presentation layer is your dispatcher. So components of our ABAP application layer, that we need to understand how the flow of program is working here. Components of ABAP application layer. Components of ABAP application layer. So our application layer mainly consists of four major components. First one is your dispatcher. Second one is your work process. Third one is your user context. And fourth and the last one is your role area. So these are the four major components of our ABAP application layer. So this is my dispatcher. What dispatcher is doing? All the request that is coming from the presentation layer is intercepted by the dispatcher. It is intercepted by the dispatcher. And what this dispatcher will do, it is simply going to store it, and this dispatcher is simply going to store all this thing. Intercepted by this, and this dispatcher will store all these requests into the dispatcher queue. In your college days, you might have heard about the queue data structure. Queue data structure works on the principle of first in, first out, right? So this is like a temporary storage, you can call it, where all the requests coming from the user are first directly stored or allocated. So you can see here, this dispatcher is connected with a queue. This queue is like a storage. So all the requests coming from presentation layer are directly transferred to this dispatcher queue, right? Then one by one, this dispatcher locates these requests into the first available work process. All these requests are first stored into the queue, and then this dispatcher is simply going to bring them one by one, and it will allocate it to work process. This WP is your work process. So what is work process? Work process is like the brain of human being. It's like the brain. So our brain is the one who is doing everything. I am speaking, but who is directing? My brain is directing that I need to speak. My hands are writing some text on this laptop, and who is doing that? My brain is simply passing that instruction to my hand that you need to write this thing, right? So this work process is the brain of your application layer. It's like the brain of the application layer. It handles the requests. Whatever request is going to come, it will handle the request. And work process can handle one request at a time. It can handle only one request at a time. So if you see this work process, you will find out that it has got lots of work processes inside this application layer. So dispatcher will simply allocate them. Since we have multiple work processes, multiple requests can be handled at a time. Okay, this is the one who is actually performing any action. Then at last, third one is my user context. So it is a temporary memory available on the application layer. Who is responsible for storing the data, storing the user data. So when we log in to our SAP system, whenever we are going to log in our SAP system, our data will be stored into this user context. Our data will simply be stored into this user context memory, and when we will log out, our data will be freed. This is how this user context works. Similarly, we have one more temporary memory here, which is role area. So how this role area is working? Role area is also a temporary memory. On the application layer. It is also a temporary memory on the application layer. And when the program is executed, at that time, a role area is allocated for the program. When we will click on the execute button to execute our particular program, a role area memory will be allocated for that program, and when the execution will be finished, the role area memory will be freed, right? So these are the four major component of our ABAP application layer, how our architecture is actually working. Taking input from the user, is getting stored into the queue, then transferring into the request, handling where request is getting handled. If the request is to execute a program, the program will be executed, and this role area memory will be, so you can see here, it is extended memory, extended into the ABAP application layer. It is a temporary memory, and whenever we are going to execute any of the program on this application layer, this role area memory will be allocated, then the data will be calculated, and finally based on the data available in the database, and at last we will simply transfer the data via dispatcher back to our presentation layer, right? This is how our ABAP application server works. Now, if any project is allocated to any SAP company, let's say if the company is TCS, Accenture, or any of the big four organization, or any small organization also, how does the projects is handled? So how the projects is handled into SAP system. If a project is getting allocated, how it is actually handled, right? That part is very crucial. So basically we are going to discuss the SAP system landscape for the projects. How projects is handled. Going to discuss the SAP system landscape for the projects. So let's suppose a hypothetical situation, right? I'll say that let's suppose everything is getting handled or executed on a single system, that is writing the program, testing of the program, deployment of the application that we built, deployment of the application that we built, and also the client is executing the already developed application on the same system, on the same single system. Just think about this hypothetical situation: writing program, testing it, deployment, The client is also executing the application, already developed application on the same single system. Definitely, I can say that. Definitely, I can say that the performance of the system will be not good. System will be not good. The best example to understand it, for example, let's say I have opened all these tabs together. I'm running a movie, I'm opening this Chrome, executing something there. Parallelly, I'm writing some code over my this server, this software also. Parallelly, I have opened this software also. So lots of software if I will open at the same time, definitely it will be a very difficult job for my CPU to perform all these actions together. So the performance of the system will be not good. So what SAP said, or what SAP did, SAP again divided their system into three different parts. Different parts for different purpose. And all these systems are connected together. First thing, are connected together and mainly handled by the basis team, which I have explained. And you might also know this, that the basis is also a technical module, and basis people are responsible for management, administration, proper configuration of the system. Everything is handled by the basis team. So this part also comes under basis team. So these three landscape, the first one is your development system. So development system, second one is your quality system, and the third one is your production system. Three systems SAP gave us. So this is the development system. As a developer, we have the access of this system. As a developer, we have the access of this system. I'll say that as a developer, we have the access of this system, and on this system, we will develop our product. Everything, every access for the developer is there on this development system. Then this is the quality system. This system is dedicated for testing purpose. Where your testing team will test the application developed by the ABAP team. Quality system is where it is your testing team will test the application. If there will be some problem, it will be sent back to the development, and here some thing will be done. Again, it will be sent to quality, and then the production system. So this system is where your end users will finally execute the application, and they will check and they will do the final testing. Also, your client will run the developed app on this system only. Three systems are dedicated for three different purpose: development, quality, and production. Now I simply said that whenever my product will be ready, this will be transferred to quality system. How it will be transferred to quality system? How it will be transferred to production system? And what if there is some error found at quality system? How development system will again simply make the changes, and how it will be again sent back to quality system? How this thing is going to happen? So all these things are taken care by a very important terminology in SAP system, also called transport request. Very important terminology. Every functional or technical or any end user, everybody has the idea of this transport request, because somehow everybody is going to use this one. So this transport request is a mechanism. This transport request is a mechanism which is used to transport the object from one system to another system, that is from the application from the development system to quality system and to production system. This is how it is transferred. Now what will happen, and who does this responsibility? So the basis team, when we will develop our application, we will request the basis team, to import the application from development to quality, so that the quality team can do the testing, right? They can do the testing part. So this is the main thing, transport request. So now you will definitely have realized that whatever application we are going to develop, a transport request must be aligned for that. So it is very, very crucial to develop or to store all our developed applications, that is programs, database objects, etc. on the transport request. First thing, this is not where your actual data is stored, but this transport request must be aligned with your developed application, Otherwise, if your developed application will not be aligned with the TR transport request, then you cannot transfer it from one system to another system. So it is very, very important for us to simply allocate, okay, into the transport request. Very, very important thing, right? It's very crucial. So we will create our transport request and then we will move on. But before that, when I logged in into SAP system, I saw, okay, let me reopen it. So when I logged in into my SAP system, this is the first screen, or if I'm going for anything, let's say I'm going for this one or any other place, all these screens are a little bit similar and a little bit different. So we need to discuss first what are these elements of our SAP GUI. So one by one we will divide each thing into smaller units, and so that it will become easier for us. So elements of our SAP GUI. But before that, one question I want to know from you all, that do you all have installed the SAP system, or do you all have got the access for this SAP system?
Yes.
Did you install it on your local PC, or you have only remote access?
No, I have remote access.
Okay, you have SAP software on your local system.
Yes.
Then you
Yes.
can, then you can use the credential on your local system also. You know how to create on the local system.
Yes. Using the
Yes, yes, you can directly go here, and
connections.
you can simply go for this create button. You'll be able to add it. Okay, next, pass the description, application server, instance system ID, and just go for finish. You will be able to log in on your local system also. For Eclipse, we cannot use it, but for GUI, it is allowed in my software. You can use here. Okay.
Okay.
Saurabh, what about you?
Yeah, I haven't installed it, but I received the credentials from your colleague
Okay,
that I will
okay.
install
So,
today.
yeah, yeah. Let me know whenever you face any issue for installation. Okay. You can
Yeah,
ping me personally also.
yeah. Thank
Is
you.
it clear? Omar, Rahul, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's good. So, let's discuss these elements of our SAP GUI. So, SAP screen, or we can divide the SAP screen into 7 different parts. 7 different parts. First one will be your menu bar, or standard toolbar, or you can, third one will be command bar, fourth one is title bar, oh, title bar, fifth one is your application toolbar, and the sixth one is your screen area, and the seventh one is your status bar. So 7 different parts we can divide our recipe screen. So let's just go back to our first screen. This is my very first screen, and if I have to divide it, let's see how we are going to divide that part. Not this one. Yeah, see, this is your SAP easy access screen, right? So first thing is that you see on the top of every screen is your menu bar. This is the first screen, and this menu bar always appears on the top of every screen. If I am going for any other screen also, I will see that this menu bar will be there, but some new features are also there. So what we can say here, this menu bar changes from screen to screen, but one important thing is system and help. These two things are always available on every screen. Just go to any screen. Let's say I'm going for this one. See, system help. If I am going for some other thing, system and help, everywhere I will see that this is available, right? This is your menu bar, and menu bar contains the menus of your screen. Then the second one is your standard toolbar. This standard toolbar is also known as function keys. They all are functions keys. For example, if you're going there, see here, this is back button, this is exit button, this is cancel button. So all these are keys or functions or buttons. You can call it anything. They are standard toolbars. It simply means they are standard buttons given by the SAP system which we are using, right? Then the third one is this one, command bar. Very, very important. Command bar. This section is where, we pass the commands. And in SAP, commands are called transaction codes. In SAP, commands are called transaction codes. Now the question comes here, what is a transaction code? So transaction codes are basically the shortcuts to access the, or to go to the different part of the SAP system, right? They are just the shortcuts to go to the different parts of the SAP system, right? So lots of transaction codes are there, lots of standard transaction codes are there. Transaction codes are there designed by SAP. Also, we will design our custom transaction codes in the upcoming session. Design our custom T codes. These transaction codes are also in short form known as T codes. So custom T codes in the upcoming session, right? This part is there. Then the fourth important part is your title bar. So this is your title bar. Title bar. Title bar always appears on every screen, and it is just below the, you can see there that it is just below your standard toolbar. It is just below the standard toolbar, and it contains the title of every screen. For example, this is my ABAP editor where I will do the programming. If I'm going for S11, I will see that this is ABAP Dictionary. ABAP Dictionary where I will develop my database objects. If I'm going for SAGW, that part is for my SAP Gateway Service Builder, where I will develop my APIs, which I will consume from Fiori application, right? So everywhere you will see this title bar, which contains the title of every screen. Then at last we have this one, application toolbar. So this is just an extension of your standard toolbar. Application toolbar, you can see here, this is application toolbar. It is just an extension of your standard toolbar, and this also contains some buttons. We can also design our custom buttons here. If you want to check the buttons of how they have been designed, just go to system, status, and here you will see the screen number. Double click on the screen number. You can go to that screen. Or if you want to check the actual buttons, go for GUI status. Just see here, menu bar, and you can see here, this is your menu bar. If I will go for application toolbar, you can see this, some application buttons are there. Just see that. This is your user, SAP, lots of buttons designed by, all of them are SAP design buttons. Then you have this function keys. Just see this function keys. Application to, just see a standard toolbar or function keys. See this back button, like this one is your, can you see this? Exit button, then this cancel button. Lots of buttons are there designed by SAP system, right? Then at last we have this screen area. This is your screen area. This is where the actual application is displayed, and this is where we will write our programs, we will develop our application, right? And at last we have this status bar, the last part of your SAP GUI screen. This one, this below, this is your status bar, where the status of your developed application will be displayed. For example, if I am testing my program locally, I'm checking for error. If I'm executing or activating anything, all the status messages will be displayed here. So this is how we can divide our SAP screen into 7 different parts, right? Perfect. This is how we can divide our screen into 7 different parts. Then if you check how, where we are going to store our objects, I told, so where we will store our developed objects. I told that we are going to develop object, right? Just before 10 or 15 minutes ago, I explained that we are going to develop objects here, where we will store our developed object. So to store anything, if I'm let's take an example of your house, where let's say if I have to store a packet of biscuit, I will need a container, right? So if I have to store anything, I will definitely need a container to store it. So to store any object, we always need a container, right? We always need a container. And if I, so same case is there in SAP also. We will need a container, or we can also create our own containers, right? And container in which we are going to store our object. Our object is called a package. It is called a package. Very important word. So where we will store our object? We will store our object in a package. Package, right? Very, very crucial. So to create a package for us, we will go to AC21 transaction code. First shortcut of our training, AC21 transaction code. It is used to create a package. It is used to create a package. But before that, I explained that everything must be aligned on a transport request. It doesn't matter even if it is a package, everything must be aligned on a transport request. So where we can manage our transport request? So we can manage, that is we can create, update, delete, everything. Manage simply means everything, all these things. So we can manage our transport request from AC09 or AC10 transaction codes. Whenever I am telling transaction codes, most of you are functional consultant, I know you all know this, but this is the most easiest way to remember these things. Always try to relate every technical concept with your real life. This is just a shortcut. Using that, I can easily go to a particular section of this SAP system, right? So we can manage our transport request from either AC09 or from AC10 transaction code. So this is where you can manage your transport request. So this is the second and third important transaction code that we must remember everything, right? So SE21 from where we will develop our package, and SE09 or SE10 from where you will develop your transaction code. Now, two important terminology, and I believe you all know that. Who is going to explain what is the difference between /n and /o? Anyone? What is the difference between it?
And will end the current session, and
Yeah.
/o will open a new session, retaining the present one.
Okay, that's good. Who explained it? Saurabh, right? No, Rahul.
Rahul, yeah.
Yeah. Devrup, do you know about this /n and /o?
Yeah, actually, /n is we can end the current session, and /o we can open a parallel
Yeah,
session.
that's really
Yeah.
good, because this is a very important, very crucial thing which we usually use lots of time, but sometimes we forget their use cases. So what we see is these two words are very, very important. So whenever we want to open a new session or a new session or screen, and meanwhile I also want to end the current one, we will use /n followed by the transaction code. For example, transaction code. For example, if I'm using /n SE38 or SE21, let's say, it will take me to package builder, but my current screen will also end. So here, if I'm going for /n SE21, or let's say I've opened SE11, and from here I'm going for SE21, it will end this current screen and it will take me to package builder, right? It will take me to the package builder. Or sometime, let's say I have developed one program and I want to take help from that program, and also parallelly I want to create another program. So in that situation, so whenever we want to open a new session, and parallelly parallelly. And pair. Oh, come on. And also I want to use the current session. Then we will use /o, right? Then we'll use /o followed by the transaction code of the new session. Right? So best example is, let's say I have opened this program that I have developed. For example, I have opened one program. This is a program I have created. Now what I want to take help from this program, and parallelly I want to create another program. So I'll go for /o and I'll go for SE38, right? And if I see these two tabs are also there, I can take help from this one, and parallelly I can create this one also, right? So this is how it can be used. So at most mainly we can create a different session using the SAP GUI or GUI. Very important /n and /o. So let's create our transport request for this training, where we will store all our objects. I will simply go to SE10. I'll go to SE10 now. But before that, what kind of transport request we are going to create? If you see this request, what kind of transport request we are going to create? So I talked about the development system, very important. Here workbench request is the one where the developer will create and make changes. Workbench requests are explicitly aligned for the developers for creating, changing, or performing any kind of the operations. And customizing request, as a functional consultant, whenever you go and make some configuration, you might have realized that a customizing request is always there, right? Some of you would have definitely realized that customizing request is where the functional consultant make the configuration, right? That is where they make the configuration. So workbench is for us, and which we are going to use. So here I will go for this workbench, I will select, and I will go for this create button, right? I will select the workbench request and I will go for OK. So this is my section where I will simply give a short description. So transport request or ABAP on HANA training, and I will also pass the timing so that I will not confuse AM weekends. Let's not get perfect. I'll go for save button. It has been created, right? I will simply copy it. This is very important. Now if I go and see, I'll find out that this has been created. Go for display button, and yeah, see here this first one, transport request for ABAP training 10 to 12 AM weekends. Perfect. So this transport request, and if you see this section, this is like a folder. Where everything will be allocated. For example, this is my one of the most used folders, and if I go inside it, just open it, lots of things are there, lots of programs, text, lots of report source code, table indexes are there, lots of definitions, lots of things are allocated onto this particular section. Lots of things are there into this particular section, right, which we can use it. So we will create our we have created our own transport request, And now we will create our package where we will store our package data. So I'll go for my SE21, right? SE21 is the package builder. Now, most important thing, developing a custom object, right? First, we need to discuss that. Then we will create our package. How to develop a custom object? How to develop a custom object? And what is the guideline given by SAP to develop a custom object? So, when SAP launched this product, launch this SAP software, they also knew that we can distinguish the object, the standard object and the custom object. Because if something is standard, there should be some difference between the standard and custom object. So what they did, SAP gave a guideline. SAP gave a guideline that all the custom objects will be developed by using the naming convention Z or Y. Your name always start with Z or Y. You cannot start without Z or Y, because that is only reserved for SAP. All the standard products, their name will always start other than Z or Y, right? So mostly when you see in the market, what you'll find out, mostly, or I say 99.9% people only uses Z naming convention, which I will use, but this is totally up to you which one you want to use. You can go for Y also, it's totally up to you. So our object name must start with Z or Y, right? It always start with Z or Y. So I will develop my package Z ABAP on HANA training. Okay, go for create button. I will pass a short description, my ABAP training, weekends batch, morning 10 to 12. And I will go for OK. See here, as soon as I clicked on OK button, it is asking for a request. It is asking for a local workbench request. So request is very, very important, because if you are not allocating a request, you will not be able to migrate it into the quality or production system. So that is not important for our training, because this is only for projects, but you always follow the guidelines while developing any object, right? So I will here select my transport request. This is my develop transport request. I think the first one is the one where it is. Yeah, first one. I will double click on that. By default it will be selected here, and go for OK button and save it. So now if you will go to your SE10, you will find out, just refresh it, open this transport request, and inside it you will see a package is now available, and this is the package which we have just aligned it. This package is my container where all my objects that I'm going to create, I will simply store it here, right? All the package that I'm going to develop, I will store them here. Okay, so what are the workbench tools that is given by SAP system for the developers, right? We need to understand that part. So ABAP Workbench, ABAP Workbench. So ABAP Workbench is the collection of workbench tools which is used to develop and manage the applications required by the clients. It is a collection of tools which is used to develop and manage the application required by the clients. Some of the important and highly used tools are SE11, also known as ABAP Dictionary. This tool is used to create and maintain the database object, which will be my first chapter of this training, right? So SE11, this is the tool which is create and maintain the database objects like tables, views, data elements, search helps, etc. Then the second important tool is my SE38. Here SE simply means system engineering. Sometime you will see SM also, so system maintenance. So whatever SAP has given the these transaction codes, they have used a proper naming convention, and they have also given a proper definition for all these things. So SE38, ABAP editor. So if you have done any programming in your life, or if you have done, you might know that what is the editor. So the job of any editor is to edit or maintain the programs. So ABAP editor is where we will create and modify our ABAP programs, right? This is my second important tool. Then the third one that I have here is SE37, or you can call it function builder. So this workbench tool is highly dedicated, or is mainly used to create or maintain the functions. They are used to create or maintain the function. Everything we are going to see them, we will break down into different things, and slowly we will learn them. And then we have one more is SE24, object builder. This tool is completely dedicated for object-oriented programming. This is completely dedicated for object-oriented programming, which we will use to develop and maintain our object-oriented concepts. Okay. This is my SE24, object builder, or also known as class builder. Okay. SE24, and so these are some of the most important tools that we have, which we usually use. One more is there, SEGW, gateway builder. For developing OData services. You might have heard about this one also. Right. So lots of tools are there, and every tool is a chapter here. Lots of time it needed to access that and to understand all these features, right? So we will start with our ABAP dictionary. This will be my very first chapter, right? So let's see introduction part today. Tomorrow we will move on to implementation part. So ABAP dictionary, ABAP dictionary, which is my very first chapter of this training. But before that, is there any question in this introduction section of SAP?
One question.
Yeah.
Actually, you were talking about package, right? So package basically is a container
Yeah.
where we store the objects.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, as a security consultant, I am working on roles. So roles are definitely is an object also. In the user, they have some specific roles.
Uh-huh.
So roles are also stored in a package.
No, see, roles are not developed objects. They are not like Workbench, something that you can store it in a package. If I'm talking about a package, that's a custom object that a developer is building, right? Custom object that developer is building. For that part, we need package. Otherwise, I also explained that we have lots of temporary memory available on this application layer, which are used basically, but that roles are assigned by the basis consultant, I believe, right?
No, by assigned by security consultant by us actually.
Wait, are you talking about this one? I don't have that much idea on
This
that
is
part.
yeah
Yeah,
C60.
so here we usually assign these roles, right? This role,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. These are assigned by us
Ah,
and designed by
okay.
us also using
No,
GRC.
see,
So
just to understand one
On the basis
situation.
only, but
But that part
payments
also
will
comes.
come on the basis only.
Okay, so what I want to explain here is that this is not something a standard object or a product that you are developing. This is just a role. So SAP has some separate space for these things to which is stored there into directly tables. These all are stored into a table. That has nothing to do with the package. That table is there. So that table, let's say if you are creating this SU0, you have created a data into this SU01. So if you go to there, you will find out that there is a standard table, user 02, I believe.
USR02.
User 02, right? So that data or that role is directly stored into a table. That is not an object, right? This is not an object. This is just a data. Whatever role you have created, this is just a data which will be stored into this table. So similarly, you are creating a role. So you can check that there will be some definitely table associated with that. That data is directly stored into the table. That is not an object. Okay,
Okay.
is it clear?
Yeah. So the table itself is a object, right?
Yeah, table is a object, and here in the attribute section you can see a package is there,
Mhm.
right? This table, this is a standard table, it is not starting with Z. That is why you can see this package is also not starting with dev. Who has developed this? SAP has developed it, right?
Mhm. Got it.
Okay, perfect. So SE11, any question, anyone other than that? No. Okay, so ABAP dictionary is the central repository system in SAP, which is used to manage or is used to create or maintain the database objects like tables, views, data types, data elements or domains, such helps. The transaction code for ABAP is dictionary is SE11. So just go to SE11. Yeah, this is let's just go back to SE11. Yeah, perfect. So this is your ABAP dictionary. ABAP dictionary initial screen. Before that, whenever you will go open your SAP system, This SAP Easy Access screen will open. Now go to S11. This is your ABAP dictionary. And how many section can you see here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 important radio buttons are here, right? So on your ABAP dictionary, SAP has given us seven different radio buttons for different concepts, right? Different concepts. 7 different radio buttons: database table, view, data type, group, domain, search help, lock objects, everything. We will slowly discuss them, right? So this is a table. But before that, if you go to each and everything, you will see that some square button is coming here, right? Some square kind of thing is coming here on this one also, on this one also. What is this?
F4 search help.
F4 search help, right? So two very important helps are available. Helps given by SAP for standard fields, and we can also design for our custom fields also. What these two helps are, first one is F4 and the second one is F1. F4 help and F1 help. That is, just go to any field and press F4. You'll get some help, right? You'll get some help for these things. So if I'm talking about F4 help, there you will see. So F4 help is also known as search help or value help. And what it does, it displays us the various possible values of a field. Then F1 help is there, right? So F1 help is used to display the technical characteristics of a field. So if you will press F1 help on any of these things, just press F1. See, name of dictionary type. This is a data type. I pressed F1 on this data type radio button. So here, if you see elements or domains, structures, table type. So it is saying that there are 3 possible data types available, and using this we can create any data type, right? So if I will go, let me just close it. If I will, let's say, pass something here, Z with Z, and I will try to create any object. If I'll go for create, you can see these 3 are coming, which I got the information F1 that we can create these 3 objects, right? So this is F1 help, and all these 2 things we can also design for us in our programs and in our ABAP database object also. Everywhere we can do that. So these 2 things are very crucial. Now let's move on to our very first object of ABAP dictionary, which is a database table. Who will explain what is a table? Who will explain what is a table?
Table, yeah, I am explaining.
Okay.
Yeah, we can say table is an entity where we can store data in a particular sequence.
Okay, you tried good, really good, but that is not a complete answer for it. Anyone else? I believe all of you have done engineering. All of you will have faced this SQL right? What is table?
Simply put, we
Devrup?
can say it is container of data.
Container of data, that's good. Definitely it is a container, but that is not sufficient, right? Then what is the difference between package and table, right?
Uh, Package is a container of objects. Table is a container of data.
That's okay.
Yeah,
All
we
right, guys,
can.
let's see that. A basic. Tell me, Devrup.
Yeah, we can store. I just explained like store data in a particular sequence in row or column format. You can say.
Okay. All right. So, what is the basic definition of table? A table is a collection of rows and columns. First thing, rows and columns, and it is the actual permanent storage in a database where the data is stored. Where the data is stored. This is the only permanent storage. This is the only permanent storage where data will be stored inside the database. Data will be stored inside the database. So whenever if you hear that we are going to store data in something else other than tables, it simply means other than this, all of them are temporary storage. Temporary storage. All of them are temporary storage. Column for a table, if you open any of the standard tables, I believe you know some of the tables. As a functional one, you might have heard MARA table, material master table, right? So you see here, lots of columns are there. All these things are column. How many columns are there? 361 columns. Matter something include is there. That part we all will see slowly one by one. So there is a lots of columns. Something is in blue color, something is in black color. We will differentiate that part. But if you go and check its data, all this data you can see here, right? Here data is restricted. Mostly we can go and check from some other T codes. That part we will also see. So it is the actual place. A table is the actual place where we will actually store our data. Now the question here is, uh, can we store? It's a very important question that I have here. Can we store every kind of data in the same table? Kind of data in the same table? Is it possible, right? It will, if I will try to store every kind of data in a same table, it will create lots of problem. There will be inconsistency of data in the system, and my system will not run properly, right? So SAP knew this problem because some data are changed very rarely, right? Some data are changed very rarely. If I talk about my user access, let's say, which was created, so how many times my user access data will be changed? Very rarely. Some, let's say, in a year maybe, or let's say if I've created some data in this Mara table, how many times it is going to be changed? Some data are changed very rarely. Some data are updated often on a regular manner, right? Some data are updated often on a regular manner. So this was not possible, right? This was not possible to store every kind of data in the same table. It was not possible. So here SAP decided something. What SAP did, SAP divided, let's say for each module, it will be more better. For each module, I'm talking about, let's say, separate modules. For each module, SAP knew that they cannot store every kind of data together. So what they did, they divided the tables mainly into two parts, into two parts. First one is your header table, and the second one is your item table. Header table and item table. Header table and item table. They divided the tables mainly into two parts, and to maintain the consistency into the system, consistency into the system, they linked the table together. To maintain the consistency, they linked the table together. So header table and item table always. So if you might have heard about sales order header, sales order, there we have header and item table also. Just go and check. VBAK is your sales order header table. VBAK, see, sales document header data, and VBAP is the item table. So item data you get there into VBAP, item data, right? So this is header table. Header table contains the main document data. Main document information, and item table contains the line item data. Now what is the difference between them? So main document information, so data which are changed very rarely. SAP, the data which are changed very rarely, mostly they are in header table only. So there, those columns are there in header table. And here in items, so records which can be changed regularly, which can be changed or updated regularly, they are regularly they are stored into the item table. So SAP had divided the tables concept into two parts, mainly header and item or line item, and they have connected them together so that the consistency in the system should be maintained, right? That part we will see them detail. We will create our own table. So overall this session was all about the SAP overview, our first workbench tools overview, creation of transport request and package, and then a little bit discussion on table. In the next part we will create our table and we will discuss them together. Okay, so if there is any question, please ask. So we started our training yesterday and we saw the very first introduction of our SAP system. Then we moved on and we saw its history and features of SAP system. We also saw architecture that we are using. Currently we are working on S/4HANA version, but for now we will only discuss this R3 version. When we will move on to HANA part, at that time it will be relatively easier for us to discuss that. Then we saw our application layer, right? Then we moved on and we saw how project is handled in SAP system. Then we saw the elements of GUI. Then we also saw how we are going to develop our custom objects as a developer. Then we move on and we saw our workbench tools, and we started our very first chapter, which is ABAP Dictionary. So ABAP Dictionary is the central repository system in SAP, which is used to create or maintain the database objects like tables, view, data types, domains, search helps, and lots of things. We all can see that part, right? We all can see directly from SE11, and these are all the things that we have available in our ABAP dictionary which we use. So out of this, the very first radio button we have is table. So we started with the introduction part of table. What is table? Table is nothing but just a collection of rows and columns where we are going to store the data, and this will be the mainly permanent storage inside the database where our actual data will be stored, right? Then what we also saw that what SAP has done, every data we cannot store in a single table for each module. So they have divided the tables mainly in two parts, and they have given the name as header and item table. And what a header does, header actually contains the main document information, and item contains the line item data. So the data mainly which we are not going to change very often on a regular basis, or the data which we will only use to see the content. The best example is, let's say, for every month when your company is going to credit your salary, what they will do, they will simply check your data, they will check your salary, and accordingly they are going to credit your salary. But if I talk about let's say transactions of a account, transactions of a company, so every day on a regular basis there are certain transactions the company is doing. Let's say they are investing some amount to purchase any item, or they are sending the salary of the employee. So transactions are something that is happening on a regular basis, so that kind of data we cannot directly store on header date table. That's why two tables are there, header and item, and we will also see how we are going to create that. But before, we need to understand some important modules and their corresponding header and item tables. So some important modules which we must remember as a ABAPer, because this is what expected from us. So here the very first one is, some of you might have worked on that also, sales and distribution. Also known as SD module. So in this sales and distribution, the important transaction codes that we have, or as a ABAPer we must remember, is VA01, which is used to sales order creation. Used for sales order creation. If you want to create any sales order data, you will go for VA01. Then you have VA02, which is sales order change. If you have created any sales order data and you want to modify it, you will go to VA02. And then we have VA03, which is sales order display. That is, if you have created any data and you want to see its content, you can directly go to VA03 and you will be able to display your sales order. Then the important tables for sales order is header table, is my VBAK or VBAK. All these names are German namespaces, all of them. This is a German T code. They have, because our SAP is a German based product, so their VBAK might be, the meaning of VBAK will be sales order. That's why they have given this VBAK table. Then if I talk about this item table, here you will see VBAP. So these are the two important things that we must remember for our sales order. Then I will move on to the second, which is invoice or billing details. Invoice or billing details. So here the important transaction code that we have is VF01. This is my billing document creation. Then we have VF02, which is billing document change. And the third one that we have is VF03, which is my billing document display. Billing document display, right? Now if I talk about the tables that we have here is, so the header table will be VBRK. This is my header table, and VBRP is my item table here. So VBRP is my item table. There are two important tables that is important for invoice. If you want to check the data, you can directly go for VBRK and VBRP and you will be able to see that. Yeah, anything? Third one is material management. Is there any question? Saurabh, why you are on mute?
No.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
It is also known as MM module. Now, if I talk about this one, the important transaction codes for us is MM01 for creation, MM02 to change, and MM03 to display the material master. And here the important tables that we have is MARA table, also known as material master. So material master table, and the second important one is MAKT table, which is material display table. Sorry, material description table, where the description of the material is stored. So this is material master. One also is important, purchase order. Purchase order, right? So here if I talk about its transaction codes, you will see that we have got ME21N, ME22N, and ME23N to display. Create, change, and display. If you will find out the similarity, you will see only one thing. They have just changed one last digit value, just 21, 22, and 23. And the tables here is purchase order header is my EKKO table, and purchase order item is my EKPO table. Purchase order header and purchase order item is my EKPO table. So the main difference you will find out is the difference of K and P. Just look at this. KP, right? Mostly this is the only difference you will see in case of header and item table. So we will see how we are going to create our own header and item table, and then we will see how this linking is going to be done so that we are going to maintain the consistency of data. So let's create our own table, creating our own header and item table. So creating our own header and item table, so that we can understand this, how these standard tables are actually working, and how we can also create any kind of table if we are getting from our client. For that, I have taken a sample here. I have taken two tables. One is my employee table, which this table is going to contain the data of the employee, and the second one is my project table. So inside my project table, this table will contain the data of the project which this employee is going to get. So we all know any employee can have multiple projects, right? It is possible for any employee to get allocated to multiple projects. Now if we talk about this, your manager have lots of employees under him, and all their projects are taken care by the manager only, right? So that is why I have divided these two tables. One table will contain all the project and related data into that, and the employee, its ID, its department, manager, salary, and its value will be stored into header table. That's why header and item table. Now, how many of you have idea about data type? and primary key?
I have the basic idea.
Okay, tell me, what do you understand about a normal data type? This is my
Okay,
question.
normal data.
No, just what
Yeah,
is a data
no.
type?
Data type is like the type of, like, in coding language, the type of data that we are putting like as an input. Like it's a container, kind of
Okay.
container where we actually consist, where actually it contains data, some kind of like int,
It is like a
characters.
container. So you are saying me that data type will take some space. Definitely, if it is a container, then it will be taking some space where I am storing some data. Is it?
Yeah, you can say that, as of me.
Okay, all right. Anyone else?
The data type, it's the characteristic of the object. If it's
That is more good.
the character, if it's a string, if it's a table, if it's a structure.
Okay, Omar, that's good. This is more correct answer. But just don't make it so complex. The here it is a type of data. That is correct. Data type is just data type tells us the type of data, but it is just a technical characteristics. That is what kind of data we will store into the table or container. It has nothing to do with data type. Data type is not a container. From now on, please keep this thing in your mind that, wait a second, character. Okay. From now on, please keep this in your mind that data type will never ever take any space. Will never take any space. That part we will discuss in detail in programming, but for now this thing should be permanent in your mind. If anything is a data type, or if it is a type, it is just a type. Best example is, let's say I'm going to store some name. So that name I will store it in a container or variable, but what the type of name will be string. String is not a container, it is just a type, it is a physical property. Let's say I'm a teacher, so that is my property, right? That actual property is not taking any space, that is just a type. Are you all getting my point?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
what we see is, in tables, every column have some data type. Every column have some data type where we define what kind of data we will store into our table. That's why whenever you are going to get requirement, if you are a functional consultant, you might have seen a Excel sheet like this one, where whenever you usually pass this thing to a web developer to create a table, there is some field, and the name of the field and its description, which will be the primary key, what is the data type, what will be its length. So let's say if I have to store my employee name, so I will define it now. I have given here character 40 because I personally believe that 40 length is more than sufficient to store any name, but it can change. If the client requirement is that I don't like this 40, please make it 50, so we will have to make it 50, right? So it's totally depends how the client is going to give you. This is how they will give you that this is my employee ID and its data type will be character, or its length will be 3, right? So all these things will be specified. You can get numeric character, you can get integers, you can get this currency, quantity. Lots of data types are already given by SAP, and we can also create our own complex data type that we will also see in the programming part. But since we are just creating the table, we just need to understand for every column you will have its data type. So this salary will contain the data of currency. This currency CURR, this currency field will contain the data of quantity. So that part we will discuss today. Are you all getting my point, what I am trying to explain here? Every column will definitely have a data type where we will define what kind of data we are going to store into that particular column. Okay. Then the second important thing here is what is a primary key. So primary key defines the records, defines or identifies the records uniquely in a table. So for every table, it is mandatory to give at least one primary key. Why? The best example is, let's say you have joined the company, you have joined a organization, and let's say your employee ID is 101. Let's say take the example of Umar. Umar has joined a company where his employee ID has been created 101. So is it possible that this 101 employee ID will be allocated for any other employee? Is it possible? Definitely not. This employee ID will be unique. It will be only allocated to Omar or any other. So whenever an employee ID is created, that is a unique. That is how your HR team, your manager, or any other employee of your organization is going to identify you, right? This is how table here is also defined. It is the same thing. Just connect with your real life. You will understand how it has been defined. So this employee ID is unique. So how this table will understand that this is unique? When I will make this employee ID as primary key, right? So every column has some primary key. Let's go and check our standard table. Let's say I'm opening my sales order header, VBAK table. So, log in. So if I will open my VBAK table, you will find out, just see here, see, this key is what is identifying a primary key. So how many primary keys are there? There is something called this MANDT, which we will discuss later on. But you see here, two primary keys are there. Can you see this checkbox? So this is a primary key here. VBELN is the primary key of your VBAK table, sales document number. So similarly, when you will get to create any table, you at the same time, who is going to tell you that what will be the primary key? Your client will tell you. So your client will explain which column will be the primary key. And according to SAP guidelines, all the primary keys should be stored at the top of the table. All the primary keys should be stored at the top of the table. Open any table and you will find out the same thing. You can see only these above two fields are primary keys, the rest of below none of them are primary key. So only if you want any column should be a primary key, you will have to store it at the top of the table. You will have to store it at the top of the table. Okay. Is these two things clear? What is data type and what is primary key?
Yeah.
Yeah. We can see it in any kind of table, right?
Yeah, just open it. It's not only VBAK. Let's say I'm going for Mara table. Right? See, primary keys are crucial. Sometimes you will see multiple primary keys also. Let's say I'm going for MAKT table. See here, multiple primary keys are there. It's depend what kind of table is there. When we go for multiple primary keys, see here, we have two primary keys. MANDT is something else. I will explain it within 30 minutes. But for now, let's just focus on MATNR and SPRAS. So see here, two primary keys are there. So now for this table, the combination of these two primary key will become unique. The best example is just go and check its content. See here, FG126 is a material number, and here SPRAS is D. Now again this FG126 is there, but SPRS is E, right? Since these two are primary keys, so combination of them will become unique, right? Just see their combination, FG126 and D and FG126 and E. Combination is new record, right? Here the combination of both of them is a new record. That is how primary key works. If there is only one primary key, all of them will be unique. But whenever we want to store some duplicate records, so mostly in case of item table, you can see more than one records are there. That is why the item tables have more than one primary key. Just go and check most of the item table. Not only this MAKT, if I am going for VBAP, which is my item table of sales order, there you will also see multiple primary keys are there, because there is a possibility that more than one records we are going to store. That is why we give them multiple primary keys. So it's a important point here. Whenever you know that your table is going to store more than one records or more than one records, going to store duplicate records, then we will have multiple primary keys in our table. Okay, this is again a guideline. Is it clear?
So the multiple primary keys will work together as a combination. So it will act as
when you have multiple primary keys, now the combination is the primary key here. The combination of all these three will be unique. Just go and check, because MANDT is the client number. It is going to be same. Now this table do not have multiple records. Okay, let's go back to our MAKT. There we will find out. Just go and check. Just see them. Their combination is unique. See, 1 to 9, 1 to 9, two times it is there, but here SPRAS is different. Once it is D and another time it is E. D is for German, E is for English. Okay? Yeah, this is how any table is there. This is a standard table, and using standard tables we usually understand its flow so that we can create our own custom tables also. So this is my requirement. I have to create this employee and project details table. So now one again important note, important point. So I will give it in a note. What this note is saying, whenever you will get any requirement to create any tables, the first question that should always rise in your mind is, what will be my data, what will be my domain, and what will be my data element. This is the most important thing whenever we are learning it for the very first time. The most basic thing and the most important thing also. Whenever I am going to create any table, the first question that should always arise in my mind is, what will be the domain and what will be the data element of my table. Domain and data element. Domain and data element. Any idea what is domain, what is data element?
domain usually is the technical characteristics of data.
Perfect.
What kind of data is it?
So domain tells us the technical characteristics of a field or column. From now on, just understand this thing. In SAP terminology, the field, column, everything is same. They are just the different names of the same column. Either I will call it field or column. Both of them are same thing. Here, what is technical characteristics? So technical characteristics means data type and length. So you are going to store the data type and length inside the domain. You are going to store the data type and length inside the domain. And then what is this data element? So data element tells us how the column will be visible to the end user or customer. How the column will be visible to the end user or customer. That is, let's say this is my MAKT table. It is, but as a developer, I know this maintainer is material number, this SPRAS is language key. But as a end user or as a customer who do not have any idea of these technical things, will they be able to understand that this is material number, this is language key, we have to store language key into this column, we have to store material number into this column? Will they be able to understand that? Definitely not, right? My end user will do not know what is this MAKTX, what is this MAKTG, because they just know this normal English language. They cannot understand what is the name of this field. So this is a technical name which a developer has given or which SAP has given. But my end user only understand the normal English language. They do not know what is this field. So for them, how the column should look like, it will be defined inside the data element. Inside this data element, can you see this data element? Double click on this data element. Now just see here, there is a field label section. What is written here? Material, right? This material will be visible to your end user, and they will understand that yes, we need to store material into this table. But if I will only show them maintainer, they will definitely not understand it, right? Because they are seeing it for the first time. You all might be seeing it for the first time. What is this maintainer? So unless and until somebody is going to explain you material number, you will not understand, definitely, right? So whenever I am going to store data into the table, and let's say I don't have any idea about these technical things, so my application should work in such a way that it should give a good user experience. And how it will give a good user experience? When every column will have a meaningful name for me, right? For as a user. So it it doesn't matter what is the name that we have given of the table of our field inside the table, but the name that should be visible to my end user is the most important thing. Is it clear? What happened?
Yes, yes, it is clear.
Okay. Slowly you are going to understand that. Okay. You might be seeing it for the first time. That's why this is causing some problem. So let's take a simple example. Here I'm going to write, suppose I have a field name as MAKTX. As a developer, I know that in this column we will store the material description, data description. But the customer is not technical person, right? The customer is not technical person. customer will say that I have paid you millions of dollars and you are asking me to store data in MKTX. Why I paid you so large amount for this thing? The customer is not a technical person. He only want to see the column heading as material description, so that he can store the correct data to the column, right? So where we are going to define this thing, we will define into the field label section of the data element, where we will give the label for a field which will be visible to the user. Also, data element is not only about this column visibility. Data elements contains the domain. So you can also call it data element is equal to domain plus field label. And once this is all ready, then we pass our data element directly inside the table. Can you see this is my table? So for each field, we have a corresponding data element. Field, data element, field, data element, field, data element, right? Okay. So this is my employee table that I want to create. So for every column, I will create my domain and then I'll create my data element, right? So let's start with this employee ID. Client number, we will discuss it after 30 minutes. For now, let's create our domain and data element for this employee table. So I'll go for SE11, right? Let's go to SE11. This is my domain. So select this domain radio button and give here any name. And we all know now that all our custom or user defined things is going to start from Z or Y. So I'll start with Z. And let's start with employee ID 3, create. This 3 I am passing because I have already created lots of employee IDs into this SAP system. So now this is my change section here. First thing is sort description. So whenever you will create any data object, any of the database object or program, sort description is mandatory for everything. If you all remember when we created our package and transport request in the previous session, at that time also we passed a sort description. So here I will simply write employee ID. Now if I see this domain section, there is one properties tab. There is one value range tab. So first we need to pass the data type. Let's see the data type of it. Data type is character and its length is 3. So I will click on F4 and I will select some of the already standard defined data type. Let's see where it is, character here, char, select it. And I will pass its length as 3. Then now let's go to properties tab. So properties or attributes. For any database object, sometime you will see this properties or sometime here you will see attributes. Both of them contains the generic information of the database object. Generic information means like who has created it, who has changed it, when it was created or changed, what is the package in which it has been stored. At this moment you can see this package is empty, right? Because we have not saved this object. So I will click on save button and I will pass my package. So what was the package we created? Okay, let's go to SE10 and bring our package that we created in the previous session. SE10 display. This is my transport request. I will open the package. This is my package. I will copy its name, Control Y, and I will select it and Control C. I will come back and I will click on save. I will pass the package and I will go for save button. Then I will align my transport request. This is the same that we created. So click on OK button. See here, automatic the package is coming now, right? Definition. So we have created this thing, right? Now I will click one more important thing. Where should I write it? Okay, one more note point. Whenever you will create any object, any database object or program, two things you must have to do. You must have to do. Always program, object, classes, or any API, these two things are mandatory. The first is control plus F2, which is used for syntax check. That is, we will check whether my object is correct or not. And the second thing is control plus F3, which is activate. So just see this. Unless and until your object is activated, you cannot use it. So this activation part is mandatory. If you will go and check any of the standard tables, at this moment this is new, it is not in active status. So if you will go and check SC11, just go and check. Let's say I'm going for this MKT table, open it, display mode. What is its status? Active is mandatory. If it is not in active status, we will not be able to use this table at any other program or any other table or any other thing. So activation part is mandatory. So control plus F2 is the shortcut key, or you can directly go for this one, this icon, control plus F2, to check the syntax. No inconsistency found. So my domain is correct, and I will click on activate button and I will activate this domain. See, object activated, its status is active. Now if you will go and check in SE10, you will find out, let's refresh it. See here, one domain section has been created, and you will see that this domain is there on our transport request, right? So this my domain is ready. I will copy it and I will locally store it so that I can use it while creating my tables. Domain section here, let's go store it. Then I will go for next column. Which is my next column? Next column is employee name. Here I need character, character 40. Okay. So let's go to S11. I will select this domain radio button. Give here a name, employee name, create button, sort a description, employee name. Your data type will be again character, and the length will be 40. And save it first. Package transport request, syntax check, and click on activate button. Same stuff for everything. Copy this once it is activated and let's store it, right? Then I'll go for the third one. So third one will be third one is department. It is character 40 again. So let's go there. So this time Z department. I'll give you a name, department, create button, sort a description, department, data type will be character 40 again, save it, package transport request, syntax check, and activate it. Now once it is ready, again copy it and I will store it. By default, every object that you are creating and allocating on transport request, it will be stored here and you can check it from SE10 or SE09, right? So 3 columns are ready. Let's move on to the fourth one. Manager is character 30. Okay. So SE11, name for our domain, create, manager, short description, data type will be character and 30, save it, package and transport request, and syntax check and activate it. This one is also ready. Let's copy, come back. Manager is ready. Now the next important one is salary. And here you will see that data type is different. It is CURR. So let's discuss this thing. Let's discuss this thing so that we can easily understand it. Let's discuss it. Now tell me one thing, anyone, whenever we talk about any amount values, like let's say 10,000. So if I will say 10,000, anybody will definitely ask, what is the currency? Are you talking about US dollar? Are you talking about INR? Are you talking about euro, etc, right? So this currency value is crucial and mandatory for the amount data. Is it? Is it mandatory or not?
Yeah.
Definitely it is mandatory, right? Let's say you join my institute, at the same time my salesperson discussed the training fee. You asked, na, what will be the amount and fees, and what is the currency we're talking about, right? So SAP's column is all about this one also. If I will only store 10,000, 50,000 or 20,000 there, SAP will not understand what is the currency you are talking about. That is why you will always see that if there is currency, then there will be a unit of that data also. So here you see, this is currency CURR, where we will actually store our amount values, and there it is currency where we will store its unit. Like if it is 10,000, what will be its unit? Is it US dollar? Is it INR? Is it euro, or is it some other country's currency? Its length, this CUQI length is fixed 5. This is a standard field, its length is fixed 5. We cannot change that. But for salary and other columns, we can give our by default length, but this one length is fixed. So these two columns are always there in every, whenever we are talking about amount. Let's go and check our standard tables so that we can understand it. I'll go for my VBAK. Again, go for VBAK table, and I will check for any amount value. See any currency is there or not. See here, net over is there, net value of the sales document. So this is going to store some amount value, and can you see there is some CUQI also, where we are going to store its unit, right? So
So,
whenever, yeah,
so that unit, that
a unit
CUKY
will not
act.
be a good unit, not will be a good thing, but we are talking about amount value, right? So for that amount, what is the currency? Unit I am using it so that we can understand it normally, but if we are talking about any amount value, what will be its currency? That is what it is all about. Okay.
So it acts as a reference, you can say, right?
Yeah, it acts as a reference. Just see here, for this network, go and check currency and quantity field. Can you see, for this network there is a reference field is there. The reference field is mandatory by default only for this column. For this network, can you see this reference field is WAERK, and which belongs from this same VBAK table. So whenever you go for this currency field, by default SAP will ask what is the reference of that. Okay.
Mhm.
Perfect. All right. So salary. All right. 7,2. So I'll go there to S11. Domain. I will give this domain name. Salary. Create. I will give here short description. Salary. I will pass the data type. Let's go to F4 and check it. So CURR and 7 and up to 2 decimal. I will give here 2 decimal. We all know amount values are mostly in decimal format. So save it. Package and transport request. Syntax check and activate it. Okay. This is ready. This domain is ready. Just copy, and I will again store it here. Okay, salary. Then at last we have the currency. Let's create that one also. CURRENCY, create currency, and here I will pass the data type CUKY. Now just see, I will press enter. Just see this information given by SAP. Attributes of data type CUKY are corrected, have fixed assignment. It has a fixed length, we cannot change it. Just go for OK button. By default its 5 length will come. This reference field has a fixed length. Currency keep or currency field, can you see it? Right? So save, package and transport request, syntax check and activate it. Okay, domain is ready. So is there any question on how to create this domain? Anyone? Guys, don't hesitate in asking any question. Any
Yeah,
kind of question.
could you please show me once again that how the salary and currency field we actually connect
Linked.
in SAP
That
system?
part is in the table. That part will be in the table. We have just created the domain. Okay. That part will be in the table. There I will show that. Okay. We have just created domain. We have not started to create the table now. Okay. Any other question? No? Omar?
No.
Saurabh? All right.
No.
So domain is ready. Now the second portion is, that's why I explain now, whenever we go for creation of table, we have not started creating any table at this moment. I say the first question that should arise in our mind is what will be the domain and what will be the data element. So I first created the domain for my columns. Now I will go for creation of my data elements. So let's start with the data element. First is my employee ID. So I'll copy the domain because I need that. And I will go back to SE11. If you want to create the data element, select the data type radio button. That part again we will discuss in our ABAP programming. Data element is nothing but just a data type, and it is a elementary data type. There we will see that. But for now I will give an employee name for my data element, employee ID, data element 3, create button. You can see here 3 types of data type, but we just need to create data element. Go for OK. Pass the short description, employee ID, and by default can you see a domain, it is there. So we are going to pass the domain here. Okay. Then we will go to our field label and we will pass the label that will be visible to the end user. So 4 options are there for the field label. It depends how your column is there. If your column is short, its length is short, then it will be this one. If you want to display, let's say employee ID like this one, it will be displayed like this one. It's totally up to you. So how its column is going to be there, accordingly these things will be visible to the user. But the purpose of this tab is only one thing, that my customer or user can understand what is the use of this column. So save it, package, transport request, syntax check and activate it. Data element. This one is ready. Copy and I will store it here. Then I'll go for the second column, which is employee name. I'll copy the domain and I'll go back to SE11. I will give here a name for my data element, employee name, create data element. I'll give here a short description, employee name, domain here, and again I will give here field label. So copy and store it, save, package, transport request, syntax check and activate it. It is also ready. Let's copy it and I will go store it. Data element, Third one will be my department. So department. Let's go and create this one. Back to S11. Give here a name. So Z department. Create data element. Department here. Domain. Field label. And I will give a column name for my end user. So save. Package and activate. So syntax check and activate it. Object ready, copy and go there and store it. This one is also ready now. Let's move on to the next one. After the department, we have got manager. So manager, SE11, Z manager, create. Manager, field label, save it and activate it. This one is also ready. Let's copy and I will simply store it here. Copy, store it. Then I'll go for salary and currency. So salary domain, I will create it. Here the data element will become salary. Create button. Salary. Domain. And I will pass the field label. Okay. Save and activate it. Object saved and activated. So copy. And let's go and store there. And at last the currency one. So currency data element, domain copy. Go back to S11. I will give the data type here. So Z currency. Create button. Data element. Currency. Domain I will enter. I'll go to field label and I will create my labels. And activate it. Package, transport request, activation. So this is how my data element will be created. All the data elements are ready. Any question here in creation of data element? By default, I have already explained. Domain we are going to directly pass inside the field label. There are certain benefits of the domain, that is why we are creating it. Otherwise, we can also directly pass our built-in type directly here, CUKI and its length. But there are some more benefit which we will see in upcoming session. Domain is not only for just passing the technical characteristic, but it is also used for limiting the value, which we will see in the upcoming session. But for now, just creation of domain and data element. Okay. Any question here? Oh. Good. So my domain and data element is ready. Now let's move on to our creation of table. So creation of table. We will create our own table now. This is my first is my header employee table. So we will go to back to SE11. I will select this database table radio button, and here I will pass my table name. So any meaningful name, let's make it ENP table. Is it there? Oh, it is already there. We need something else. Okay, 3 will be good. Employee table 3, create. This is my employee table. Again, short description. Let's pass a short description. Employee table. So for table section, you can see how many tabs are there: attributes, delivery and maintenance, field, input, currency quantity field, and indexes. So whenever you will create any table, and you will go for create button. This section will always open. The first one is delivery class. So I will click on F for help. And here I will try to understand what is this delivery class. So to understand this delivery class, the important thing that we are required to understand here is the types of data inside SAP system. How many types of data are there? How many of you know this master and transaction data?
Master
Yeah,
data.
yeah, go on, Devru.
Yeah, explain one by one.
Yeah. Uh, Master data means the data which is not often changing. Like it's
Okay.
mostly constant data.
Can you give
Like
me an
for
example?
for an employee, the employee ID is a master data.
Okay.
And transactional data, for an example, suppose for an organization, if the pay slip or salary is credited, how many
Perfect.
transactions would be possible? Yeah.
Master data, transaction data, and configuration data. Three kinds of data are there given by SAP system, which we usually use. Master data, the data which is master. So a type of data which we access very frequently, but changed very rarely. Very rarely. The best example will be if you are an employee, every month your HR team will or your finance team will see your data from the table stored, from the employee table stored, and they will credit your salary. Your manager will also see your data to allocate to the project. Your client will also see the data to understand your experience and all the projects that you have worked. So these all data are master data. They are accessed very frequently, but they are changed very rarely. So as Devroop explained, for example, employee data of any company, that is a master data. Then we have transaction data. So a type of data which is accessed, which is accessed very which is not access, which is changing always changing, and number of records are continuously increasing. Right. The best example will be, for example, banking transaction. You see, for example, banking transaction, revenue transactions, all these transactions data which is often happens in the bank. You see, in every bank there are millions of transactions on a daily basis. So the amount of records are changing and the continuously increasing inside the table, right? So that is a transaction data. And this configuration data, so the type of data which we can customize depending upon the business scenario and requirement. Depending upon the business scenario and requirement. For example, let's say if employee designation is vice president, for Capgemini, he or she will get he or she will get a private jet. That's the simple example that I have taken. It totally depends upon the business requirement. So for my company, let's say I have applied this one, that if I'm the owner of Capgemini, if there will be someone will be vice president, I will give him or her a private jet. Otherwise let's say a nano car. It totally depends. Okay, so that is a configuration or customizing data. So whenever you go for creation of the table, it has been logged out. Let me reopen it. Delivery class is where you define this thing. Go for S11, table, create button, currently editing. Okay, this is something you are always going to see. We will definitely discuss that in upcoming session, but for now, whenever if you have created any object and by chance system got logged out, so a lock will be applied and you will get this message that your user is editing it. So if you want to release the lock, you can go to SM12, and you can see the locks that has been applied to the things here. See, where is my table? Manager, no, this table is one, so I will select it and I will delete this lock. Now I will come back and I will go for create. See, we are here. So employee table, I will allocate my delivery class now. So I am going for master and transaction data, so I will select it. Mostly you will always select here A, master and transaction data. And then you have this data browser. This is very important. Open this drop down and see here, display maintenance allowed with restriction, allowed, not allowed, and only display allowed. So if you are creating this table, whether or not you want to maintain data into this table, yes, I want to maintain the data, so I will select the display maintenance allowed. It's totally up to you. You can take any of them and you can just go for editing. There you will understand the limitation of all these things. So these two things, delivery class, pass the type of data, and then in the data browser, we will pass whether or not we want to maintain our table. Then we will move on to attributes. Again, this is attributes tab. In the domain, I explained that sometime we will.
Amrit,
Yeah.
one question here.
Yeah.
You selected just in the previous, data browser, and here we selected display and maintenance allowed, which means we can override
see the data. See, we can see the table and we can also overwrite or edit the data inside the table. Okay.
Which is on the SM30 transaction, right?
Yeah, SM30 is there, SE16 is there, SE16N is there.
Okay.
Also, we can do via program also.
Yeah,
Right.
understood.
Clear?
Yeah,
okay.
Thanks.
So attributes tab. So in the attributes tab, again, the properties or attributes tab are same, generic data. So let's save it. Package will come automatically. I'll pass the package. Transport request, package is there. Now we will move on to the most important tab of our table, which is field section. So here you will pass technical name of your column, its corresponding data element, and the primary key that is going to be there in your table. Three things you are going to pass here. So first one is field. Now if I see my Excel sheet, the first column was client number. What is client number? What is client number? What is client number? Number column. And why it is there in both my tables? If I see my both header and item table, why it is there? So a client number specifies what whether your table is client dependent or not. The client number specifies whether it is whenever you will see most of your standard tables, as all of them, most of them are client dependent tables. Just go and check BBAK display first column MANDT client here. So what you will see here is for client number, the standard data element is already there, which we can use is MANDT. Already, which we can use MANDT. It is the data element MANDT. Just check any of the standard table. VBAC, let's say I'm going for Mara table. First column, MANDT. Client dependent only specifies that whether or not your table is client dependent table or not. VBRK table, MANDT, first column. Second, EKKO table, purchase order header table, MANDT, right? So this column has nothing to do with the data. It is only there. This column is only there. This column is only there. To identify whether my table is client dependent or not. Into this column we cannot store anything. We cannot store any value. By default, the client number of your SAP system will be stored here. By default, the client number of your SAP system will be stored here. So just go and check. Let's say I'm going for EKKO, content, execute button. Oh, there is no data into this table. Okay. I will open Mara, display, content, execute. See here, first column. Can you see 100, 100, 100? So the client number is automatically there. And what is the client number of this system? 100. So it is automatically stored, right? It is automatically stored. It is not mandatory to use MANDT. It is not mandatory. But for now, since you are going to create this for the first time, please try to use MANDT. After that, then you can practice without MANDT also. Okay. So I will pass my first field as MANDT, and I know its corresponding data element is standard MANDT. I'll pass it and I'll press enter. See here, automatically it is coming client. Its length is 3. Short description is client. Can you see now? The data type CL and T and 3 data has been automatically given. Client and 3. This is a standard data element which we use. Any question here? MANDT? What happened? It is always the first field of the table. And since it is the first field, it is also marked as the primary key. It is a guideline given by SAP. Okay.
I have a question here.
Yes,
why this column is not mandatory in every table? Why sometimes you use it and sometimes not?
No, sometime not. It is given by SAP and recommended by SAP to use it, okay? So that your table will be client dependent. But SAP cannot force everything on us. Now they have created this software for user friendly and user purpose. So what they are saying is, if you do not want any table as client dependent, you cannot use that. Are you trying to getting my point? What I am trying to explain here? All the standard tables are there as MANDT. All of them are client dependent. So 99.99% you will only create the client dependent table. This is what given by any of the client or any of your customers. But sometime as a developer, we want to, let's check the system, right? We want to play with the system. So we usually try, let's don't use this MNDT, what will happen? So sometime, okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So let's give
In
another.
projects, usually we use client dependent table.
See, in my last 6-7 years, I have never got any project where this MNDT was not used. So what I personally believe that it is used everywhere. But that's why I told 99.99% there is always exception in technical terminology. Okay.
Amrit, does client independent means that when you create a table in development, it goes in quality and production automatically?
Client independent, it goes automatically. How it will goes automatically?
That's what independent means, I think, because
No, no,
if
no,
it is dependent, we can
no, no, no,
transport
no,
it
no.
through TR.
Transportation has something different meaning. Transportation, you are not going to do any transportation. You will store it on the transport request, and your basis team will do the import from one system to another system. This table here, if you are transporting it, does not means that it has been transferred there. The TR has been transferred. The object will also be here, but now whenever you will make the change into this table, you will have to align a new transport request. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's pass the columns. So employee ID and its data element that we created. Where is it? Yeah, employee ID. Copy the data element here, paste and enter. See here, when I press enter, by default this data type and its short description is coming. If your data element is not in active status, this will not come. So activation is very, very crucial. So employee ID, one more thing, it is not a space in between, it is underscore. If you will pass a space, it will become meaningless. It will become meaningless. So I am giving just a meaningful name. If you want, you can also give like this one, employee ID. It's totally up to you. I'm just giving one name that I prefer. Then I'll go for the second one, employee name, and I will pass its data element. So data element, copy and enter. I'll go for department and I will press enter. Copy, paste, manager, its data element, enter. Salary, data element and enter. Then currency, data element and enter. Save it. Now just go to this currency and quantity fields. Can you see this one tab is in change mode automatically, CURR. It is asking for a reference table and reference field. So this is mandatory. What is the reference field? My currency is the reference field. Copy it and paste it here. And what in which table this reference field is there? So it is in my same table, so I can copy and paste. One more important thing, if your reference field or reference field is any other table, you cannot still use that. If you want, you can use any column of VBAK, VBAP, EKKO or any other table also where its reference field is there. It is not mandatory to have it in the same table. Okay. So this is my field. Then we need to pass the primary key. So what will be the primary key? MNDT is always by default primary key. Employee ID is my primary key for my table. So let's make it these two as primary key and I'll save it. This is the creation of my table. I first went to delivery and maintenance. I passed the type of data. Then I I passed the data browser. Then I went to fields and I passed the fields and their corresponding data elements. Select the primary key. If there is any currency and quantity, pass the reference field and reference table. Now technical setting, very important for any table. Go to the technical setting. Two things, data class and size category. What is data class? What is data class? What is data class? So data class is the physical area in which the physical area inside the database in which the table will be stored. Data class is the physical area inside the database. So what SAP has done, SAP has divided the HANA DB into several parts so that we can group the like data or group the similar kind of data together, and we can store them into the section, into the given section. What is the meaning of this thing? The best example will be, let's say in your house, what you do is you arrange your clothes into a proper manner and then you store it into the almirah. Why almirah is there? Because almirah is a perfect place where we can store our clothes, and whenever I will need to store, I will need to find out my clothes, I can directly go to almirah and check it. But what if I do not have almirah, and let's say I have simply thrown my clothes here and there, then it will become difficult for me to manage them, right? That's why SAP has done, it has divided the DB into several parts, and for each section they have given one name, that this kind of data will be stored here, those kind of data will be stored there. Okay, so same thing is defined in data class. Click on F4 and select your data class. We are going for master data. Just select either one, first or second, totally up to you, which you are looking for. Mainly 0 and 1. We are not going for BW, this is some other module, so I will go for this one. And this is the size category where you defined how many data is going to be there in your table. You can select any of this size category, it's be depending upon the requirement. Since this is a table I'm creating for demo purpose, I am not going to store more than 2 or 24 and the records here, so I will simply select this and I will save it. You can select any one of them, it's totally up to your requirement. Save. Now go back, and the two important steps again here, syntax check, no error, so activate it. Object ready. Tell me, is there any question in creation of table? Any question in how to create
No.
a table, right?
One
Yeah.
simple question, like you said, like for SAP has divided the HANA DB into several class or several sections, so that we can define the data class here to store the data in a particular section of that portion.
Just see
So
it now.
before
If the data is master, it will be stored here. If the data is APP transaction, you can store it in this section. Why is sectioning here? The simple example I also take, that if you want to store your clothes, you will store it at a place so that whenever you need, you can go there and check it.
yeah, and previously it is a feature of HANA, or previously when in ECC is there, it is also there?
See, as for what I know, because I have never worked mostly on ECC system. From like last 10 years, I have only worked on S4HANA. So what I see, what I have saw, that this feature was there and I don't think it was there in ECC. No, it's not like that. This feature is based on database. Okay, this feature is based on database. So when earlier a concept was introduced, which was over the time, let me just explain this. Over the time, every vendor, or let's say most of the popular vendors have realized this concept database sectioning. So this is one feature which we also discuss when we discuss the HANA DB in detail, that this is a concept database sectioning which was introduced. In ECC it is still there, but it was not that utilized properly in case of ECC system, because in case of ECC we mainly use the traditional database, which we have lots of limitation. That part we can only understand when we will be discussing the HANA database. But for now, since we are just creating the table, only thing that we need to understand here is that our database has divided into several parts. If we want to store fact table of BW, in this section we will store. If we want to store ODS table of BW, in this in we will store. Similarly, for transaction data, APPL1, and master data, APPL0. If you are talking about ECC, there we have pool and cluster table also. But when we talk about S4HANA, only transparent table can be created. Okay, that's good. Save, go back and activate it again. So object is ready. Now we will see how to maintain data into the table. How to maintain data into the table. So overall, there are maintaining data in the table. Maintaining data into the table. There are mainly 5 ways to maintain data in the table. First one is SE11, SE16, SE16N, SM30, and last one you can call as a via programs, modifying the table. Only 5 ways. This is your ABAP dictionary. This is also known as data browser. This is sometimes called as new data browser. And what is this one? This is the most important one. This is the most important thing. We will discuss it. So let's start with SE11. We are inside the table. You can go for utilities, you can go for table content, and you can go for create entry. See, by default, can you see this MANDT is 100 and it is in read mode only. We cannot change it, right? So I'll give my employee ID, some employee ID. Let's say I'll give one employee name here. I'll give here some department, development. I will pass here some manager name, let's say my name, and I will pass some salary and currency, US dollar. So save it. Database record created successfully. So how we will see this database record? Go for content and go for execute button. Can you see this database record? Right? It has been created. Let's create one more record. I'll go back. Utilities, table content, create entry. 102. Some other name. let's say cloud, one salary here, and some currency euro. So save it. This one has also been created. So this is how we create our records from S11. Utilities, table content, and create entry. What if you want to modify existing record? So select the record and go for this pencil button. And here by default you can change any of your existing non-primary key column, but you cannot change your primary key. Primary key can only be created or deleted. It cannot be updated. So let's say I'll make this SAP ABAP and I will save it. Go back and check it has been saved here, department. If you want to delete it, so select it, go for table entry, go for delete and click on delete entry. This record has been deleted. Now go back and check 102 is not there. So this is how you can maintain your table from AC11. Now how to maintain it from AC16? So I'll go to AC16 here. Pass the table name. You can go for this content and the same stuff will open. Same thing you can do here for modifying and for deleting. But if you want to create a new record, whenever you will go to AC16 data browser, go for this create button. This create section will open and you can again pass this name, department, manager, currency, save it. Now go back and check it, content, execute. See, new records, right? So this is AC16. Then we have AC16N. So let's go there. Click on execute. See here, these two records are there. If you want to go for new record, 103, let's say ABC, some department XYZ, some manager ABCD, some 200 INR, save it. See, one record, one row has been inserted. If you will update it, so let's say I'm changing manager, so I'm changing the manager name to Amrit and I'll save it. Changed row, right? What if I will delete these two rows? So I will select, I will go for this delete button. I will delete this one also, delete, then I will save it. See, deleted rows 2 now, right? So these three things. So I'll put this SN30 at last. Yeah, it will be at last, fifth one. So above 4 ways for maintaining the table is mainly for developers. We cannot directly give the access of these things to our end users or clients or customers. So what you will see is in projects, the end user or customer, let's say end user, do not have the direct, mostly the end user do not have the access of SE11, SE16 and SE16N because they might modify and make some changes in a table, which can become a problem. Let's say I had to create a very important table, and I let's say I had to create this table of 361 rows. It took around a week to create this table for us. Lots of things, lots of changes we made, and by mistake I have given the access of this thing to my customer, and by chance he just opened this table and deleted one column from here. The table will become inconsistent. This is not the actual table which was needed by the client. That's why we never give the access of this development thing to the end users or customers. So what we do here is, as a developer, we create a table maintenance generator, and then we give the access of SM30 to our end user. SM30 table maintenance generator we create. So how to create that? You will open your table in change mode. Where is my table? I will go back to SE11, open it in change mode, and here if you have not given display maintenance allowed, let's say I'm not maintenance not allowed, I'll go for activate button. Just see what is going to happen. Utilities, can you see? You cannot create a maintain table. Table maintenance generator cannot be created. So this is mandatory for TMG. Display maintenance allowed. Now I'll go for utilities, table maintenance generator. So here we will create our table maintenance generator. First one is authorization group. So here we give the authorization. For example, if I'm creating this table for only, let's say, Capgemini, so I will want that only that particular Capgemini team can access this table, not everyone. So that client will give us a authorization group on their system, and we will directly pass that authorization group here. If you do not have any authorization group, you can select this where it is %NC, which is no authorization. Anybody can access it because we are creating it only for testing purpose. So we can give this one. Then this is a function group. Function group is something we will discuss in function modules. But for now, whenever you will create the table, just copy and paste your table name in the function group. Function group is also like a container, but there only we will be able to understand that. So for now, just pass the table name. Then maintenance type. So two steps are there, one step or two step. So whenever you will select one step, only one screen will be available in SM30. On the same screen, we will also see the content of the content that is there, and we will also modify our existing content. But if you will select the two screen will come. On one screen it will be let's say it will display the data, and on another screen it will simply you will be able to modify the data. So one by one I will just go for one step for now. Select the find screen, propose screen, go for create button, and I will press enter 2-3 times. See, my request completed successfully. My TMG has been generated. I will copy this table name and I will go to SM30. SM30. Pass the table name, go for edit button. This is your single screen. Here you will also see the content, and you will also modify the content on the same screen. So 102, let's say one name, Sikhar Cloud. Okay, and I will save it. See, two records are there. Same screen, you are going to modify that. But if you will go for the two-step, so two-step, first I will delete this TMG and screen number. Wait a second. Delete it. Two-step, propose screen, create it again. Yeah, it has been created. So let's go back to SM30. I'll refresh it, SM30. and I will again go for edit. Now here, this is my one screen. Whenever I will go for new entry, another screen will come now. Two screen for the same, for the management and all these things. So it's totally up to you which one you want to prefer. I personally prefer only one step, so I always go for one step only. So one step, find the screen, propose screen, and create. Okay, this is my TMG through which we are going to maintain the records. Let me see whether I have some records. Yeah, I've got some records. I will copy this and I will simply paste there and delete them. So /n sm30 edit. I will delete them. Delete them. Save it. Go back. Re-edit. New entry. And I will simply paste my data. Save. Right. Some existing record that I have saved. You can manually enter it also, or you can directly copy from Excel sheet and paste it here. Now just focus on one thing. Can you see this? This heading of your each column. Is this the same heading that we have passed inside the field label? Everyone, please just see this column heading that we have. Is this the same heading that we have passed inside the field label?
No, it's the field name.
See this thing.
No. So it's a row name.
No. It is the field label. Just focus on that. What will happen if I'm not passing the field label? Just go and check this. This is a good way to understand it. I will go to my fields. Let's say I'm going for employee ID. This is all the field labels that we have. I will simply remove everyone now. I will remove everyone. And this one also. I will simply activate this. Okay. Now one important thing, whenever you are making any changes, we will have to regenerate the TMG. So I'll go back to TMG. I will delete it and regenerate it. So one step, find a screen, recreate. Okay, let's go back to SM30 and see what is going to happen for this employee ID. /n SM30 edit. What is the column heading for my first column? Are you all able to understand why field label is so important?
Yeah. Label
That's
is black.
why.
Yes.
Because we removed it.
Plus sign will come, right? That technical name we have given is EMP_ID. That is not the same thing that it is displaying. There we have given EMP_name, but can you see there is a space here? This is label that we have given. Is it clear why it is so important? Because my client will not understand this technical name. He just want a normal English language word. Okay, let's activate it. So I'll go back, utilities, TMG generation, regenerate it. TMG, we are just generating one screen through which our user can maintain the data from SM30. User can maintain the data from SM30, right? So SM30.
After only generating the TMG, the user can maintain the data through SM30.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Let's delete this.
can't.
Let's delete it. Let's go to SM30 and pass the table name. Okay, what was the table name? Copy, paste, edit. The maintenance dialog is incomplete or not defined. Can you see? Right? So everything has a purpose. If I am not creating TMG, how can I get it from SM30, right? Now once it is generated, we can refresh this SM30 screen and we will be able to see that part display. See, it's coming now. So SM30, my personal suggestion will be for everyone will be always only use SM30 for maintaining the data into the table, as it is a best practice. First thing. Second thing is for maintaining the data from SM30 or creation of TNG, maintaining the data from SM30, always take display maintenance allowed in data browser section of the table. This is mandatory. Sometimes people think that deleting the TMG will delete the data also. No, deleting the TMG will never delete the data. Delete the data of the table. Whenever you make any changes into the columns of the table, it will not directly reflect into the TMG. For that, you will have to delete the TMG and regenerate it again. So are these points clear for everyone? And to delete the TMG, always open the table in change mode. Always open the table in change mode. Otherwise, their delete button will not appear. This is my delete button. Let's go back and see. I'll open the table in display mode. So now I'll go for utilities, table maintenance generator. See here, delete button is not there. Right? So this is all about creating our header table. And this is all about creating any table. You can now create any kind of table. In the next session, we will create our item and then we will see how to link, and then we will discuss the concept of views also. So for now, this is all for today. If there is any question, please ask. So we started with the introduction of SAP. Then we saw lots of things. Then we started our very first chapter, which was ABAP Dictionary. And in the ABAP Dictionary, we discussed that concept of tables. And we also created one of our header table, which I have named employee table, right? Then we saw how we can maintain the data into the table, and totally there are 4 ways to maintain the data in the table. First one will be your SE11, through which you create your table. You can directly go to SE11, open your table in change mode. You will go for utilities and then you can create entries there. Also, you can maintain the already existing data. There is then SE16 data browser, then SE16N, and after that you can also modify the table via your programs also, right? Then our most important one was SM30, which is table maintenance generator, because mostly what we see is we will never allow access of our SE11, SE16 and SE16N to end users or customers. So for that purpose, what we do is we create one table maintenance generator and then we give the access of SM30 to our users so that they can maintain the data into the table. This is the part which we learned in the previous session. Now we'll move on to our item data creation, item table creation, and then we will also link both of the tables. So item table creation. This will be our today's session. So item table creation. So this was the basic requirement that we have taken for creating our both header and item table. So for header tables, we have already created all these columns inside our table. Now for our item table, we have 3 columns: employee ID, project ID, and project name. So employee ID is the common key of both these tables, and we have already created the data element of our employee ID. So if I check my employee table that we have created, so there will be the data element that we have already created. Right, this was the data element, and this will be same because both these tables are going to be linked with each other via foreign key relationship. So for our item tables, employee ID has already ready. Now I'll go for project ID and project name. So I will create domain and corresponding data elements for them, right? So for project ID, we have got character 3, and for project name, we have got character 40. So I will again go to SE11, right? Here I will select my domain and I will give the name. So Z project ID 3, create. Again a short description. I will pass here one data type, so character, and then what is its length? 3. Okay, 3. Again save it. We will assign our package. What was the name of the package? Okay, let me check it. Display. What is the name of the package? Yeah, this one. Control Y, I will select it, Control C, and I will click on save and I will paste it. I will save it. Okay, then I will click on activate. So this domain is ready. Once the domain is ready, I can easily create my data element. So data type, data element is just a data type which we have also discussed in the previous session. So I will create here my data element, project ID, data element 3, data element, give a short description, paste your domain here, and go to field label and give a name for your user so that that column will be meaningful for our user also. Then again save, package and transport request, and we will activate it. Right, so this is ready now, and I will simply store it. This is, I'm going to store it. Then I will go for the next one. Next one will be my project name, and this project name will be of character 40. So same thing, we need to create again domain and data element, right? So I will go to SE11 again, domain. I'll give here a meaningful name, create. I'll give here short description. Here I will pass my data type and character length. Again save, activate. It is ready. So create your data element. Go back to data type. I will give here name for my project name. Go for creation, data element, short description, and paste your domain name here. Perfect. Pass the field label. So field label, and activate it. Once all the domain and data elements are ready for the table, then we can again move on for creation of table, right? So my item table, this will be my item table. I will go back to SE11 and I'm going to create my table now. The database table, this will become now project table, create, give here a meaningful name, so project table. Now again, this is very important, our delivery class, which we also discussed in the previous session while creation of our header employee table. There what we discussed that will be our mainly master and transaction data. Our table is mainly going to take care of these things. That's why I have taken this A. If your table is mainly focused on customizing and all other things, then we will select the other we will select the other delivery class here. Mostly in 99% of the cases, we only create the application table. I will select my application table here. Also, I want to allow my user to maintain data into the table. So display maintenance allowed. Then I will move to our field section. First column will be my client number as usual. So let's pass that. Second column. What is my second column? Second is my employee ID. So employee ID. And let's bring its data element. Where is it? This one. Copy and paste it. Then the second one is project ID. So project ID, its data element we have just created. I will copy it and I will paste here. So copy the name of the data element and paste it. Then the third one, name, right? Again, I will copy and paste it. So name, paste it. All these columns have been given inside the table now. Then now we need to mark the primary key. This is my next step. First step is always go for AC11, pass the table name, go for create button. You will come to delivery and maintenance, select your delivery class in data browser. Then go to field, pass your fields and their corresponding data elements. Data elements only consist of the data type and the field label, which will be visible to the end user for each and every columns of the table. After that, we need to pass the primary key. So what is the primary key? Primary key is my employee ID and project ID. We have also discussed that in case of item table, mostly we see that we have more than one primary key. The reason is so that we can simply store multiple records here, right? So I will simply mark these three as primary key here. And I will click on save, package and transport request. Once this is ready, we will move on to technical setting and we will select our data class. So again, master and pass the size category, right? Save it, go back and activate it. So my table is ready now. My both header and item table is ready now. Now, when we started the discussion of table, let me just show you again. Where is it? Table. Yeah. So what SAP has done, SAP has simply divided our tables into mainly two parts, header and item. Now, both of these two tables mainly represent the same data, but of different categories. So these two tables these two tables must be linked with each other. This is very, very important here, because if the tables are not linked with each other, and let's say if we have simply stored some data which is not present in header, so that can cause inconsistency. So what we are going to do here is an important note point. So our header and item tables must be linked with each other. Very, very important here. They must be linked with each other to avoid the inconsistency in the SAP system. To avoid the inconsistency in the SAP system, our header and item tables must be linked with each other. And how they are going to be linked? So we will link these two tables using the foreign key relationship. What is a foreign key? What is a foreign key? Any idea? Anyone? What is a foreign key?
It's a primary key which will be present in both tables that we want to link with.
A foreign key is a key which will be acting as a primary key in our secondary table, and this column must be present in both the tables for foreign key relationship. This is a mandatory stuff here for foreign
One
key.
doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, regarding the foreign key also, in the first table we create employee ID. In the second table, means the item table, we didn't create the employee ID again. It is just because it is a foreign key, because we already created it, right? Or
No.
what is
See,
the reason?
no. Just understand the situation here. When we create a table, what is our first thing that we need to understand? We need to create our domain and data element, right? So for this employee ID, we have already created our data element. If you check your employee table, this was a data element which we have already created. And since we want to connect both our tables based on the same column, so it is mandatory that they must have the same data element. It's okay?
Yeah. And one thing, first we create domain, then we create data element. I have seen that. Is it does this two process similar or it is different? Like when you want to create first data element, then if you give the name domain, then if you double click the domain name, then
you can go for
also
directly. You can directly go from there also. You can directly create it from here also.
yeah. It's not different, right?
See, SAP mainly follows the principle of double click. So it is not mandatory to go from SE11 separately and create that. You can directly just pass here and you can also create it from here. Double click on that and you can also create that. But since these things you all are learning for the first time, it is a good practice to create it separately. Over the period of time as a developer, it will become easy for you. Okay. So foreign key. Now there are certain prerequisites for foreign key relationship. Prerequisites for foreign key relationship. And what are the prerequisites? First is tables must have a common key. So our common key is employee ID, and based on that we are going to apply our foreign key relationship, right? What we are going to do here. So I will go to my item table, select your table, select your column, and you are going to directly go for here foreign keys. See here foreign keys, and in the check table you will have to pass your header table. So based on this header table, every time whenever you are going to store data in the item, the data will be checked in the header table that whether or not it is present there. So I will simply copy my table name and I will paste it here and click on create proposal. By default, you can see here SAP will automatically map the common columns of each table. See here, MANDT is by default column. So MANDT of our item table is equal to MANDT of my header table, and employee ID of my item table is equal to employee ID of my header table. So this is one thing. Then there is cardinality. What is cardinality? What is cardinality here? What is cardinality? Cardinality defines how many records will be there, or how many records can be stored in the item table for the corresponding records of the header table. This is what your cardinality mainly defines. So if you check here the cardinality that we have, just open it, F4. Two things are there. First is entry and in check must exist. So if you are going to item data, and let's say if you are storing some employee ID data, then this will must check that whether or not that data is present in the header table or not. If you are selecting this one, entry in check field can exist, so it is not mandatory. So I will make it must. And then I will go for the item one. So this will, for header I am going to store 1 records, and for each record how many records we can store in item, this will be selected in this cardinality part. You see here 4 options are there. So each check table has any number of dependent records. Each check table has maximum 1 dependent record. So if you only want at maximum 1 records in the item, you can select this one. If you want multiple records for each one, you can select this one. It's totally up to you. What is the requirement of the customer, you are accordingly going to select here. I will select here N. So for each record in the header, we are going to simply store multiple records in the item, and I will copy. So foreign key has applied. Let's click on activate. Our table is ready. Now I will generate my TMG. So utilities table maintenance generator. Again n%nc, pass the table name in the function group. Select one step, find a screen number, and go for create button. Your TMG will be generated. This is your TMG is ready, right? Now once the TMG is ready, we will go for storing the records. So /n sn30. Okay, let's see the records of our employee table first. What are the records that we have stored already? Accordingly, we will store in the item table. Display. Okay, up to 101 to 105 we have stored. Now I'll go for item, edit. And let's see the beauty of our foreign key relationship. What if I'm going to store here 106, which is not there in the header, I will press enter. See here. Entry 106 does not exist in the check table employee table 3. And since it do not exist in the header table, you cannot store in the item. This is why it is mandatory, because both of these tables belong to one single entity, which is your employee. So the inconsistency cannot be there in the SAP system. That is why we have applied this foreign key relationship. If the record is available in the header, only then we are going to store in the item, right? So refresh it. And now I will again store from 101 to 105. So 101, let's say I will pass some project ID 100 and Nestle project I'm working on. I will go for 10200. Let's say I'm working on Capgemini project. So multiple data we can store in the item. This is what we have given in the cardinality. Let's say data consultancy services 400. Some let's say Accenture company, and save it. See, there is no problem. We can store multiple records here easily. This is the beauty of item table. He can easily store multiple records. Some XYZ company, 100, ABC, 103, 100. Let's say again Nestle, 103, 200, TCS, right? Save it. So this is how we create our table. And if you have understand this concept, you can create any kind of table with any kind of requirement. Is there any question on tables creation and maintenance of data or foreign key relationship? Any question on that?
Yeah, can you please explain the cardinality again? Like we are storing multiple records with the help of cardinality with a single employee ID.
Wait a second. Display. Yeah, tell me now.
Yeah, with the help of cardinality, that part like 1:n that is there. Would you please mention, like elaborate again?
Yeah, just read this thing. What it is saying, each check table record has any number of dependent record, any number of dependent record. Then each record in the check table has at least one dependent record. So if you are going for any record, just see here, if you are going for any record in the item, it will make sure that you must have at least one dependent record in the header. But here what it is saying, each check table record has any number of dependent record. So it totally depends on the customer needs. I have selected this one because I personally prefer this, so that if I am going to store multiple records in the item, I will make sure that there must be one record in the header. If you only want only one record in the item for the corresponding each record, you can go for 1:1 cardinality. So here it's simply what this cardinality is specifying, how many records is going to be there in the header and corresponding how many records you are going to store in the item. This is the job of cardinality. Okay.
And there in the next step, you said like you put a employee ID and that gives an error, right?
Yeah,
Why the error came?
that's what I'm explaining now. If you check this header data, how many records? Oh, sorry, this is item. The header. Up to how many records are there in the header? This is different table. Employee table 3. How many records are there? Up to 101, from 101 to 105, right? So 106 is not there in the header now. So if I will try to store that data again, or let's say, where is my table name? What was the table name? Yeah. Let's say I'm going to store 107. I'm storing 100. TCS project. I press enter. But it is saying 107 do not exist, because 107 is not there in my employee table now. 107 is not there in my employee table. This is what the consistency is all about. Tell me one thing. If you have not joined any company, is it possible that a project will be allocated on your name?
No.
Definitely not possible. Now, if your employee ID is not created, so how can it be possible that there is no record in the header and there can be corresponding record in the item, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So to maintain the consistency, we applied the foreign key relationship. If foreign key was not there, I can store any number of records here. Nobody will stop me. Okay. I think this much is sufficient, right? Okay. So this is all about table creation. Any other question from anyone?
No.
Question from you, Rajat?
Yes, sir.
Any question from you?
No, sir. But basically, I just want to know that I have just asked about that what the functionality cardiology will perform in SAP ABAP and how it can be helpful for the developer.
Wait a second. The same thing I have just explained here. Now, it is what is cardinality. This thing you would have read it in your mathematics also.
Yeah,
If you
yeah,
have
yeah.
two sets,
Yes, sir.
if you, what cardinality specifies there, that is going to specify that the one record of one set is going to be linked with how many records of the another set. This is what
Okay.
cardinality is all about. So for our header and item table, what we are defining here, for each and every record in the header table, it will be linked with how many records in the item table. This is what cardinality is defining. Just okay.
Okay. Okay, sir.
All right, guys. So, okay, one question from my side. How many types of tables are there in SAP? Types of tables in SAP system. So, before SAP S/4HANA system, we had three types of tables. First one was your transparent table. Second one was your pool table and cluster table. Pool table and cluster table. But with launch of S/4HANA, SAP obsolete the wait a second. SAP told that pooled and cluster table will no longer be used, and only the transparent table will prevail. So if you go and check what kind of table we have created on our SAP system, just open the table that you have created, you will find out that it is just a transparent table. It is just a transparent table that we have created. So what is a transparent pool and cluster table? So what transparent table is explains here. But before that, one thing we need to understand, whenever we click on activate button, a corresponding runtime object is generated in SAP HANA database. So whatever thing that you have created, whatever thing you have created from SA11, that thing is later matched with the existing thing in the HANA DB. Whenever we go for activate button, a corresponding runtime object is generated, and what SAP says that runtime object must be matching with your SA11. If I want to just show you, let me just show it to you. So if I open the content here in my HANA database, which we will discuss later on, but today I just want to show you catalog, SAP HANA DB, my tables, and in the table section I will apply one filter here. This is my table that I have created today, project table. Let's copy it and search it here. See here. This is how it is created inside the HANA database. This is native HANA development. This is something we will discuss in the upcoming sessions when we will go for HANA part. See here. This is how it is generated. This is the runtime object which has been generated when I clicked on activate button inside my HDB HANA database. See here, you can go and check system and status. HDB HANA database. So, okay, that part is something complex. Today, I don't want you to focus on that. You just need to understand transparent pool and cluster. So what this transparent table say, in case of transparent table, there is always one-to-one relationship. A cardinality will be one-to-one relationship between the ABAP dictionary and the database. That is, one table in the ABAP dictionary only corresponds to only one table in the database. One table in the ABAP dictionary only corresponds to only one table in the database. That is what transparent table is going to say. So when we click on activate button, one runtime object is generated in the database. So one table on your SE11 that you have created must correspond to only one table. This is the concept of transparent table. But pool and cluster table concept were a lot different in case of ECC, and lots of problems were there. They were not that fast. What pool and cluster table say, in case of pooled and cluster table, this is only for knowledge purpose, because from in the today's market they are not getting created anymore, so it might be asked in the interview question. So what is a pool table? In case of pool table, there is n-to-1 relationship. Okay, relationship between the ABAP dictionary and the database. Same thing was also applied in case of cluster table. That there will be n-to-1 relationship between the ABAP dictionary and the database. Only a slight difference was there in between the pool and cluster. In case of pool table, so for pool tables, the primary foreign key relationship is not mandatory or required. It is not mandatory mainly. But for cluster tables, the primary foreign key relationship was mandatory. But a basic slight difference, and they were not that much effective. That is why SAP, when SAP launched its S4 HANA generation, 4th generation product, then at that time they decided to remove this product. So required. Only transparent tables from now on we are going to create till in the upcoming features, in the upcoming time also. Maybe if you talk about ABAP on cloud, the new model, there also we only create the transparent table. Pool and cluster table are obsolete. It is no longer used, but only for knowledge and only for interview purpose. Let's say if somebody is going to ask you this question, just tell them it is n-to-1 relationship here also, and the primary foreign key is not mandatory in pool, and in case of cluster it is mandatory. Okay. So this is all about the types of tables in SAP system. Okay, let's move on to the next topic, which is structures. Okay, who is going to explain this to me? Devrup, what is a structure?
I don't have a brief idea, clear idea about it.
Anyone? What is a structure?
Basically, sir, structure are that part that did not store any kind of data.
Do you think just telling that something which do not store any data is sufficient?
We can define like for that our purpose. It store on runtime data only, not for the long.
Structure stores runtime data. Where you learn that? It is a structure. It is a structure. Tell me one thing. Whenever you are going to create one house, you always design a structure, right?
Yeah,
On
yeah,
your
yeah.
laptop, it can be on your computer. But can you live on that house? Is that possible? Is
No,
that
no.
possible to store something? That is
No,
just
no.
a logical something, right?
Okay.
That is not a physical storage.
Okay, sir.
The structure is also a representation of that thing, but you cannot store anything there.
Okay, sure, sure.
You are a little bit confused between work area and structure, I
Okay.
believe. Okay. So structure is a collection of fields and columns. First thing, fields and columns. So similar to tables, it consists of fields or columns, but unlike tables, it cannot store any data. First thing, any data, not at runtime, neither at compile time. It cannot store any data. What it is, structure is just a logical representation of the table. It is not a physical entity. It is so unlike tables, it is not a physical entity. That is why it cannot store any data. It is just a logical entity. And a logical thing can never store any data, right? That is why it is a logical entity. First thing, okay? Now, if you remember where we created our data element, we went to our SE11. Here we selected our data type. And what we did here, we have given some name. Let's say I'm giving some name. And when I go for create button, we always see these three radio button: data element, structure, and table type. So what is a structure? Structure is just a data type. And a data type cannot store any data. Structure is just a data type. But what kind of data type it is? It is a complex data type. That is why it contains more than, it can contain multiple fields or columns. It can contain multiple fields or column. Are you all getting my point? What is the clear difference between a structure, table, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Since
So the physical representation of structure is called table.
physical storage,
Like it's logically, if we logically think a table, then we can represent it.
no.
That is called
See.
structure.
Here, if I am telling something physical, I am always talking about database, something which is existing in the database. Okay. So if we are going to store something into that particular entity or object, that becomes a physical storage. Table is my physical storage. It allows us to store any number of records that we are defining. Here, structure is just a data type. If you remember, our data element is a data type, but can we store any data on the data element? No, it is not possible, right? Data element just a data type. So same stuff is there. It is also a data type, but it is a complex data type. And when we will go for ABAP programming, there when we will discuss the concept of internal table and work areas, there you will understand why this structure is so important. Because using this complex data type, we will create our complex data objects. And using this data element, we will create our simple or elementary data objects. Okay.
Okay.
So since what I was writing, I forgot. Okay, so since structure is just a logical entity, so it will never have any primary key, because primary key, what is the job of primary key? So because primary key is only there to define the records uniquely, right? That is the job of a primary key. So if there are no records, this is completely meaningless to have a primary key in case of structure. Structure and tables are quite related. If when we will go for creation of this structure, you will find out that they look similar. Also, there will be no technical setting in case of structures. There will be no technical settings in case of the structures. That is also we are going to see that. So this is about the introduction of a structure. Now types of structure given by SAP. So types of structure in SAP system. Types of structure in SAP system. First one is your include structure. And second one will become your append structure. Include and append structure. What is include? It is a reusable structure. It is a reusable structure. Append is not a reusable. That is why it is append. It is used to append the table to add some columns at last. So append structure is not reusable. Append structure is not reusable. Then we can insert the include structure at any point in the table. Inside the table. It is a reusable structure which can be reused in tables, programs, process, function modules. It is everything, it can be reused. But this include it we can only insert this include structure at any point inside the table, but append structure can only be inserted at the last of the internal table. The English word append. Append is simply used to extend something. So this using append structure, we are going to extend our table and we are simply going to add some columns at the last. So two types of structure given by SAP system: include structure, append structure. Include is created globally from the SE11 transaction code directly, that is ABAP Dictionary. That is why it is available to use from anywhere in the SAP system. But if I talk about my append structure is created within the scope of the table. That is why it cannot be reused outside the table. Something which is created within the local scope of any program or table, it becomes limited to that particular program or table only. But if something is created globally outside the scope, let's say if I'm creating a global class, I can call it in any program. If I'm creating a local class, that local class becomes limited to that program or function module only. Only and only we can use at the same place. So let's see how we are going to create our structure. So I will go to my SAP system. I will select the data type and I will go for structure. Include. Go for create button. Structure. And here just see, this is similar to your table, but you can see here there is no technical setting here. There is no technical setting. So here I will pass my structure. Include structure. And you can add here as many columns as you want, you can simply pass it here. So I will simply add few columns from my standard table. I don't want to create new columns anymore. I'll just open any of the standard table. Let's say VBAK, and I will add something which is generic. Yeah, date, time, and user who has created the object. I will use these columns and their data elements. So ERDAT, and its data element is also ERDAT. Let's paste it. Creation date. Second one will be time. So I'll pass here time, and its corresponding data element will be time again. Then I will go for the next one, which is my username who has created it. So username and ER name. Okay, paste it. Let's activate it. So 3 columns here I have added, and you can add as many columns as is required. Nobody is going to stop you on that. Any number of columns that you want, you can similarly add here. So this structure is ready. Now what is the beauty of this structure? Why I have created that? Because this is a global structure. I can call it in the program, I can use it in the table, anywhere I can use it. But if I will manually create everything inside the table, then it will not be reusable. So reusability is the most important thing. If I'm creating anything, I should make it reusable, so that in the future, if there is something necessity of that, I can directly use that particular thing. So for the same reason, SAP has given this thing. So if you check, just go, if you check most of the table, you will find out, let's say I'm going for Mara table. Mara table. See here. All these blue things that you are seeing, all of them are inside this include structure. This is your structure, eMara. Double click on that. See here, this is your structure. How many columns are there inside this structure? 349 columns. So instead of storing everything directly inside this table, what SAP has done, SAP has simply created a structure, and which is using this particular thing here directly in the table, and they might be using it in lots of standard programs and BAPs also. So that is why structure is very, very important. They help us to increase the reusability of columns. Here I have created a structure. I want to use it in my table. So where should I use it? I will go for my employee table. I'll simply go for my employee table that I have created. I will open it in change mode. And here, let's say I want to add it before manager. So I will select the manager field. I will go for edit, include, insert, and I will pass the structure name here and go for OK. See here, automatic dot include will come, and in the data element you can see here this structure has been added. This structure has been added. Let's activate it. Let's activate it. Object activated. Now if you will come back and open it in the display mode, you will see the same stuff. Dot include, and the columns of this structure will appear here in blue color, in the same format that you see in case of your standard table. Where is my standard table? Yeah, see, in the same format. Now it is appearing here, right? So again, let's go and add some records for that. I'll go to SM30. I will open my table, edit. But here if I check my table, I don't see these columns. It will be there before manager. Why it is not appearing here? Anyone? Why
TMG.
this? Yeah,
TMG.
this is not appearing here because of this TMG. This screen was generated way before adding these columns, right? So these columns will not automatically appear here unless and until my TMG is regenerated. So we will go to TMG. I will delete my TMG and I will regenerate it. So one step, find a screen number and create it. Yeah, once it is ready, copy the table name. I will refresh this TMG, edit. Now you'll see all of them are coming. So let's add time, anytime. Sorry, date here first. So 14, any date. One, I'll give here a time also. Okay, let's pass the same time. I'll pass the time here also. And username someone XYZ, 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 XYZ. Save it. See, data saved. So this is how we can simply use. Now this structure has become reusable. I can add it in any other table also. Let's say I want to add it in my item table. So I'll go to my S11. I will open my item table, change mode. Let's say before project name I want to add. So edit. Or what you can do is you can simply use this insert row also, and you can directly write here dot include, and you can simply paste your structure here. This is also same thing. Activate it. See, object saved and activated. Utilities and table maintenance generator. Regenerate it, delete, create, propose a screen and create. I'll simply copy these records. That will see. Not everything. I just made this. And I'll go to SM30 for this. Edit. Okay, lots of the things are here. And then for time, so and some username XYZ. So one structure and it became reusable. It became reusable at multiple places, used inside my employee table also, and used inside my item table also, right? Any question here on the structures?
Not question, Amrit, just an curiosity. Can we delete the structure after creating? If we add it in a table and then can we delete it if the
Yeah,
requirement changes?
that is the most important thing now. Let's see what deleting the structure. Okay, tell me one thing. Just before directly going for that part, there is one question from my side. Okay, I created a data element. Get data element. I used it inside the table. Okay, inside the table. Now you are saying me I want to delete that data element. What will happen? Just tell me. Think on this. What will happen?
Data consistency might take place because we have already added data
No,
and
no, no,
then
no,
we are
no.
deleting.
It's not about data inconsistency. You created a database object, right? All of these
Yeah.
things are database objects. You created a database object. You activated it.
Mm-hmm.
It activated it. A corresponding runtime object has been generated inside the DB. First thing, yeah, what is this problem? Generated corresponding runtime object has been generated inside the DB. Then what you did? Then you used all these this object into other data objects, all into other database objects, right? All these other database objects became dependent, right,
Mm-hmm.
on that. So if we will delete it, how system will react on that? So let's see that. This is your structure. Click on delete button.
It is still being used.
So first you will have to remove that from those tables, then you can delete it.
Okay.
SAP. So one important guidance and request from my side for all of you, never ever delete anything from the SAP system. But this is for your future also. Never ever delete anything from the SAP system. We might don't know where it can. We might don't know how much dependency it can have. Okay.
Yeah.
In my one of the last training, by mistake I deleted one table, and lots of problem I started facing. So that I had to end that session to resolve that problem. Okay. Because in the 1 hour
So,
session, yeah, tell me.
so in the project requirement, there might be a requirement that Rahul actually mentioned about it. Like, if in the project there we require to delete something, we require to remove something after creating the structure or any data element or data type, then what we have to do?
You are asking about deleting.
Yeah, in
Huh.
requirement we might require to
It can
remove something.
happen. Yeah, it can happen. So at that time, what you will do first, you will check its dependency. So this is structure. Just I will go for this where used list. Okay. You can see lots of things are there where it can be used. So at this moment I have just used it in case of my table. So I will just select the table section where it is database table. I'll go for OK. In these two tables it is being used, right? I will go into these tables and I will first remove this structure from these two tables. I will activate these tables. I will make these tables first consistent. Then I can go back and delete that part. Okay. So never ever directly go for delete thing. One important thing you need to understand, whenever you are going for activate button, a object is getting generated in the database. So after some time, if you are making in the changes in the table at the same time, whenever you will go for activate, SAP will just try to understand that why this simple C11 structure or database object is different from that one which is there stored in case of database, right? So you need to practice these things again and again, lots of time. That is why SAP, anyone will suggest you to delete anything. Never ever delete anything. You understand what will happen if I delete this Mara table? Are you getting my
Yeah.
point? Never ever delete anything here. All these standard things are very crucial as a ABAP developer, because you will have the access of everything of your system. So you will have to become responsible. As a functional one, nobody is going to question that because they don't have the idea what is these things. But when you become a technical consultant, your responsibility increases 100 times. You are expected to handle lots of things. Okay. All right, guys.
Is it possible, Amari, to hide instead of deleting, to hide the field?
Hide the fields?
Yes.
Don't get that. You want to remove some fields from the table?
Yes. For example, the business request asked me to
Remove the
delete the
columns.
salary. I don't delete it. For example, salary. Just I want to hide it because it was already created, and I don't want to
One
delete it.
thing. Yeah, I got that. But see,
Mhm.
one thing is there. Here is either the column will be there in the table or it will not be there in the table. Either the column will be there in the table or it will not be there in the table. Let's say you want to remove this. Okay, just remove this. There is no problem. I have removed this structure. All these three columns have been removed. I will activate it. Let's see. Yeah, it has been removed. All those ERDAT, ERZET and ERNUM that I have just stored. I have simply removed this from the table. Now if you will go and check the dependency of these three data structure that we have created. Structure, data type, your dependency. I'll go for table, database table. Okay. See, only one table now, right?
So
Yes.
if the requirement changes, we can simply remove it and we can create another include structure.
Simply you can create that. Why you
Got it.
can? Yes. This columns of Mara table, this matter, even if I talk about this primary key material number, it is being used at least 100 times in different structures, even for the standard ones. As a custom, we can also use multiple times. Nobody is going to stop that. But even in standard times, SAP is also being used this thing lots and lots of times.
Amrit, can we use SAP standard include in our table? For example, eMara.
Definitely,
We can
definitely.
okay.
But why you want to use eMara?
Just for
I
trying.
will never have use of this 349 columns.
No, the smaller one. Just for example, I mentioned eMara.
Definitely.
Something smaller of two,
Okay,
three fields.
let me just show some of the BAPIs and let me just show only for reference purpose. So if I'm using this BAPI for material, save data. Yeah. If you go and check its types, yeah, see here, this consists of only 20 columns. You use that. Definitely you can use that.
Got it. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now it is of 153. So if you check this BAPI head data, here see material is there. So first you need to practice it according to the custom requirements. Just create custom requirements as you like. Then go for standard things because all of them are German namespaces. It will not be easy for us to understand them. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So this is structures. All right. Now I'll move to views concept. Here. Okay, what is the generic definition of a view? This is just an English word, right? What is the meaning of view? What do you understand about a view? Not technically, but as an English word, if somebody is asking you what is a view, what do you understand about view? How you all are going to explain that?
Maybe I'm watching something and my eyes can focus on certain parts of the view only.
Yes, same stuff is there technically also. A view is just a virtual table. That simply means a view do not have any data of its own. What it does, it brings the data from the table. Brings the data from the table. Now the question here is, why do I need a view? Why do I need a view? If I can see data from my table from SM30, SE11, SE16 and SE16, and why do I need a view? So before understanding this question, I will again ask one more question. Can I see the data of multiple tables together? Tell me. Whatever things that we have learned till now, is it possible for me to see the data of multiple tables together?
No.
Definitely it is not possible. For each time you will have to go to SE11 or SM30 and open the table, then I can see its content. That's why what views suggest, using views, not only we can see the data of the multiple tables together, but also we can maintain or manipulate data of multiple tables. This is also allowed by view. So SAP has given us lots of views. I'm only talking about data dictionary. CDS view is completely different stuff. It is a different technology. So for our types of DDIC view, I'll write here types of data dictionary view. Types of data dictionary view given by SAP. So first one will be your database view, projection view, maintenance view, and help view. Maintenance view and help view. Database view. What is this database is going to explain. Database view is the collection of one or more tables. It is a collection of one or more tables. And but there is one prerequisite. If we are using multiple tables together, the tables must be related to each other via foreign keys. This is a prerequisite. Database view is only used with the content of the table. Database view is only used to see the content of the table. Okay. Now if I talk about projection view, tell me how many of you remember projectile motion of your standard 11th class?
Yeah.
What is the meaning of projectile? A part. Tell me, what is the meaning of projectile? If
To
you are
throw a
throwing,
certain component within a particular angle so that it can cover more distance.
no, that's not yeah, you were right. But if you are throwing a ball in the air, right, that ball will have components in both the upward and downward direction. So some of its projection will be in the upward and some of its projection will be in the downward direction, right? So same stuff is related here also. What projection is saying? Projection is a part of the table, not a part of the table, but it projection view discuss about a part of the table that sometime let's say I don't want to see all the columns of the table. It can be definitely possible, right? Sometimes I do not want to see all the columns of the table. In that situation, you can go for projection view. For the projection view, and there we will only be able to see our required columns. Whatever columns we are required, there we can select that and we will be able to see its content. That is why it is projection. Then we have maintenance view. So here the name itself is explaining everything. Maintenance view is used to maintain one or multiple tables together. But the prerequisite is first, tables must be related to each other. Second is, if you are using multiple tables, there cannot be more than one records in the item for each record in the header. This is a prerequisite. Otherwise, you will get relationship with unsuitable cardinality error. This is what you are going to see there on the screen also. I am directly writing it here. The item table cannot have more than one records for each record in the header. So if I have 101 employee ID in the header, I can have only one at most record in the item for 101. If I have 102 record in the header, I can have only one at most record in the item for 102 also. This is what maintenance view prerequisite is all about. If this prerequisite has been satisfied, then and only then you can use multiple tables together. Otherwise, you will have to only use a single table for maintenance view. At last, we have this help view. Help view is used or provides help. Provides help. I mean, if you remember search helps, what is a search help?
F for help.
F for help. What do you understand about F for help?
Whenever we want to see what all options we can put up in the box, that time we can use F4 or the small square besides it.
Right. So F4 helps provides us the content of that particular field, right? It helps us to see the content of that particular field so that we can use the required data that we want there. This help view will act as a data source for the search helps. We cannot see the content of the search help of the help view directly. However, we can use them in case of the search helps. There we can see the content. There we can see the contents. Is it clear? Oh, right. So there is one important note in case of this help view also for multiple tables. Multiple tables. It also follows the same principle as is followed in case of this maintenance view. Tables must be related to each other. An item cannot contain more than one record for each header data. Otherwise, you will get the same error. Let me just show you. Okay. I will use one of my table here to create that part. Whether it is there or not. Okay. All right. Okay, let's use standard tables in this situation. Let's see whether this table has some data or not. Yeah, it has lots of records. I will go to view here and I will pass first view name. So let's create first database view. Database, create. See here, how many types of view can you see on the screen? All these four: database, projection, maintenance, and help. I'll go for database view. Access key, what are you asking for access key? This server. Okay, no problem. Remove this. Let's go to another server. There is some problem here.
Can I give mine one?
No, it's okay. Actually, whatever server I'm using, in that part there is some issue in case of views. That's why I try to use some other server, but there it is asking for access key. Okay, let's try it. The view database 1 to database view, create button, database view. Here I will use the short description, database view. Now in this part you will pass your table name. So I will pass my employee table. What is the table that we have created? This is the table, EMP table 3. I will pass it here and click on relationship. See here, is it automatically displaying our item or project table? Right? Dependent tables. So if you only want to select one table, you can directly go for this table, or if you want multiple tables, let's say I only want for one table at this moment, so I have given this table name. I will go for my view fields, and here I will click on table fields and select the required fields from my employee table. So let's say manager, salary, currency, and copy. Okay, I will save it. I'll pass my package, I'll pass the request, and I'll activate it. No error, only warnings. Then I will go for content and I'll go for execute. See, is it displaying all the records from my employee table? right? It is displaying all the records. I can use this database view directly in case of program as a data source. I can write select queries over that one also. That part we will see in case of programming. So this is if I only want one view, one table. What if I want multiple tables? So I'll go for this relationship. I will select this dependent table and I'll go for copy button. Whenever I will apply the relationship, automatically this join condition will be applied, and you can see on what column it has been applied. Only the common keys. Employee ID of employee table is equal to employee ID of project table, and MANDT is by default equal. So that part, and go for view fields, table field, and select the field of the item. So I will select project ID, ERDAT, ESJDT, ERNUM, and project name. Copy. Activate. No error, only warning. And go for content. Execute. Now just see here. Are we able to see all the records of both the tables together? Right?
Yeah.
This is the database view here. This is the database view. This is the database view. But if I go now for projection, projection is only for one table. Projection is only for one table. So create projection. Here you will find out there is no option of passing multiple table. Only one basis table is there. Only one table you can ask. So projection view. Here I will pass my table name. So what is the table name? Again, let's copy the table and paste it here. That is the problem with this system. This projection view I cannot create. Okay, let me open any other server. Let's open this. Yes, 11 Z view projection. Create projection view. Yeah, view. I will pass, let's say, one of the standard table. See, now you can select any number of fields. How many fields are there? VBAK. Can you see how many fields? All these fields. This is standard table, na? Sales order header table. We can select any number of fields here. So that's what was my assumption for this projection view. What I explained here, that if I only want to see particular columns, I don't want to see all the columns from my table. So why do I go for SE11 or SE16? I can create one projection view for me, right? So in that situation, what we can do, where is it? Yeah, this one. I can select, let's say I only want VBLN and ERDAT. So two columns I have selected. I'll go for copy and I will activate them. Let's say one package should be there. It's not there. Okay, local object. Yeah, no error. Now let's go for content. Go for execute. See, only two columns, right? Is it clear?
Yeah.
Projection view. Now the third is your
Sir,
maintenance.
I have one query.
Yeah.
Sir, for what purpose or at what time of the user requirement or the client specific requirement, from where we can use mostly for the projection view?
For what purpose?
Yes, but basically, uh, at what type of requirement or what type of any type user interaction. मतलब basically, I just want to know कब हम projection view को ज़्यादा use कर सकते हैं client की कोई specific requirement के हिसाब से.
No. Just you need to understand the situation. I got your point, what you want.
Yeah.
But see, SAP has given lots of ways. If I talk about table, why do they have given AC11? If I can create a simple table directly on HANA database, if I can create a normal way of table via programming also. They have given this thing for user specific purpose. They have
Yes.
simply said that there are millions of ways of doing the same thing. It's totally up to you which thing you want to go for. Okay.
Okay.
So sometime it can be possible that I want to apply a select star query.
Yes, sir.
Select star query, right? Star
Yes.
will simply return all the columns of that particular table.
Yes,
But
sir.
what if I don't have the requirement of all the columns? What if I only want these two columns only, VBELN and ERDAT? Then I can apply select star on this projection view, right?
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it's just a way of seeing how you want to use that.
So basically, if we can create, suppose for example, we can create a 5 fields of projection.
Hmm.
At that table, we can use in our while making a report also.
Yes, yes. This is a data source, na. You can use it in the report also, definitely.
Okay, 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 okay. मतलब it's basically a plus advantage point. Then we can use at most particular fields for in a report.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Okay,
Okay, okay, sure.
clear?
Yes, sir.
Then we have this maintenance view. Now just see what is going to happen if we will use this maintenance view where we have more than one record. Let's see that. I'll create one maintenance view. I'll go for create maintenance view. I will pass here a short description, maintenance view. Again, I am passing this standard VBAK table. I clicked on relationship. Now just see lots of things. How many table it has been related? Can you see how standard tables are related? How they are related with each other? Can you see this table? How they are related with each other? That's why I said if you open any standard table, you cannot imagine. It might be used at most more than million times also. It can be possible that maybe it is being used more than a million times. But now just scroll it down. Scroll it down. Can you see this section? Relationship with unsuitable cardinality. So all these things are unsuitable. They are not perfectly related with each other. This is being used lots of time. Okay, let's open our original server again. There, let's see our employee and item table that we have just created. And let's see what is the problem with that part. S11 view, Z maintenance, 3 create maintenance view, sort description, maintenance view. I'll pass here my employee table and click on relationship. Just read this sentence. What is the thing that I have written here?
Same thing.
Right? So if your item, why it is showing this error? Because my item table has more than one records, right? So if you want multiple tables, you will have to create those tables which are related with each other, but the item do not have more than one records. At this time, I can only use one table. So I'll go for this, my employee table only. I'll select its fields, department, manager, salary, currency, and I will activate it. Package, my request, activate. Now one important thing before this view, we cannot create TMG for the database view and projection view. Why? It is because they are only used to see the content of the table. But But since the maintenance view is used to maintain the data of the table, we'll have to create the TMG for the maintenance view. If you will go to projection and database view, there you will find that this TMG option has been disabled. Just go and check. SE11, our database view that we have created, change mode, utilities. Can you see this TMG? Is it disabled? Right? It has been disabled because it is meaningless for this database view. But for my maintenance, it is mandatory. Utilities, table maintenance generator, I will create here. I will pass my table name. How many of you have noticed whenever we go for our SM30, whenever we go for our SM30, at that time that there is a view option also there? Have you ever noticed that? This view option is only for the maintenance view. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'll create this maintenance view TMG. Now I will go to my SM30 and I'll pass it here. Maintenance, edit it. Okay, this is something other screen. I'll go from here. Okay. Where is my maintenance view? Yeah, this one. So many screens I have open on this system. I'm getting confused. Edit. Yeah, see? Is this the same thing of my table? Right? But what is the name here? Maintenance view. Here you can maintain the records in the same format. Go for delete, go for new entries. Everything will be saved in the table. That is why this is maintenance view. All right? Okay.
Yep.
At last, we have our help view. So Z help underscore view, create. Okay, it is already there. So 3, create help view. I will pass here a help view name. And if you remember, for the help view, I have again written the same stuff for multiple tables. So if I will talk about my employee table and I will go for relationship, I'll get the same error, relationship with unsuitable cardinality. But at this moment, I can use a single table. So I will go for this view fields and I will select the fields whatever I want. Department, manager, let's say all the salary and currency, copy. I'll go for activation. I will save the package and transport request. Can you see this content tab? Is it disabled or not? Is it disabled or not? It is disabled, right? I cannot do anything. If I'll try to click on it, nothing will happen. This is the same stuff. We cannot see the content of the help view directly. Why? The content tab is disabled, right? In case of the help view. Content tab is disabled in case of our help view. Any question on these views? Anyone? All of you? Rajat, Devrup, Rahul?
No.
Omar?
No. But
Yeah.
these 4 view I can understand, but previously you have mentioned one other view. How that is different from these views?
No. CDS is completely different stuff. That is
Okay, that is
a different programming paradigm. That is a different technology. That is not only a view. We will discuss that part maybe 30 hours later. Okay. That is that comes under ABAP on HANA. You are learning at this moment AC11. This thing was introduced like 30 and 40 years ago. Okay. This AC11
Okay,
data
that
dictionary,
is
very
not
old
included
concept.
in view. Its name is view, but that is completely
No,
different.
that name view was generated because when we create a CDS view, a corresponding DDIC view is also generated. So that part we will discuss in detail. At this moment, first focus on
Okay.
core ABAP programming. Okay. So how was the today's session? Any question on that? This is all for today. So in the previous session, we saw elements table. We created our item table. Then we used the foreign key relationship. Yeah, then we use the foreign key relationship. Then we discuss the types of table given by SAP. We also saw structures and views, and we also implemented the views. Now we will continue our training and we will see the topic indexes. So what is an index? Again, another English word. What is an index? Yeah.
In layman terms, I'll tell you. We have an index in book also. It tells on what page
Yeah,
what content is there. So maybe something like that.
definitely. This is the generic answer for this. So an index is there to specify the exact location of our object. Can I say this? What will be the benefit
Yes,
of
sir.
this index, right? So normally in any book, whatever you said, in any book we see the first page is always index, and on the index it has been specified that on which page that particular topic is written, right? So the same purpose is here also. What will be the job of an index? An index is created to give a high performance. It is created to give a high performance. So what you see, whenever you will have an index in SAP system, and if you are writing any queries based on that index, definitely the performance will be high. The performance will be high. So what here? Hello.
Yeah.
Wait a second. I think there is some problem with the internet. Hello. Is it okay now?
Hello.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So an index is created to give the high performance, and if you are writing any query based on the index, by default the performance will be high. The question is why the performance will be high. So what SAP does, when an index is created in the SAP system, index stores the data in the sorted order. Index stores the data in the sorted order. So if there will be no index in the SAP system, then the compiler will have to go to each and every record one by one and find our required object. This will definitely be a time-taking process, which we do not want. Our purpose is we must get the result as soon as possible. That is why this index came into the picture. Now, when we will create a index, we'll create a index in SAP. It will be of 3 character long. That index will be of 3 character long. So this is the concept of indexes. Let's see how many types of indexes are there and how we can create that. So types of indexes in SAP.
Is it is the index function is same like that we are used in normal programming languages? Is it functions like the same?
Where you have used the concept of index in programming language? Tell me.
Yeah, like a sequence of like whenever we write a sequence of character or string, the index 0, 1, 2, 3, this type of, so that each and every character of the string
No, no,
will
no, no,
be
no. That index
recorded.
word is completely different. That is completely different. That is the position of your each character or position of each element in the array, right? But here the
Yeah,
index
any data
word
structure.
is, yeah, that is completely different word. You can relate them if you want. You can relate them to understand it easily. That's why I related with a general book, right? Okay. So there are 2 types of indexes in SAP system. First one will be your primary index and second one will be your secondary index. Primary index and secondary index. What is a primary index? Primary key will by default act as the primary index. That is, when we will mark a column as primary key of the table, SAP will by default generate a corresponding primary index for that. So whenever we will mark a column as primary key of the table, SAP will by default generate a corresponding primary index for that, right? So by default a corresponding primary key index will be generated for that. That is, if we are writing any query or any query based on the primary key, performance will be high. So if I check my table that I have created, if I open my SAP system, I open my SAP logon, one message. Rahul, the notes has already been shared. The entire notes for the first chapter has already been shared. Please check that, okay?
Okay.
So secondary index. So if I check my table that we have created here, employee table 3, what you will see is only one primary key is there, employee ID. So if I will write query based on that, it will return me the data very fast and the performance will be high. But what if my client want to write logic based on this employee name, department or manager or salary or currency? So what you see for the secondary indexes, based on the client requirement, we create our secondary indexes based on the client requirement, because it can be possible that my client want to fetch data based on non-primary keys. So in that situation we will have to create the secondary indexes. These all things that we are learning at this moment, all these things are old approach. Most of the things has been already obsolete. But it is important for us. Over the period of time, slowly we will realize that which things is important and which is not. But since all these things are part of SAP system, it is important for us to understand them. And then we will understand why we are not going to use them anymore. Okay. So this is secondary indexes. It can be possible that my client wants to fetch data based on the non-primary keys. So in that situation, SAP told us to create the secondary indexes. So for example, let's say I want to create my secondary index based on this employee name and department. Okay, so I will create my index. How we are going to create our index? For that purpose, you will open your table in change mode. There you can see there is a separate tab which is index. Click on that index. And at this moment, we can see there is no secondary index which has been created. So I will go for create and I will go for create index. Here you can see by default we can only pass a 3-character name for our index, right? So I will give here an index for my employee table EMP and I will go for OK button. This is your index section. Here your index is generated. So I will pass here a short description, secondary index. At this moment, if you check the status of the index, the system is by default saying that index does not exist in our database system HDB. At this moment, index is not there, right? Because it is not yet activated. So if I will go for activate button, oh sorry, I have not selected the fields. I will go for table field. I will select the fields that I want in the index, employee name and department, and I will go for copy button. So these fields have been added, you can see here. So yeah, see these fields have been added. If you want, you can add more fields also. Now I will save it and I will go for activate button. As soon as I will go for activate button, I will get this another status message. Index, table name, tilde operator EMP exists in database system HDB. HDB is my HANA database. So if you want, you can go and check this system and status. You will find out that the name of the database system is HDB, which is your HANA database system, right? So this is how a index is created. Now what is the disadvantage of an index? I saw the advantage that it will increase the performance, but what is the disadvantage? Disadvantage of an index. What are the disadvantages of an index? What we see is when we activate our index, it is showing us a status message that index exists on the database system. It simply means it will occupy some space on the database layer. This is a slight disadvantage of an index. It will take some space on the database layer. And how index is stored on the database layer? It is stored like this format: table, tilde operator, and index name. This is how it is stored: table, tilde operator, and the index name. This is your secondary index. This is how it is created, and this is how it will be stored on your table. On your database. So by default, primary key will act as a primary index. We don't need to create any primary index. We just need to mark the primary key. System will by default generate the primary index for us. And if I talk about the secondary indexes, based on the client requirement, we are going to generate our secondary indexes. There is one disadvantage, that when we will go for activation of the index, it will occupy some space on the database layer. Is this concept clear here?
What is the how we can define the field operator?
Field operator?
Yeah, you say table, field operator, and index name. So the field
No,
operator
not
is
field operator. It is tilde operator. This one. If you check the key which is just below of your ESC, you will find out there is a tilde operator on your keyboard.
Okay, that I know. I thought it as it's field operator. That's all.
Oh, no. Please focus on the session. Okay. All right. Next is search help. Yeah, what is search help, guys? You all know that? Again, same question. Yeah, that part we saw also. It was introduced yesterday also.
Just, Amrit.
Yeah.
Sorry, regarding the index, I want to understand how what is the value and the high performance of the index in the program. What does it mean?
No. Yeah. Just to understand the situation. Okay. Let me just open the notepad for that. So let's say I have few numbers. One is 1, 2, 3, which is in ascending order, or you can say sorted order, to 9 and 10. Then the another range is 3, 1, 4, 6, 5, 2, 9, 8, 10, then 7. Now, if I want to find out, let's say 2, which will be the most easier way for us, because I know its location? Definitely the first one, right? Why it will be first one? Because here the data is sorted. And we can easily apply the concept of binary search, or also the linear search performance will be high in this case also, because we know its location, right? But if you check the second one, in case of unsorted, we don't know its location. So we will have to check each and every element again and again. The cost and for this operation will definitely be high, right? Same approach is there for your index. What index does is it stores the data in the sorted order. Okay. Now you understand why the performance will be high. Is it clear now?
You mean that the system will fastly?
Yeah, it has been defined. Yeah, SAP has defined the system in the same format. If you are creating an index, the data will be stored inside the database based on that index only in the sorted order.
Okay, and in which case we will try to use the index, for example?
In which case? Okay, just understand the situation again. I have 100 million records in the table. Okay, 100 million records. Okay, let's say this is my employee table, and inside this table I have 100 million records. And what my customer wants that I have to fetch data. Where it is? I have to fetch data based on this manager. So which will be the good approach, without index or with index? If I have to fetch data for 100 million records, which will be the good approach? Just tell me by yourself.
With index.
Definitely with index, because it will be relatively easier for us to find out the records one by one. It will not take that much time. This is only for efficiency and performance, nothing else.
Okay.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, but in my head it's like a search mode. I search with the manager, the tables. No.
Yeah, so in that situation, we will have to generate an index because it is a non-primary key. If it is a primary key, then we don't need to create any index. Primary index will be generated automatically.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. So, yeah. So search help is also known as F4 help, is also known as F4 help or value help. And what is the use of this one? Search help is used to display the various possible values for any input field. For most of the standard fields, SAP has already created search helps. But for custom fields, we will have to create our own search helps. The best way to understand this, let's say this is my employee table, and if I go for its content tab, I will not see any search help here. I cannot see any search help here. But if I go for my standard table, let's say VBAK, let's go and check my sales order header table, VBAK. I'll go for its content. Here I can see it is showing us a F4 help, and if I'll press F4 help, it will bring the data from the table, right? It will bring the data from the table. It has got some records, right? It has got some records inside this table. So I want to create my F4 help here. I also want to create my F4 help here. How we will create that? So before that, we need to understand the type of search help. Type of search helps in SAP system. There are two types of search helps. First one will be your elementary search help, and second one will be your collective search helps. Elementary and collective search help. What is the elementary search help? Elementary in nature, that is single. So single search helps are called elementary search helps. That is why they are elementary. Whenever we will create a single search help, it will be called as elementary search help. And combination of multiple elementary search help together is known as collective search help. Based on the requirement we are going to create them. Let's go for our elementary search help, and I will create my elementary search help for this particular field. So what I will do, I will go to SE11. I'll go to SE11 here, and in the SE11 I will select this search help radio button, and I will pass my search help name. So Z first search help, or let's say I will make it employee search help, it will be more better. Employee search help 1. I will go for create. Can you see here two types of search help are there, elementary and collective. I will go for elementary. Okay, elementary search help. Then here we have this data collection method. Data collection section. This data collection section is there to define what will be the data source of our search help, from where our data is going to come inside our search help. So here in the selection method, if you go and press F4, you will find out three things are there. First is your database table. So database table, you can pass the table name directly. Second is your view. So here you can pass your help view also, which we have seen in the previous session. And the third one will be your CDS entities. Very, very important for the today's market, which we will discuss that in our HANA section. So for now, I will go for my table and I will pass my table section. So I'll go back and I'll copy my table name and I'll paste it here. Then we have this dialog behavior. So what dialog behavior is saying that three options are there, whether you want to display your F4 values immediately. For example, let's go and check here. If I'm going for this table, if I'm pressing F4, it is displaying me the data immediately. Right? How I can find that? I will go for this select search help. You can see there is one search help F4 VBAK. If I go inside this F4 VBAK, you can see here display values immediately has been selected, right? Display values immediately has been selected. So same stuff is there. If you will select here, if you will pass here display values immediately, values will be displayed immediately. But if you will pass here dialog with value restriction, it simply means that SAP will give another screen to filter out the values. For example, let me just go to any standard field. There it will be easier. For example, data type, I'll press here F4. Can you see another option is there for choosing us the values, right? So it's totally depends whether we want to apply a filter before showing the values or if you want to directly display the values. Third one is dialog depends on set of values. So this is the combination of both this display value immediately and dialog with value restriction. If the table will have less than 100 records, it will act as a display value immediately, and if the table will have more than 100 records, it will become the dialog with value restriction. One by one we will see them. So I will go for value immediately and I will scroll down. Then this is your search help parameter. So here you define what are the fields that you want to see in case of your search help. So press F4. It will bring the columns of your table. You can select any of these columns. So I will select employee ID, then I will select employee name. Both these two columns I want to display in search help. I will mark these checkboxes, importing, exporting here. List position 1. We will discuss this within 10 minutes. List position and screen position 2. And I will simply activate it. Package, transport request, my request, and I will activate it. It is ready. So this search help is ready. Now I will copy it and I will go back to my table. This is my employee table. I will open it in change mode. Select the column on which you want to apply. Go for search help. I will pass your search help name here. Go for OK. By default, the search help parameter is coming. These are the two parameters which we have just selected, employee ID and name. Go for copy button and let's activate it. Let's activate it. There is no error, only warning. So let's go to content tab and see Can you see here F4 option is coming now? The F4 option is coming now. And if I will click on this F4 button, I will get all the records from my table for these two columns, search help parameter, employee ID and name. So this is simply displaying me the records on an immediate basis. But what will happen if I will select here another value, which is value restriction? Let's activate this. I will go back and I will press F4. Can you see a restriction screen is coming now, right? The restriction screen is coming. And here, if you want, you can filter out the data. And if you will not pass any value, all the data will come. All the data will come. If you want to filter out, you can pass any value directly here. Let's say 101. Go for OK button. See, only 101 is coming. Only 101 is coming, right? Then here, if you check these two important columns here, list position and screen position. So this list position is where your value is actually displayed, and screen position is the position of your columns for your filter screen. This is your filter screen. Here, if you check the position of your column, employee ID is at first position and employee name is at second position. And if you check the definition that we have given, the same stuff, employee ID at first and employee name at second. If I change its positions, let's say I'm making it 2 and I'm making it 1, and I will activate it. I'll go back and I'll press F4. See, employee name is coming at second position and employee ID is coming at first position. So the position is defined in case of our screen position here. You can define any of them. It's totally up to you. Then this list position is where your value is actually displayed. So after that, if you go for OK button, you will find out employee ID and name. So first position is for your employee ID. The same thing you have given here, list position, employee ID at first position and employee name at second position. If you want, again here you can change it. Let's see that. Activate. I'll go back. I'll go for F4. This is now okay. And second one, you can see employee name at first and employee ID at second. List position and screen position. This is the importance of these two things. Accordingly, you can have multiple parameters here. This is your elementary search help. This is how you can simply define your elementary search help here, and you can simply use it in your table or in any other position. For example, if I want to use this search help in my, let's say, program, I can also use that. So just to show you a showcase, I will go and create a local program. I will explain everything in the upcoming session for this programming stuff. Just I want to show you how we use a search help in our local program. Program object. So I will create one field, parameters, let's say P employee ID, type my data element of the table. Where is my table? Yeah, this one. Data element. And here you are required to use a keyword, match code object and your search help name. So just copy your search help, this one, copy that and paste it. By default, you will be able to use this in the program also. See, F4 option is coming here also. And the same restriction is screen is coming because we have made this as a restriction. Let's change that part. I will make it display value immediately. Activate. And I will go here and check. Now it is displaying me the data. So this is how we create our search help using our tables, right? Now I will use my view that we have seen in the previous session, our help view. This is the help view we created, and we were not able to see its content, right? We were not able to see its content. Now I want to use this help view. So I'll copy this help view name And I will go for my search help. I will create another search help, another elementary search help. Go for create elementary search help, search help for view, for help view. I will pass here my view name, display value immediately. Then I will select the parameters. Well, let's select multiple parameters here. Employee ID. I will go for name. Then I will select another parameter here. So third one, department. I will go for another parameter here. Manager. 4 are more than sufficient. Let's activate it. Activate it. There is some error. Elementary search help without hit list. There is some problem here. Wait, oh, sorry. I forgot to pass the importing exporting. One. This importing exporting is simply to import the value from the table and export it in case of your search help. Manager. Let's see that. No error. Activate. It is ready now. Now if you will execute here, you will find out that it is displaying you the result. Can you see the data of your help view now that we were not able to see from our help view directly? And at the same time, I have also explained that we are going to use this in case of our search help. It can act as a data source in case of our search help. This is your elementary search help creation using tables and using your help view. Now let's see how we are going to create our collective search help, which is my second types of search help. Collective. It is a combination of multiple elementary search help together. So sometimes some of the clients want to use multiple search helps together. At that situation, we can use this collective search help. So I will go for search help. I will create my employee collective search help, collective search help, and I'll go for create button. This time collective. Go for OK. Collective search help. And in this included search help section, you can add as many search help as you want. So one, and I will go for my second one. So two of the search helps I am using together, and I will activate it. I will activate it here. No error, no warning. And go for execute and see. The number of search help you will pass, the same number of tabs will be generated. First tab is displaying me the data of my employee search help using the table. Second tab will display the data using my help view. So similarly, if you will have more than 2 search helps here in the elementary, you will find out that multiple tabs will be generated and we will be able to see their content. Any question here how to create any of these search helps?
So the collective search help is more beneficial, right? For if we have
No. It's
multiple.
not like that. See, some people usually like normal classical reports. Some people prefer ALB report. Some people prefer OOPS ALB report. So it's totally depending on the requirement. It's not the developer who is going to decide which is more beneficial or which is not. Who is going to decide that? It will be decided only by the client, what they want.
Okay, it actually depends based on the report.
Not it has nothing to do with the report. I just take a example that if we are generating a report, it's totally based on the requirement of the client now. Some people still are preferring the traditional way of programming.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so this is done. Then we have table buffering. Table buffering. Any idea what is a buffer? Again, this is also an English word.
Empty space.
What?
Empty space. Like,
Empty space.
yeah, where the data, we can, sometimes we use a data buffer, is a buffer space.
Okay. All right. Let's take a situation. When you go to any cinema to watch a movie, so there is always a lunch break after the half portion of the movie is completed. And when you come back after the lunch or break, what you see, the movie is started from the same time where it was stopped, right? How is that possible? Why it is not getting started from its original starting point? The reason is the data, the amount, the time has been already buffered and it has been stored. That is why you are able to start it from the same place where it was stopped. But if the movie will not be buffered, you will not be able to start it from the same place. You will have to start it from the beginning only. Are you getting my point? What is this buffer? So in SAP system, buffer is a temporary storage. Temporary storage on the ABAP application layer. What is the permanent storage then? Only table is the permanent storage. Rest everything I have already said from the very first session that only table is the permanent storage. Rest everything will only be a temporary storage. So buffer is a temporary storage on the ABAP application layer. So sometime what we see is sometime we need to access some of the data more frequently than others. More frequently than others. For example, let's say if I'm talking about this VBAK table, for example, let's say its first 10 records, or how many records are there? Okay, 5 records are there. So what I will take, let's say these 5 records will be accessed on a daily basis after each hour. So these will become frequently accessed records every time. So right. So every time we need to go to the database and we will have to bring the data. Where is my database? Database is my third layer of my architecture. So which is completely different from your application layer. So your compiler will do lots of work to load the data. So accessing the data, accessing these data which are being accessed more a lot of times more frequently. So accessing these data directly from the database can be very time consuming. Very time consuming. So to overcome this drawback, what SAP has said that we can access these records and we can store them in a temporary storage on the application layer so that if we have to reuse this data, we will no longer have to go to the database layer. Instead, we can get them directly from the application layer itself. That is why this thing is there. So whenever we will need this data again, we will no longer have to go to database layer in search of these data. Instead, we can directly get them from our application layer itself. So similar to your index, again the same stuff I can say here. Overall, the buffer will increase the performance of the SAP system. The cost of loading the data will decrease because my data will be loaded once on the application layer and we can directly use them, right? So if you open your table, if you will go to your technical setting, you will find out, just scroll it down, there is a buffering option. At this moment it is buffering not allowed. And if I see the buffering types, you can see here 3 types of buffering are there. 3 types of buffering are there. So buffering option is available in the technical setting of a table, and we can change their use case from the table itself from the table itself. So how many types of buffering are there? Types of buffering. Types of buffering here. Types of buffering. Single record buffering. Single record buffering. Full buffering. And generic area buffering. What this single record buffering is saying, that at a time only one record will be stored in the buffer. At a time only one record will be stored into the buffer. Fully buffering is saying, even if you will load a single record from the database layer, still all the records will be loaded directly to the buffer. Whenever you will go for a single record fetching, all the records will be loaded into buffer, and after that if you will go for fetching the record, system will not go to database layer. Instead it will directly take the data from the buffer itself. It will directly take the data from the buffer itself, right? So the advantage of single record buffering will become, the advantage of the single record buffering will be that it takes less memory on the application layer. Because it will load data one by one. But there will be, or there is not significant reduction in the access of database layer. Because every time when we will go for the next record, we will again have to go to the database layer. So there will not be a very significant reduction in the access of the database layer in this case. But if I talk about full buffering, the advantage will be, there will be a significant reduction in the database access, but the disadvantage will be it will take lots of space because it is loading all the data. So it will take lots of space on the application layer itself. Right? This is your single record and full buffering. Generic area, this one is only significant. This one is only significant to the language dependent tables or to the generic area tables. For example, language dependent tables. I've never used this generic area in my entire life, so I don't think you are ever going to use that. But this is only for generic area tables, only language dependent tables. So let's see this single record buffering and full buffering. I will go for this single record buffering. Where is it? Yeah, buffering not allowed. I'll go for buffering activated. And I will go for single record buffer first, and I will activate it. So activation of technical setting was successful. Now the question is where we can see the buffer content. So we can see the content of the buffer from the AL12 transaction code. You can see the content of the buffer from this AL12 transaction code. AL12. So if you go to AL12, you can see here buffer monitor. So monitor, buffer, table buffer content, and here pass your table name. So my table name, buffer continue. At this moment you can see the data of buffer is completely empty. There is no records in this buffer because we have not loaded any data. So what I will do, I will again create one program. So this is already there. I'm going to simply use this thing to create one program. So I'll write a simple logic. Please do not ask any question from the programming at this moment. This is only to show you the use case of buffer. Programming part we will see in the second chapter. Select a star from my table. Where is my table? This one. Into table, add data. Employee ID is equal to all right. So I've written a simple program and I will go for execute. Here I will take one input from the user 101 and I will call this data from my database layer. So I clicked on execute button, that data will be loaded. And if I go and check my buffer content by refreshing, can you see this 101 record has been loaded now? 101 record has been loaded. Now if you will go for this 101 record again, this time this will not go to database layer itself. It will directly get the data from the buffer now. It will directly get the data from the buffer now. It will not go to database layer itself, but it will directly go to the buffer now. So this is the use case of this thing. If I will go for 102, refresh here, see 102 has been also loaded now. So what we see, this in the case of my single record buffering, only one record will be stored into the buffer at a time. Only one record will be stored into the buffer at a time. And the advantage will be it will take less memory on the application layer, because application layer is only there for writing the logic. Only temporary storage is there in case of application. So also every time when we will go for next record, we will have to hit the database again to bring the data. So there will not be any significant reduction in case of accessing of our database layer. Then we have this full buffering. So let's see our full buffering. Full buffering. I will change this type to full buffering now. Fully buffered. And I will activate it. It has been applied. Now if you go and just check your buffer content by refreshing, see all the records has been deleted. So a very important note here. The note is, if we will change any of the technical setting of the table, change the technical setting of the table, or we add or change data in the table from TMG, and what you will see is then the buffer content will be automatically refreshed. Buffer content will be automatically refreshed. This is the use case of this thing. Whenever you will go for any change or in the data in the table or in the technical setting, the buffer content will automatically refresh. So when I change the type, automatically the buffer content was refreshed and I can see there is no data. So I will have to re-execute my program. I will pass here 101 and I will go for execute button. Now go to buffer content and refresh it. Can you see all the records has been loaded automatically? All the records. Even if I try to fetch 101 record, this is fully buffered. So now if you will go for any record fetching, this time system will not go to your database layer. Instead, it will fetch the data directly from this buffer. This is the use case. Still 90% of the world is still using this SE11 and GUI. But what if I say that in the today's market, what SAP is saying, SAP has simply removed all these concepts. You might have heard about on-premise and on-cloud system. So in SAP on-cloud system, the GUI access has been completely removed. Everything is completely based on the Eclipse system. So slowly you will have to evolve and you will have to come out of this GUI features. But for the next 1 to 2 years, I will suggest you to master these things and then move on to cloud part. Any question here in this buffering?
One thing, like you said, the second point, the access, there is not that many difference between the access of full buffering and single buffering, right? Single record buffering and
No. See here, whatever the disadvantage is in case of single record, it will become an advantage.
It means for single buffering, when we fetch the data, the memory will take less, and also there is not that much difference between the performance of single buffering and full buffering. Is it?
No. That is not like that. What I am saying, whenever we go for fetching any record, we hit the database at that time, right? So suppose when I went for 101 record, I hit the database and that record was loaded because of single record buffering. Now I am going for 102 records. So again, I will have to hit the database. If I am going for 103, again, I will have to hit the database because this data is not there in the buffer, right? But if I talk about this full buffering, even if I went for 101, all record was loaded. So now I don't need to go for the database. Now there will be completely no need to access the database. I will directly get the data from application layer itself. So here there will be lots of reduction, significant reduction in the database access. But here you will not see that much effect, because if we talk about real life scenario, there are millions of record in the table, right? There will not be only 5 records that we have taken in this case. Are you getting my point?
Okay. Like for this, since we fetch the data single one by one, that's why the database reduction is not that significant, right? Is that what you want to say?
I am saying that, let's say, okay, again, 101 record I fetched. Okay. So now if I will go for 101 record, it is there in the buffer. I can get it. Okay. Now let's say I'm going for 102. So it is not there in the buffer. I will again have to hit the database. But the concept of buffer was introduced. Why the concept of buffer was introduced? Only to reduce the database access now.
Okay, yeah.
So that is why I have written there will not be much significant reduction here. I'm not saying that there will be not any significant, but there will not be as much which we are expecting. Because we are not going only to fetch a single record at a time. Mostly we go for hundreds, thousands of records, right?
Okay, so that we have to hit the database again and again.
Again. So it will that operation will be a little bit costly and it will affect the performance of the system definitely. Okay.
I have one question, Amrit.
Yeah, tell me.
Can I see the program that you coded right now? Yeah. Okay. Here, at which point you told the program to use the first type of buffer or the second type of buffer? I mean,
I did not set any program to use any of the buffer. It has nothing to do. I just loaded one record here. I just loaded one record, and whatever buffering the setting that we have given, accordingly the data will be loaded into the buffer. Both of them are completely different. That is the setting stored in the table that only one record will be stored. But if I change the setting, it doesn't matter. I am fetching the single record again. All the records will be loaded.
Okay, so it depends on the table we created, which is the
yeah, that is the technical setting of the table. The program, it has nothing to do.
Okay, but we can go either one for them. So
it's totally up to you. It's totally up to you how you want to use that. Lots of feature SAP has given there, but only 1 or 2% people are using in the current market. So it's totally up to you what you want to use, because our one and only goal is to satisfy the needs of the customer. Whatever the customer wants, we will build the application according to that, right?
Okay, most of the thing is if we want to reduce the access of the database, then we will obviously prefer full buffer. Full buffering.
But there is a disadvantage now. Let's say you might be a table. For example, I'm going for VBAK table. Okay. So in this VBAK table, I am taking a hypothetical situation that there are 10 million records. And out of these 10 million records, I'm only using 10 records on a daily basis. Okay. So I simply selected the full record buffering. 10 million records was loaded into the application layer. Can you understand the situation? How much load will be there on the application layer?
Yeah, the space, there will require a lot of space.
No, definitely it will decrease the performance, because at a time on the application layer, thousands of programs are running. Right?
Yeah.
So it will be completely meaningless to load that amount of data on our application layer at the same time. So it depends on the situation, whatever the scenario it is the developer and their manager who decide which is thing you are going to use. Okay. I hope this much is enough for this buffer concept. Let's end this chapter. So 2 topics are still there. First one is lock objects. What is lock object? What is a lock? First thing, what is a lock?
Yeah, sometimes Amrit, if we want to work on a table and already an ABAPer is currently working on that table, he locks that object so that somebody doesn't make a change. Maybe that is this.
Yeah, that is one thing. But tell me, tell me one thing. Is it the SAP who is applying the lock, or is it developer who is applying the lock?
SAP, I guess.
So you are telling me that developer cannot apply the lock?
Yeah, they can also apply the lock, I guess.
This is what I asked now. That either it is SAP only applying the lock, or also developer can apply the lock. we also can apply the lock, because SAP is completely there to increase our business. So whatever feature they have standard developed, they all are also allowing us to develop as a custom. Okay. So first thing, what is the use of a lock? So if I again take a general example of our home, what we do, when we go outside of our house, we usually lock our doors so that any unauthorized user will not have any access to enter in my house, right? Same stuff is there in my SAP system. SAP system is my local house. I will not allow any unauthorized user. So best example will be, just take a hypothetical situation. Let's say for my employee table, I am maintaining data. For my employee table, I am maintaining data. And at the same time, another user opened the table and started modifying the content. The best example will be for my 101 employee ID, Amrit Raj is also modifying the content, and let's say for my 101 employee ID, some XYZ user is also modifying the content. Tell me, how SAP will react on that, and how SAP will decide whose data it is going to save. How SAP will decide? Will it be possible for SAP to decide these two things?
Probably SAP will detect which server the user is accessing. If the user
It has
and
nothing to do with the server. It has nothing. There is only one server. There is only one database. The table is same. Only one table.
but
Multiple
that
users
day,
at the same time.
yeah, but that day we occurred one kind of situation, na, like we like in your system you suddenly logged out. Then when you come back again, then you get a pop-up that like user that is already working on.
That is the part we will discuss that. But my question is, same table. I'm not asking about fetching the record. Getting the record is completely different stuff. But I am asking that, let's say my TMG, I opened the TMG at the same time. I started modifying 101 and I clicked on the same button. At the same time, you have also opened this TMG for the employee table and you are also modifying it. Is it possible?
No.
SAP will not allow that. SAP will never allow that. Never allow that. So what is the purpose of lock object? The purpose of the lock objects is to achieve synchronization. Technical word here again. Achieve synchronization. So that the user and SAP system, so that the developer and the SAP system would be in a sync. The lock of synchronization ensures that there will not be any data inconsistency. In the SAP system. Consistency in the SAP system. This is what synchronization ensures. So there will not be any inconsistency because of this synchronization. So synchronization is very, very essential for the real world development. So at a time, only one user will change the same records. change the same records. So every time when you open, any database object is change mode, a lock is applied on that, is applied by the SAP system on that, so that any other user cannot modify it. The best example is, the question is first, where we can see the lock entries. If a lock is applied, where we can see the lock entries. See the log entries. Where we can see this log entries. So we can see the log entries from the SM12 transaction code. So for example, if I open this table, not this one, I will open my standard custom table. This thing, yeah, it is there already in change mode. So a lock has been applied. So if I go to SM12, I'll go to SM12. I will here by default my username is there. I'll go for search. You can see here lots of locks are there. This is my table name, lock argument employee table 3, and you can see what is the lock mode here. X lock mode has been applied. If I open the same table in case of SM30, I'll not help you, my employee table 3, edit. There is some problem. It is showing a Denpro runtime error. Syntax generation of a screen. Wait. I think there's some problem with this TMG. Let's regenerate that. Screen number, create. Yeah, go to SM30, edit. Now it's fine. So let's go to our SM12. I will research. Yeah. So for my employee table which has been open in change mode, the lock mode it is displaying is X. But if I go and check my SM30 here, where is the SM30? This is your SM30 employee table. Here if you see, the lock mode is E. So what are these lock modes? How it has been applied? So let's discuss these lock modes. So we can see the lock entries from SM12. All the locks are stored in a temporary storage. Temporary storage on the application layer. Which is also known as NQ server. All the logs are temporarily stored into the application layer, into the NQ server. This is not a permanent storage or any storage on the database. This is a storage on your application layer itself, and all of them came from the application layer only. So types of locks, these lock modes, types of locks available for the developers. Types of lock. So here you again, if you want, sometime whenever you will open it, the best example to see it, let's say I have opened this SM30 again. If I'll go to SM30 and I will try to open the same thing in edit, I'll get this error here. I'll get this message. The data is locked by the user Amrit 0 and can be displayed only. Do you want to display logged data? You cannot modify it. So here I will have to go and delete this lock, then I will be able to. Again, this is not very advisable. Please do not delete the log for any other user. Only open for yourself and check whether sometime if it has been logged by system and you want to release, just go for it and delete it. Because it can be possible that the developer might be making some important changes, and because of you all the changes will be deleted at the same time. So it is not advisable. Now if I'll go here and if I will try to open it again, edit, it will be opened automatically because I have released the lock, right? So types of locks, first one is read lock, second one is write log, third version is your exclusive write log, read log, write log, and not exclusive write log, it will be enhanced write log, sorry. So this enhanced write log is just another advanced version of it, a little bit difference between both of them. This is also known as shared lock, and its default value is S. Where if you will see the lock mode as S, it simply means read lock has been applied. Write lock, this is called also known as exclusive lock. Default value is E. It is a more secure comparatively to the read lock. So here other users cannot change the data. However, they can access the same transaction code, that is they can still open the same transaction code again and again. But this enhanced is more secured as compared to write lock. So it is also known as exclusive lock. This is also known as exclusive lock without accumulation. This is its another name, exclusive lock without accumulation. Exclusive lock without accumulation. Exclusive lock without accumulation. Okay. Yeah, it's fine now. And its default value is X. Enhanced write lock. What it does is that it can only be requested only once from the same transaction. This is its definition only for interview purpose. Read, write, and exclusive. So all these things are automatically applied by SAP system according based on the requirement. If you want, you can also create your own lock. From S11 here in the lock object. Pass your lock name. So lock my employee. I'll go for create button. Can you see there is a problem? Start the lock name with the prefix E. So this is very crucial. An important note here. Note is if we are creating any lock object for us, if we are creating any lock object for us, the name will always start with the prefix E. The name will always start with the prefix E. So if we will create any custom lock object, we all know Z or Y is mandatory, so it will become EZ or EY. Only for lock objects, not for any other thing, only for lock object. So I will go back, not inside the, I'll go back S11. I will give here EZ lock employee create. I will pass here sort description lock object. Go for tables. You can pass here table name. So I will go for my employee table, copy its name, and I will paste it here. Then in the lock mode, you can simply make any of these lock. Lots of locks are there, but for us only write, shared or exclusive, not cumulative. This is your enhanced write, this is your shared or read lock, and this is your write lock. You can select any of them and save it. Now go for lock parameter. If you go for lock parameter, by default you can see here only primary keys are there. So lock is only applied on the primary key. Lock is applied only based on the primary keys. Only based on the primary keys. And I will activate this lock object. So this lock object, a custom lock object, has been created by me. And what you see, if you want to use it in the program, when we activate a lock object, SAP generates two function modules. One is your NQ. This is again some programming stuff. Please don't go in deep at this moment in this. This is only for knowledge purpose for now. So NQ and DQ we can use in the program to apply and release lock on our table. NQ and DQ. These two function modules are generated by SAP system. If you all remember the day one session, there I discussed some of our workbench tools. Function module is one of our workbench tools. So I can go NQ UE. Okay, NQ and DQ UE. So NQ and DQ are generated by SAP, which we can directly see. So copy your lock object and go to SE37. If you remember, this is the function module workbench tool. Here you can go and check NQ underscore QUEUE underscore your lock object name and open it in display mode. This is a standard function module generated by SAP system for our lock object. And if you go and check, by default the NQ mode here, lock mode is E. Why it is E? Because here we have taken the right lock. If you will change it to shared lock, let's activate it. And I'll go back and reopen that. Its mode will change to S now. So this NQ will be used to apply the lock, and the DQ module is also generated. DQ function module is also generated, which we will write it in the program to release the lock from our table. So two function modules are generated. At this moment, we don't know anything about the programming. When we will understand the programming part, then at this more time, it will become easier for us to apply that. So this is how we can create our own lock objects. This is how lock object is applied by SAP system, and this is how we can release the locks. Is there any question here? From the lock objects.
When we create our custom locks, because we saw SM30 cannot be edited by two people at a time. So SAP is already by default applying the lock. So in what situation we go for the custom locks? Did not understand that part.
Wait a second, please repeat.
The SAP is applying the lock by default. For example, we saw the SM30. If we open in two sessions in edit mode, second will say that it is already locked and you can open it only in display mode. So the lock is already applied. But when we create from S11 the lock, in what condition we create the custom locks?
Okay, in what condition?
Yeah, yeah.
If you remember, when I explained how to modify, how to maintain the data in the table, I told 5 ways. I explained 5 ways there. The 5th way was via program, right? So via program, how many program you can create for maintaining a table? It is not any limitation. We can create any number of program. Let's say I am creating one program for the same VBAK table. You are also creating the same program for the VBAK table. Some other user is also creating a program to modify the VBAK table. Okay. It can be possible that all these programs will be executed at the same time because you cannot predict it, right? So at that situation, it will be more helpful for us if we are applying the locks.
Okay.
Is it clear?
Yeah.
Any other question from lock objects?
So yeah, that was my question also. And one additional question: with the help of lock, you said like only primary key is by default lock. We can apply lock by lock is applied by default on the primary key, right? Yeah. Any other field values, if we want to lock, we can't lock that, right?
No, it's not possible because it is completely meaningless because all of them are already modifiable. They all are modifiable. Primary key is the one who is going to identify the records uniquely. That is why SAP has given locks only on primary keys. So when we talk about modifying a single record, our main focus is primary key. Rest of the columns are non-primary keys. If you want to use them as lock, you will have to make them as primary keys. Okay.
Okay. Is it the reason like for this, like anyhow only the developer have the access to maintain the table? Otherwise, unless and until we can't give like table maintenance generator access to the end user, they anyhow can't change or access the data. So that's why lock, we can't apply lock except the primary other values except the primary keys.
If we talk about locks as a developer point of view, we only think that via program, if somebody is also modifying at the same time, it is better for us to apply the lock on our table, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the thing. Because if you are talking about functional or end users, they don't have any idea about this technical stuff, right? All these things, it is completely meaningless and useless for them because they don't have any idea of these things. They even might don't know the actual table name of these things, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think this much is sufficient for locks. Yeah, right.
Yep.
Okay, TMG events. TMG events. What is TMG? TMG stands for Table Maintenance Generator or Table Maintenance Generator. And it is used to maintain the data from SM30 transaction code. This is what it is, the use of TMG. Then what is an event? Tell me, what is an event?
A series of actions that are performed after doing something.
Series of action which is performed after doing something. Can you elaborate a little bit?
For example, when we create the sales order in OTC, simultaneously availability check is done, pricing is calculated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will be a good answer. Definitely, it is a good answer. So, event is always triggered by specific action. As you said, when we create something and I pressed enter, series of action will be done, right? So, event is always triggered by a specific action or when a specific time has been reached. Specific time has been reached. Best example will be just leave your SAP system for 10 minutes. It will be automatically logged out, right? Did you told your SAP system to log out? No, it has been logged out automatically to reduce your cost, right? To reduce your cost, it has been automatically logged out. So event is always triggered either by a specific action, for example, mouse scroll or clicking of mouse on a button or something like that. This will be a specific action from the user. For example, I'm clicking on this back button. What is happening here? So if I go and check system status, here if I check the GUI status, a function key, a back button is there. This back button WB underscore back, WB back, some logic has been written on WB back. That back button is getting triggered. That back logic is getting triggered, which we are seeing here, right? That back logic is getting triggered, which we are seeing here. So how SAP is realizing? Because of these events, event is triggered and the logic that event handler is getting implemented at the same time. So same stuff is there in case of your TMG. Events are a very important concept. It comes under our ABAP programming also, in our object oriented programming also, in module pool programming also. Everywhere event will come in different way, and there everywhere we will implement that. But here, if I talk about database object, one stuff is there with TMG also. So we can also use these events in case of our TMG to automate the storing and maintaining of data from the TMG. We can also automate the process. The best example will be, let's say this is my SM30 screen. I'll go to my SM30 screen first. Here, every time when I'm entering a new record, I can see the department is same, the manager is same, also the salary and currency is same. So lots of columns are duplicate here. So every time manually entering the records is not a good option. What I want is every time when I'm entering the new records, all these columns should be filled automatically. So this kind of requirement we can do. Also lots of various kinds of requirements are there using TMG which we can achieve. So where do we apply this TMG event? We can apply and implement the TMG events from the SC54 transaction code. For TMG events, it is important to have the TMG. TMG must be created for applying the TMG event. Another important note will be when we implement the TMG event, the logic will be inserted to the standard program of the table. Whatever table we have created, a corresponding standard program is generated for our table. For our employee table, a standard program has been generated. So it is very, very important when you go for modifying it. So that a standard data logic will be inserted into the standard program of the table. So do not forget to activate it, to activate all the objects. Otherwise, you might get a runtime error, which is also called a dump in SAP system. So do not forget to activate all the objects. So let's go and check. I will go to SE54. SE54. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for an example, for anything, like if like we create something, as a result, some other components are automatically created. That is a part of event, right? Just
I'm
for an
not saying
example,
that if you are creating something, then it will be generated. It's a part of event. It's depend what you are creating.
like
Whether it's
for an example, just for an example, in security, we suppose we create a user, we assign roles to the user. In a single role, there are so many composite roles. So after creating the user, after assigning the roles, the profile will automatically generated, and as a result, the roles and the significant profiles are also stored in a particular table after the user creation. So the whole process is a part of TMG events, is it?
no. TMG, how it can be? Are you saying me that there is something TMG created of this for the standard tables? No, right? TMG is only for user now. Some other event will be triggering there. Okay. Some other event will be triggering there. This is I'm talking
Oh
only
yeah,
about the.
event. Okay, yeah,
So if I check
event.
this, yeah, here I will pass my table, go for event, and I will say go for display. This is your TMG event. At this moment, there is no event here. So I will go and create one event for my requirement. Go for create and change. Can you see the table is cross client? Go for OK. And by default, see this information message. Do not make any changes. This is SAP data because here you are going inside the table program. Go for OK button. Now I will go for new entry and I will create one entry here. So open this drop down. See here how many ways of events are there before saving the data in the database. So just before saving the database in the data in the database, if you want to execute a logic, you can go for this 01. If you want to execute a logic after saving the data in the database, you can go for 02. If you want to go for before deleting, after deleting, if you are going for create a new entry. So based on the requirement, we can use all these logics based on the requirement. My requirement is my requirement is when I'm creating a new entry, I want some records should come automatically. So I'll go for this 05. And here I will need to give a form routine name. Again, here I'm writing some logic. Please do not ask any question on the programs at this moment. We will see that part in the second chapter. Just to show you a use case here, I will create one program. So let's say I will name it get employee data and copy this form and press enter. As soon as you will press enter, this editor section will open. Editor is where we change the code. So I will go for this editor. I will go for this new include, go for OK button. Now just see here, this include will be inserted into our standard program SAP L my table name. So I'll go for OK. And here I will write my logic. This logic I will implement here. So one if condition I am giving, if my table name, where is my table name? This is table name. If it's first column, which is employee ID, if it is not empty, is not initial, that is it is not empty, then I want all these 4 columns should be filled automatically. So what I will do, I will go for my columns here. What are the column names? They are department, manager, salary and currency. All these I want to fill automatically. So here table name hyphen manage, what is the department? It will be SAP ABAP. So SAP ABAP. My table name manager. It will be my name. And my table name salary. It will be 10,000. So 3400. Then table name currency will be US dollar. Let's activate it. There is some problem. Oh, I forgot to give my form name. So that form that we created, get employee data. It should be there. Get employee data and form. Inside the form it will be written. Now there should not be any error. Yeah, it's perfect. Let's activate it. It is taking some time. Yeah, it will activate it. Okay. Go back. I will also go to SEAT as I told here. If I am making any changes in the table here, where it is. So do not forget to activate all the objects. So go to SEAT. SEAT is your object navigator. There you can see all the things related to your table. Here I will pass my function group and I will enter my table name. So see, lots of things are there with my table. I will right click on this table and I will activate everything. So that if there are some unactivated component, they will also be activated. No problem. Now just go to SM30 and check the entry. Whatever logic we have implemented, where it is triggering or not. So I'll go for my employee table. Edit. I will go for new entry. 106. I will give here a employee name and I will press enter. This is not coming. There is some problem. It is not triggering. Why? I think there is some problem. Okay, let's go to SC54 and see that again. Where it is? SC54 table event display. Oh, I forgot to save that. Okay, I forgot to save that. Okay, create change, new entry, form. This time I'll name it, let's say get EMP data. Enter. I'll first click on save to save here. Yeah, request is mandatory. Now I'll go for editor, include, yes. And here again I will write my logic. So form, my subroutine name and form. In between I will give a condition if my table name, where is the name table name, hyphen employee ID is not empty. That is whenever we are going for new records, is not initial. Then I will go and insert the records. So table department will be SAP ABAP, table manager will be table salary will be 10,000 and table currency will be US dollar. Wait it. Yeah, object activated. Go back. Now it is also saved here. I'll again go to SEAT and I will reactivate the table. Now let's go to SM30. Refresh it. Edit. Let's first delete this one. Save it. Go back. Rechange. Now I'll go for new recording. So 106 employee name. Press enter. Just see here the department, manager, salary, everything. 107 XYZ. 108 ABC. 109 DEF. Can you see all of them are getting inserted automatically? So I did not say that only new records. If you check your AC54, lots of things are there here. All these events will trigger it based on the situation, and accordingly whatever the requirement is we will implement using the code, right? We will implement using the program. Is this thing clear, or is there any question on this? What happened?
No question from my side.
Right?
Clear, but then
This is just
since we
yeah.
does the programming thing, it's becoming difficult to understand.
I am getting the point. That's why I said, na, please do not ask any question on the programming. You cannot understand anything at this moment, right? This is only to showcase a huge case of this TMG event, but again everything is related to program. So when we divide the chapters, it also becomes difficult for us to explain at that time. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. One topic is there. I think we will discuss this in the next session. Then it will be end. The chapter will end. So before that, I will just one request and one suggestion from my side. I'll write here for everyone. Very important note. Data dictionary is the most basic thing. Is the most basic chapter of the ABAP programming. Is programming. It is there to build your fundamentals. Build your fundamentals. Become a ABAP expert. And perhaps the most important one also. Please revise it. I hope you will keep this in your mind. Okay. So this much is sufficient for today. If there is any question. So welcome back everyone to our another episode of ABAP training with me Amrit Raj. So in the previous session we have got we have seen lots of things like what we have seen in the previous session: index, lock objects,
Amit
TMGs.
sir, your video screen share screen is not on the complete screen. It's a half of the screen.
Wait.
It's not get complete on the screen.
Wait. It stops here. Is it okay now?
Just wait a second.
Is this okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it's okay.
Okay. So till now we have seen lots of things up to TMG events. TMG events was one of the most crucial things, and when we go for complex scenario at that time, this is really very beneficial for us. Now today we are going to end this chapter and we will start our second chapter also. So before that we will see. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Actually, I want to know that we have to, according to this training, we have to just learn for this your video Is there any kind of PDF notes will be available in the group also?
Who is asking this question?
Rajat.
Okay, Rajat. I
Yes,
believe
yes.
I have already shared it for the first chapter. Didn't you saw the first day?
No, no, yes.
Okay.
I said, okay. So complete. अच्छा basically in इस PDF के अंदर ही update होता रहता है.
No. This part is complete for chapter 1. If you go and check, you will find out it is of around 150 pages, which I have written by my own. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Just go through that.
Okay.
Okay. So creating T codes for tables. Now, if you all remember, what was the definition of a T code that we have given? What is a T code? A T code is just a shortcut which is used to access a particular section of the SAP system. So when we created the TMG, our main concern was to not allow the end user to access the tables directly. Instead, we created a table maintenance generator and we have given them the access of SM30. But there can also be a situation where the users might not also have the access of the SM30. So in that situation, what we do in that situation, we basically create a T code for the table and we give the T code to the user or client, creating T codes for the table. How we create a T code? So a custom T code is created from the another very important transaction code, SA93 transaction code, very important for all of you, and again it can also be asked in interview also. So AC93 is the transaction code which is used to create a T code, right? If you go and check, if you open your SAP system, you will find out the same stuff. So if you open your SAP system, just go to AC93 and you can pass any of the standard T codes here also. For example, AC11, I'm going to AC11 and I will open it in display mode. You can see here there is a program behind. There is some selection screen, something called, there is authorization object is also there, so only developers can access it. So if this role is not assigned for your user, you will not be able to access this AC11 transaction code. And if you go inside this program, you will find out that some ABAP program has been written here, and here it is calling a object. So we can also create our own transaction code for everything, for report, for tables, for a module pull program, for objects, for methods. So from now, since we only know how to create a table, we will create a transaction code for our table. So here I will simply pass my first T code and I will go for create button. So first T code. Now if you check this pop-up screen, here you can see there are 5 radio buttons. First is program and DIN-Pro. This is mainly focused for module pool programming. Second one is for your report transaction. Third is for your method of a class in which is used for object-oriented programming. Then this is only for variant transaction. If you are going for variants, then you can go for this one. And if you have tables, by default, this one will be the radio button which you are going to use for a table. This is the one which you are going to use for a table. So select it and go for OK button. Now for table, we only focus on SM30. So by default, it is asking a transaction here. So you can go for this SM30. And here you can select this checkbox skip initial screen. So what it will do, it will not open the SM30 directly, but it will open your SM30 section in change mode automatically. For now, if you go and open your SM30, you usually see that this screen opens. Here you pass your table mode and you go for edit button. But if you are checking this skip initial screen, by default user will be able to open the table directly in change mode. So this is another beautiful feature of this T code, that we can go and create a T code for our table. Then just go below, select all the GUI support. And 2 important features here is mandatory. First one is we need to pass the table name here using a field called view name, and here you need to pass your table name. So what is my table name? This is the employee table. Let's paste it here, and we will allow update is equal to true, so that if the user is making any changes, it will be saved automatically. Now just click on save button, assign your package and transport request, and click on OK button. Transaction code saved. So this transaction code is now ready. You can simply copy it and you will be able to use it. Just go and check. See your table in change mode, right? So this will become more easy for the users. They will directly open the change section and they can edit the data here easily without any problem, right? So this is how you will be able to simply create your transaction code for your table, and you will be able to give the access to the user. I hope this one is okay. Now, if you focus on these things, every record that you see here, everything is stored here in capital letters, right? Does this question arise in anyone's mind? Why everything is getting stored in capital letters only? Even if I'm writing in small letter, why it is getting saved in capital letters?
Sir, basically, according to this setting or configuration for the SAP for the SAP GUI.
Configuration is the most easiest word. Okay, we can
Yes, sir.
simply say this configuration is made in the same way. That's why we are able to
Yes.
see that, right?
Yes.
But as a developer, we are expected because we are designing this application, right? We cannot say to our client that if let's say you are my client, you are saying that I'm writing in this format. Why it is not getting saved here? You have developed this application, right?
Okay.
So there is a significance for lowercase and uppercase. Significance for the lowercase or uppercase. So this part is taken care by the domain of the column. That's another benefit of having a domain. On the day one, if you remember, you were asking me a question that if I can directly pass the built-in type, what is the benefit of it? Domain is far beyond having it's not only talk about the technical characteristics, but it allows lots of features. One of the feature is significance of lowercase and uppercase. There is a section there is a checkbox in the domain through which we can make it. So if you go and check, let's go for this department only. So I'll go to my table. I'll open my table first. and I will go for its data element, department. I will go to its domain, double click. Can you see here there is a sign and case sensitive option? This case sensitive option is the one who is responsible for the same feature. If you want, let's open it. Just select it case sensitive. Now in the same format that you are going to save, it will be saved in the same format. I will activate it. There is no error. Let's go and check. I will refresh it. So I'll pass the T code. Again, I will try to make some changes here. Now you see it. Right? Can you see this? Even after saving, everything is getting saved in the same format now which I am writing. So it's totally depend upon the user requirement, what we want and why we want. As a developer, our purpose is only to satisfy the requirement of the customer. Okay.
Hello. But
Yeah.
there are the checkboxes there that for the case sensitivity, right? But here we can see that everything we saved, it saved as an uppercase letter. But it might be possible that where that by default the uppercase letter, why it is saved, like their case sensitivity that it controls
No. When you manually create a domain, at that time this is not marked. This is not marked, right? And since this is not marked, by default it will be uppercase. If you want to make it in lowercase or in the format that you are writing, let's say in camel case, so you will have to go for this case sensitive. Then you will be able to write it see. Okay. So as a developer, we will have to define everything manually. So there are lots of limitations. That's why S/4HANA came into picture, and that's why S/4HANA Cloud came into picture. So this part that you are learning at this moment, this was introduced like 30 years ago. Data dictionary. Current data dictionary market is completely different. CDS language is only used to create the database tables now, which we will see in the CDS section. Right. This part is clear, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Another one is database utility, which is the last concept of this chapter. What is database utility? Now, before understanding this, we need to understand some feature. When we create any object, database object, and we click on save button, that object gets saved into the package of the SAP system. Now, when you will click on the activate button, have you ever thought what is actually happening when we click on activate button? So when we click on activate button, a runtime object is generated. A runtime object is generated, and that runtime object gets stored into the schema of the SAP system. That schema is stored in the HANA DB. Every time when a SAP system is installed on top of your database, you can go and check there is a schema defined by your basis team. That schema is your, where is it? Yeah, see, this is a schema SAP HANA DB. So there, this schema will be defined directly in the HANA database, And in that schema, a runtime object will be generated when you will go and click on activate button. Now, suppose I created a table, and after some time, my client is requesting me to simply change the let's say length of the column. By default, whatever the length that they have given, now they are asking me to change it. They are simply asking me to change the length of the column. So now just understand this situation. When you will change the length of the column from the domain, and so when you will change the length of the column in the domain, and you will click on save button, and now just you are going for activation, just understand the situation. In the DDIC package, the length is different for the column, right? And in the HANA package, the length will be different, which was earlier saved, will be different. There will be an inconsistency in the system, because when you will go for activation, it will map with the earlier created object inside the HANA. Both of them are completely different. So there will be an inconsistency. Let's go and check this thing. For example, if I have this is my department column. Here I have got character 40, right? By chance, my user is requesting me to simply change its length. Let's say I'm changing its length to 30. Because of some reason, my client wanted me to change it, so I change its length to 30. Now I am going for save it. It was saved, and when I'm going for activation, can you see where lots of problem it is causing? Employee table, help view, maintenance 3, and database 12. Lots of things are dependent on it, right? So dependent structures and tables are adjusted. If I'll go for continue, I can get error here. Let me just show you. Can you see? It is causing error. Lots of error. So how we will make this possible? How we will make these changes possible? Yeah.
Can you repeat this step again? Actually, I cannot understand.
Okay. What I am saying is, this is something complex which we usually go for HANA, but there we explain. But I wanted to show you an overview. So just don't go for that. Just understand the situation. Let's say you have created an object, you saved it. Okay. Now because of some reason, you are making some changes into the object, and now you are going for activation. So when you clicked on activation, the earlier object was already saved for the same component. So SAP will be a little bit confused because both of them are completely different. So what SAP will do, it will simply raise an error that there is some inconsistency in the system. Both of these objects are completely different. When you have just created a table, right? If I go for my item table, let me just show you. If I'm going for my item table, this is project table 3. I'm going for it. I'm activating it. So what is happening here when I'm clicking on activate button? SAP is simply mapping with the earlier created object. Everything is fine, so it is not causing any problem. But when I check about this one, the new object has a different column length. So it is causing a problem. So how we are going to resolve it? Are you all getting my point? What I am trying to explain here.
Yes, sir.
So for the same concept, SAP has given this database utility. What is database utility?
I have a question, sir.
Yeah.
It's not a question. It's a basic of small user requirement. If any user has want to change a standard table field length, so
No, no,
we
no,
are
no.
developer
Standard
can,
field lengths. No, 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 no.
or
That
we
is
can
a
change
reference.
directly. Can we
If you
change
are,
directly?
no, no, no. See, you have purchased something from SAP, right? So
Okay.
if you are going to change it, definitely it's your software, you can change it. But SAP will not help on that if you are making any changes on the standard things. So what
Okay.
they recommend you, these MARA, MAKT, VBAK and all these tables are for the reference for creating your projects.
Okay.
Most of the times you will be creating your custom tables for handling the client requirements, but these are just a reference. This is a database designed for the reference which we can use for developing our own application.
Okay, sir.
So it is never ever recommended to make any changes here. By default, if you want to add new columns, you can go for append structure there.
Yeah, yeah. I
That
understand.
will be,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
never change any standard columns. Just understand now that standard column we might be getting used in more than 500 programs. All of them will start causing dump. How will you resolve that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, sure.
Okay. So the database utility is the interface between the ABAP dictionary and the database. It is the interface between the ABAP dictionary and the database. What is the purpose of it? So the purpose of the database utility is to utility is to allow the user to edit the database objects. Database objects. It will allow the user to edit the database objects. So the T code for it is database utility is SC14. SC14. So here we will check the dependency where it is causing the problem. First problem is in my table. So I'll copy this table name, Control Y, and I will select it, and I'll go for Control C. Then let's go to SC14. Here just pass the table name. Oh, ZMP table and 3. Table 3. Okay, go for edit. Now can you see here this is partially active? Why it is showing as partially active? Oh yeah, see. So by default, when I goes for the changing of it, its activation was impacted and its status is partially active. So we'll have to activate and adjust. If you will scroll below, you will find out there is a section for activate and adjust. Please don't go for delete database table. This is the interface section. Causing any problem here will can simply remove all the data from your table. Never ever select this delete data, otherwise all the data will be deleted from the table. So I will go for this persist and I will go for activate and adjust. So what it will do, the changes that you are making, that changes will be also be saved into the database layer, and this one is active now. So now if I will go and recheck, its dependency will be a little bit okay. Let's go and activate and check. Yeah, now no problem, only warnings, right? It has also been activated. So database utility is the interface between your ABAP dictionary and the database. Using this interface, we will be able to edit our database object. Okay.
So by
Right.
this, the previous dependency was removed, right?
Previous dependency was removed.
Like,
I'm not getting.
like first we need to change the data length of the column. 40, we are, suppose it was 40, we changing to 30, then there are some dependencies. We can see that so many dependent tables are there, that is dependent, so it was affected before. Right now when you use the database utility, all the previous dependencies was removed, so that's why we are able to change the length of the column. Is it?
That dependency was not removed. What it did here, whatever the changes you are making on the ABAP dictionary, that changes also get saved into the database. That's why you are getting this message. Now it exists in the database in the same format, and its status is active. Okay.
Yeah, and now if we again follow the same process like we did before, then it will show again error, right?
And definitely, we'll have to again come to ABAP Dictionary, this utility section, and go for edit, and you'll have to go for this activate and adjust. That's why activation part is very, very crucial in our ABAP. So with this, this basic and chapter ends here. I hope you are able to understand something here, and you will be able to create all these things. Let's start our programming part. ABAP programming. Who is going to give a brief?
Sir, yeah, I have a question for that upper portion. Like, I have a case that, for example, if we have a table of like FI, like BKPF table, and there is a field called bank N, like bank account number. It's a standard table and the standard field. So if a user has a requirement for, suppose there is a table like BKPF and bank N. Yes, this is the bank. Like say bank account number field.
Okay.
I think
in
BKPF.
Yeah, in BKK, what is the bank account here? Okay, let me check. Bank account. It is PYIBAN.
Basically,
I think the table is different here. It's not the one
I
you
think
are.
so. It's a LFA1.
No, LFA1 is for vendor. It's not for bank accounting.
Sir, can you just put it? Sir, for example, just can you put it LFA1?
Okay, but that is for vendor numbers only.
Yeah.
What
Right.
do you want to
Just
check here?
check. There's a bank account number like field.
No field is there for
Okay,
bank.
okay, sir. Just for the normal, I'm just asking my query. If suppose any of the field which is already mentioned in our table.
Okay.
For example, suppose that region state like that. This is regio, sir. It's a character 3.
Okay.
But suppose a user have a requirement to change his data length according to like 10. For example, 10. So from this table, I can again append this same field.
Its requirement is to no. See, if you are going for custom table, what you can do, you can go for domain.
Okay.
Here you can have this character 3 length, perfectly fine, no problem. But there is a section of value range here. So for those 3 length, you can write any text value here, and that text value will be saved into the table then instead of these 3 characters. But that will become a drop down. So sometime, let me just show that part. Let me just show that part. Yeah. For example, if I'm going for my employee table here.
Basically, I just want to know for the standard table and custom table.
No. For a standard table, I'm telling the same stuff. Standard tables can be related with lots of BAPs, lots of standard programs. You cannot change anything directly there. You will have to manually make it for yourself.
Yes, sir. So that's why I want a solution that what is the alternative solution to do that the same process?
You can create your custom tables. Now, if you are asking me that why this SPRS is language 1 only, I want to store 5 lengths here.
Yeah.
It is the way SAP has defined it. We will have to follow the same approach.
Okay.
Otherwise, you will have to create your custom table for that. That is the only way.
Okay. But basically मतलब sir मैं आपको
No,
normally
no,
मैं
no.
बताता
I
हूँ
got your point. I got your point. But understand the situation. This is a
okay
database design that SAP has created with around 1000 tables in the SAP system.
okay
They have given us a reference to follow us. Okay.
okay
But if you are asking me to change the standard table, it will become completely meaningless, right? For
yeah
every company, the standard tables should be same. Having other columns is perfectly fine. But you are asking me, let's say now you are asking me that why character 40 for material number? I only want character 50. What is
yes
the answer I can give on this? I
mm,
cannot give
it,
any answer on
it
this, right?
it is basically a standard field length by the
And
SAP
that's why it is standard now. That's why it's
okay
standard. That's why everybody is using it. But if you have the requirement for something bigger or smaller, it is better to create the custom table.
okay so can we according to that custom table we can add like enhancement through or something like another field of like we can add that same field
Why enhancement in custom table? Just make it character 50 if you want.
okay okay and for according to that purpose basically if any of that user requirement is in a standard T code
Hmm.
that we have to make a stretch of like for some
No, no,
field
no, no. In that situation, what we do at that time also, that's why the
yes
concept of enhancement came into the picture, that if it is feasible, then accordingly what we will do, we can also link with that part with custom tables. We can write our manual logic behind that.
okay 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 yes yes okay okay sure
Okay.
thank you
All
sir
right. Okay, that's all. Let's start our chapter. Everybody please mute your mic now. So ABAP programming, very, very important. What is ABAP here? So ABAP stands for Advanced Business Application Programming. Advanced Business Application Programming. Same stuff we have also seen in the first day. There I explained the job of the SAP software is to simply enhance your business so that you can have maximum profit in your organization. Now, what is this ABAP? So ABAP is the fourth generation programming language. Of the SAP system, in which the entire screen of the SAP GUI has been designed. SAP GUI has been designed. Now, ABAP programming is not open source. And you cannot execute it out of the SAP system. So it is a SAP property. First thing, it is a SAP property. So if you are developing any application using that, you will have to give some amount SAP before selling the product into the market. That's why we purchase the license for it, so that we can develop our application. Now, for any programming language, the most important stuff is, that is, for every programming language, a runtime environment is needed. Runtime environment is needed for the execution of the program. What a runtime environment does. What is the job of a runtime environment? The runtime environment makes sure that whatever the necessary component needed for the execution of the program should be available. So for every programming language, a runtime environment is needed. For Java, you might have heard about JRE, Java Runtime Environment. C programming, there is C runtime environment. So every programming language always needs a runtime environment. But if we check most of the standard, most of the programming language like Java, C++, Python, all of them are open source. You can directly execute the same stuff on Google. You can go and find out the C compiler, Java compiler. But if you will try to find ABAP compiler, you will not never get, because ABAP is the SAP property and it only requires its own runtime environment. So the runtime environment needed for the execution of the ABAP program is provided by the SAP ABAP application layer. That is why we can only execute the ABAP code on the application layer only. You cannot execute it outside. Also, that's why it is also known as application programming, completely based on the ABAP application layer. So this is the introduction part of our ABAP programming. Now, where we are going to write our ABAP code. So where we will write our ABAP code. So for any programming language, we always need an editor. If you talk about any programming language, for any programming language, we always need a editor to write or edit the program. We have here our own ABAP editor, and its transaction code is again another important transaction code, SE38 for development purpose, also known as ABAP editor. So we have got our ABAP editor here, which we use to build our application, or better we should write it ABAP application. So this SE38 is one of the most important transaction code of our ABAP Workbench tools. Using that, we usually write our ABAP program, and the transaction code for it is SE38. Then what you see here is any customized or user-defined program will always start with Z or Y keyword. It will always start with Z or Y keyword. Okay. So let's start with the creation of our first program, and slowly we will break down it into various components, and we will be easily able to understand why it is so important for us. So I will simply go to SE38, and here I will
one question, Amrit.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for the knowledge, just before ABAP, SAP was run by Java, right? SAP Java Web GUI is there. So there, in the back end, instead of ABAP programming, is it like Java is running? So Java is written. Everything will be written in Java, or it will be completely web-based GUI.
See, if you are asking me what was happening like before 1983, it is completely useless for you also, and for everyone also. At that time, SAP was just developing its software, so they did not have any other programming language. If you check the SAP architecture, SAP is everything. They are just following the Java things. They went to Eclipse because Eclipse was highly used by Java developers, right? They made their own HANA studio based on the Eclipse, completely based on the Java programming. They developed this ABAP programming. If you see this ABAP, what you are going to see, it is just a Java programming plus SQL, since we are mainly focused for database things here. Here everything is related to Java, because Java was open source, and Java is more used mostly, let's say, in more than 3 billion devices across the globe. They prefer its way of programming, but they do not make this open source. If SAP will become open source, everything will be lost automatically. So Java at that time they were using to develop something, but see, I have also not worked on ECC system because it is completely waste for me and useless for me. I only focus on S4 HANA on-premise and S4 HANA cloud. That's what I'm telling for everyone. Why you are going for back for what was happening like 40 years ago? It's useless for you, right? Focus on current scenario. So this is your SE38 section. And here just write your program. So let's say I'm writing first ABAP program. Okay, fourth. I will go for creation. This pop-up screen will always come. And here just as usual pass a short description, or you can call it a title also. This title will be appearing on the output screen also. So first ABAP program, and you need to pass the type of the program. You can see here lots of types are there. Slowly we will cover on lots of things from here. At this moment we will just go for executable and go for save package and transport request. This is your ABAP editor section. This is your ABAP editor section. Now in the ABAP, so the executable program in SAP system is known as a report. First thing, this report is not what you usually see in your normal life views, but the report is completely different here. In SAP system, report is just a executable program. So if you have to basically define a report, what is a report? Report is an executable program in which we take some input from the user, and based on the input we perform the CRUD operations. CRUD here is create, read, update and delete operations on the data stored in the database. And then we commit the changes in the database, and finally we return the output to the user. So it will just act like a application layer where user will pass something input from the input screen. It will perform some operation based on the input, and finally it will return you a output. So they are executable programs here. So I have just created a program. Now what is this first 5 lines of this ABAP editor? What are these first 5 lines of this ABAP editor that we see here? If you see there, these programs are starting with star. These programs are starting with star. So what are these things? They are basically known as comments here. Comments. Comments. What is a comment? A comment in any programming language, is used to define a section of code, or it is used to provide a meaningful description for a line of code, so that any other developer can also understand why that logic has been written. This is the job of a comment in any programming language. This is the job of a comment in any programming language. And in SAP system, a full line comment always starts with R So if you are starting something, let's say I'm writing some code just for reference. If SIUCOM equals to Amrit01, so let's say I've written some code, but I want to comment it out. So what I can do, I can pass here star. Its color is simply changing into something different here, right? So a comment is always ignored. A comment is always ignored by the compiler. It will never be read by the compiler. It will always be ignored. And in SAP system, a full line comment always start with star, and a half line comment will start with double quotes. Double quotes. So if you check, for example, this is a if statement that we have written here, and we want to define its description. We want to give a description here. So what we can do, we can pass a double quotes here, and I can simply write if statement given by, let's say, my username, so that it can be used for future reference also. So if any other developer is coming here to my application, you will be able to understand, okay, this one is given by Amrit. So this is a half line comment. Then if you want to comment out, comment or uncomment a selected line of code, wait a second guys, I'm getting one call. Okay, sorry for the disturbance. So if we want to comment or uncomment a selected line of code, then we have a shortcut. We have a shortcut here. Shortcut which is control CTRL plus CTRL plus full stop. Wait, CTRL plus comma, I believe. Let me check. Yeah, CTRL plus comma and CTRL plus full stop is used to uncomment. Uncomment the selected line of code. So sometime, for example, let's say we have written 1000 lines of code, and because of some reason we might want to uncomment something, but it can be possible that we will have to use the same code in the future. So instead of directly removing, it will be better that we should comment it out. By default, it will be ignored by the compiler, and it will not cause any problem in the flow of our application. So it will be better to comment it out. So what we can do, select it, and we can go for control plus comma. By default, one star will be added in the starting, and if you want to uncomment it, just you can use control plus full stop. control plus period or full stop. You can see here. So this is the use of a comment. Comment is just there to define a line of code. Then other features of this ABAP program is similar to any database object that we have created till now. It is also mandatory for us to use control F2 to check the syntax and control plus F3 to activate the program. Control plus F3 to activate the program. Just see here, same icon are also available, syntax check and activation of the program. You can use that, right? So once your program will be activated, then and only then you will be able to use it. Lots of icons are there, display change here. Then this one is your execute button. So F8 is the shortcut key to execute a ABAP program. F8 is the shortcut key to execute a ABAP program, or you can simply click on this icon also. This one is another one. It will take you to directly SAT. If you all remember, SAT is the object navigator, and we can see everything from SAT itself. By default, if you go to SAT here, you can also check your table directly here. If you want, you can just go and check. So I'll pass my function group and table name. See, everything that we have created with the table, we will be able to see it. Includes, lots of includes were generated at the runtime. Dictionary structure, this is the table, everything, right? Then these are some of the features. Another feature that we see here is a pretty printer. This is another important feature of your ABAP editor. Pretty printer. What is the printer doing here? So this is a functionality of the ABAP editor which is used to format the ABAP program or ABAP code. Format the ABAP code. And what is the benefit of it? It increases the readability of the ABAP program. It increases the readability of the ABAP program. For example, let's say I have written this code in short format. So everything here is capital at this moment. I have written everything in a small. Siucom something equal to this one in also small. And let's say I'm not giving this space also here. I'm not giving here the space also. Now I will click on this pretty printer. Can you see by default I'm also getting a green message here. Source text was formatted and everything was changed to capital letter. Also a indentation space is coming for this write statement, which is simply telling us that this write statement has been written in between these two if statement. So how it is getting defined? It is getting defined because of this default setting of the pretty printer. So the setting for the pretty printer is given by the user or developer. You have the access of it. You can go and change it, utilities setting, and you can go to this pretty printer. And can you see by default I have selected this checkbox indentation, that's why it is working. And also I have selected this convert uppercase, and in the uppercase I am only selecting the uppercase here, the radio button. That's why everything is getting converted to uppercase only. If I will select the lowercase, Now everything will change to lowercase only. Just see it. Everything got changed to lowercase. So it's totally up to us what format we want to use. I personally prefer only the uppercase and along with the indentation. If you will not give the indentation, it will also be applied here. For example, I'm not giving here a space. Now I'll go for pretty printer. So can you see by default the indentation is not coming now. Indentation is not coming. So it is a proper format and it simply increases the readability of ABAP code. So that if any other developer, for example, let's say if you are leaving your company, so when we leave the organization, it becomes our responsibility to transfer the knowledge. We have to transfer the KT to the other developer who is getting assigned to the project. So at that time, it is very crucial to write a neat code. So it is a better way to use the proper pretty printer. Again, it is totally up to you which format of you want to use it. So this is all about the feature of this ABAP editor which we can use while developing any program. Now we will start with the development part and slowly we will see how we are going to write our code. So we have seen here lots of features. So one question I want to ask, what is a data type? Again the same question, which is we have already used this thing while developing our table. Now who is going to explain me what is data type?
Whether a field is a character or a number or a currency that is selected over there. You can have numc, dat, or it can be char. It's a character.
Okay, so we can select that part, right?
Yeah.
Anything else?
It is a technical characteristic.
Okay, it is a technical characteristics or it defines the technical characteristic. Two things here.
It tells us what type of data we have
So
to.
if it is telling us, then it will define us. That it is the same stuff,
Yep,
right?
yep.
It is, then we cannot call it that it is only the technical characteristic. Okay. How many of you know the concept of object-oriented programming? Ever in your career?
I have heard it, yeah.
Yeah.
CDS and OOABAP, something like that. They'll talk the technical thing. People.
That part will see. So see, if you talk about the modern programming, everything is only object oriented. CDS, AMDP, RESTful application programming model, CAP application programming model, your Fiori application, completely based on object oriented. So you will have to really be good in object oriented things. We will see that part. But what is a data type? A data type is a, now we will understand this definition. There we just used it. A data type are just like templates. First thing, templates which are used for creating data objects. A data types are just like templates which are used for creating data objects. A data type defines the technical characteristics. What is the characteristics here? Field, type, and length of data objects. Data objects here. Then, okay, let's continue with data objects also. So data objects. So what is a data object? A data object is an instance of the data type which is getting generated because of the data type. What it does, a data object is the placeholder, or it is the location, is the one who stores the content or data. It stores the content, so it is the place where the data is actually stored here. A data type is just a template, it is just a design. So as for example, on this screen, I'm designing something. But if we talk about the real world, is this design taking some space in the real world? Definitely not. So a data type never ever takes any space. But a data object, since the data object is the container, it is the container where we will be storing something. That's why takes some space. Right, based on the data type specified. Any question here in between them? Data object and data. Yeah.
So this is similar like class and objects, right?
Yeah, similar. Basically, that we are trying to relate with that so that we can easily understand it. When we will understand this data object, its types, then we will understand wow, the variable and all this came into the picture.
Just like that, we can see that we can tell that data type is just a blueprint of data objects.
Oh yes, definitely. It is a template. I've already written. Okay. Then
basically, so data objects is a container. For which time, like data types container? Can you explain a little bit more in data objects?
Definitely, we will explain that. It's just a few things that they are different from each other. This is the one which will be defining the property, and this will be the one who will be containing the property.
Okay.
For example, the best example is if you are going for Google. Let's say I'm opening the Google here and I'm searching for human structure. This is the structure of human being, but we are the one who have all these properties, right? So this is a data type. We are the data object.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now, if we define this data types, the types of data types here, you will see we have got 3 types of data types. There are 3 types of data types: elementary, complex data types, and reference data types. Elementary, complex, and reference data types. What is a elementary data type? So they are the predefined data types given by the SAP system. They are the elementary one. So they are single data types. That's why they are elementary data types, and they are not composed of other data types. They are not composed of other data types. That's why they are elementary in nature. So they are elementary. They are not composed of other data types. For example, if you see their example, lots of elementary data type given by SAP system. It will be for character. We have got C. We use C for character here. Then for numeric, we are going to use numeric here, and they are just numbers in character format. For integer, we will be using I, so integer. For packed number, so that is a number with decimal format. So packed number is there, P. They all are given by SAP system, and they are elementary types. Floating number. For date, SAP has given us date. Time, they have also given T. So lots of data types are there. Also, For this is a character here. So all of these things are fixed length. Their length is fixed, or we will have to define it manually. But there is another one whose length is not fixed. For example, string. So it is a variable length. Its length will be defined at the content. For example, if I'm storing a sentence, its length will become up to that, or if I'm storing just a word, its length will be the length of the word only. So this is a variable length data type. So they all are elementary data type given by SAP system. If I want to just store let's say my name, and I know its length is max to max length is going to be 30, I can simply go for character 30. Or if I want to store sentence, I can go for string. If I want to store time, I can go for this data type. If I want to store date, I can go for this data type, and so on. Then we have this complex data type. What is a complex data type? So the name itself is explaining everything here. This is complex data type. So what they are the combination of elementary data type. And we have got two types of complex data type. First one will be your structure, and second one is your table type. Tell me where we have seen this. Structure and table type.
S11, type of structure, type of table, transform to cluster, and
This is a table type, not type of table. If you
While
go
creating data element.
no, not creating data element. Data element is the elementary data type. There we are just using. So if you go and check something here, if I'm going for this creation, can you see this structure and table type here? So what are these things? They are just a data type or not? Tell me.
Yep.
Right? So they are complex kind of data type. So structure, you all know what is the definition of a structure. Structure is a collection of columns. Table type. So using structure, we will be creating the table type. We will see in maybe not today, in the tomorrow session. Then reference data type here. So this contains the reference of the objects, which we will see in object-oriented ABAP. That's why reference part is there, object-oriented ABAP. So there are three kinds of data type that we have. Now let's move on to our data objects. So there are two types of data objects. There are two types of data objects. Literals or unnamed data object, and the second one is your named data objects. Named data objects. What are literals? Something there by default, you can see here unnamed I have already written, so we do not give a name for them. Their definition is completely based on completely based on their value. For example, I'm writing 1 to 3, so it becomes a number. If I'm writing a character, my name, so it becomes a character. So it's completely based on the value. That's why they are unnamed data object. Completely whatever the value will, it will become its definition. Then there is named data object. So this one, in this named data object, they have a name. They have a name, and there are three types of named data object. Three types of named data objects. First one is your variable. second one will be your constants, and third one is your text symbols. This is something new in case of ABAP programming. Now I personally believe that these two words you might have heard, all of you might have heard these two words in your life, variable and constant. Yes or no?
Yeah, in maths.
Yeah.
What is something variable? In mathematics, you will have overheard x, y. Let's suppose that this value will be x, right? We usually assume something value and then we store something, then we get something at the end, right? So a variable whose value is not fixed, right? It is a named data object whose value is not fixed and it can be changed, right? They are defined using the data keyword. Data keyword is used to define a variable. Data keyword is used to define a variable here. So for example, here if I have to define a variable, I will be using here data keyword followed by the variable name. For example, I'm following a naming convention, local variable name, LV here, LV name, and I can use, let's say I'm passing 30 character as length, type character. So this data type is being used to define this data object, and since this is a elementary data type of fixed length, we will have to pass a length here. So I'm passing its length here 30. Or what you can do instead, if you want, you can also use here data elements, because in the data element we always define the length and data type together. So for example, if I go to my table that we have created, if I open my table here, and if I go and check, there is an employee name. So you can use this data element here. So by default, where is it? This one. I will copy it, and there we will not have to pass the length anymore. So I will comment and I will write one more time, data LV name type data element. So this is being used to create the data object. So you can go for any of these features, but it is always preferable to use the data elements because we don't need to pass the length there anymore, because this data element always contains the data types and length in itself. So it's totally up to you what you want to use. What is a variable? Variable whose value is not fixed. So for example, here I'm storing some value, LV name is equal to my name, then I'm changing its value again. Let's say in between we have written some lines of code, and after that I'm changing its value here to some XYZ. So there will not be any problem. There is no syntax error. You will be able to activate it. So when we will execute this program, what will happen? My system will start with the execution. First it will go to line 11. It will check, okay, you are defining a variable LV underscore name with this type. So it will go inside this type and it will find out, okay, this is of character 40. Okay, perfect. Now it will go to line 14. So in this variable, we are storing this name Amrit Raj. And when it will go to line 20, its value is getting changed. So this Amrit Raj will be replaced with XYZ now. That's why it is a variable. So all these things that you are seeing here, all the data are getting stored only at the runtime. From the day one, I have told you all that the permanent storage is only tables. Rest everything is temporary. So variable is also a temporary storage which stores the data only at the runtime. Only at the runtime when we execute our program. So till when the program execution will be done, your compiler will execute the program line by line here, and then you will see the same stuff.
Sorry, Amanat. I want to understand something. Regarding the LV name, I
Oh,
I
LV
cannot
name.
understand the logic
Wait. LV is
because
just a
you
way.
know.
Wait. For example, this is a variable, right? So, Omar, you are asking the question, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say for this variable, I have given your name, Omar, and I have given here type, some data element. This is also a data element which I have created for employee name. Its length is, let me check. Okay, it is character 30. Now, you as a developer, you know this, that this is a variable which is going to store a name, right? System has no problem. You can check. System has no problem. It will be activated. But let's say this application is ready. Now you are handling it to other developer. That developer is opening this application and he is going to come here. He will see Omar. How he will understand that this is going to store a name? Is it be possible for him or her? No, right? It will not be possible for them. So there is a way that SAP has recommended us to use. It is not like mandatory, but it is a way. Here I have used this local variable LV. You can, anyone asking a question? No, okay. So there is a way SAP has recommended to use either LV as local variable or GV as global variable. It's totally up to you which you want to use, but it will tell us that we are defining here a variable name. So it is always recommended. So please let me write here in the starting. It is always recommended write a meaningful name for everything. Meaningful name for everything while defining it. It can be table, data type, data element, program, variable, consonant, classes, function modules, reports, etc. Lots of stuff. Let's say module pool programming, BTP, etc. It is always you prefer to give a meaningful name. For example, for variable, it is recommended to give a name as GV global variable or LV local variable. You can use for classes. You can use GC or LC for local classes and global classes. For consonants, you can use, let's say, local consonants. So it's totally up to you as a developer how meaningful we want to make this program, how easily readable we want to make this program. For example, just understand, let's say you develop this, you have written 1000 lines of code, and after 1 year a requirement comes to make some changes. So let's say you are getting the same stuff to make the changes. Will it be easier for you to understand this variable after 1 year? No.
No.
A proper naming convention will help you to understand the situation, right? That's why a proper naming convention is there. I hope you are getting my point, what I am trying to explain here.
Yes, regarding this point, yes, but I want to understand the LV name. When you wrote the employee data element, I know I can go to SE11 and check this the employee is in a specific table and what is the length. But when I see, for example, LV name Omar, length 30 and type C, where can I check this info?
You want to check, you can go and okay, that's why debugging part came into the picture. Now let me just show you, that part will come. Or let's just start with this one also. So here we define something, right? So I'm writing some code here. We will see what all these things are there, just for information. First program. Okay, now you created this variable and you want to understand how this is getting defined. So what I will do, you can only put a debugger. Debugger is something which helps you to check the each line of code. So here I am putting the debugger. Just activate the program, select the line and click on here. The debugger will be kept. And what will happen when you will go for execute button, your code will stop at line 14 in the debugging mode, and you can go for line by line execution and check it what is actually happening here. Or how one way to put debugger is select the line and you can click on this one also. So this breakpoint will be set here. Now I'll go for execute. Just see what is happening. We will enter the debugging mode. This debugging is something you all have heard in your career, that do the debugging, it will be easy for you. So desktop 3 is the broad screen where we can check. Now just double click on LV name. Double click on LV name here. Double click here, this variable. Can you see LV name? Its data type is character 40 and this is referring to this particular data element.
Okay.
Right? So debugging is the best friend. Let me just write here again. As a developer, our best friend is debugger. So we must understand and we should get used to our best friend. Okay.
Yes, okay, but to debug, we also need to know all the data, the variables, how to read them. It's complicated.
Slowly
It's
you
not
will
really
understand.
simple.
At this time you are just understanding what is a variable.
Yes, sure.
Okay. So you'll have to be patient for a little. Okay. Because some of you might know ABAP programming, right? It can be possible, but some of you are seeing it for the very first time. So completely situation is different now. Then another one is your constants. So what a constant is saying, a constant is a named data object. A named data object, it stores the fixed values. So it can be possible that we do not want to change the value of a data object in our entire code. So at that time what we can do, so we can make it, we can store it in a constant, better in a constant. Its value cannot be changed. So we use constants keyword. And this is a keyword given by SAP system which is used to define something. Data keyword, constant keyword. All the keywords are always in blue color, which I forget to write. Again, let me write it here. So all the keywords are always in blue color and non-keywords are in black color. Keywords are something predefined by SAP for some actions. For example, data keyword is used to define the variable. Constants keyword is used. Use constant keywords to define the constants. Okay. define the constants. So best example is, let's say I want to store the value of a pi. I want to store the value of pi. So pi, the value of pi is fixed, right? The value of pi is fixed. So in that situation, I can only store it in constant, because variable can be changed, but pi is value will be fixed. So I will name it local pi, LCL pi. Again, it's my way of writing. I will not suggest you to just follow the same way. You can write it G pi, global pi. You can write it Omer pi, or you can write it anything that you prefer. It's what I am preferring. It's for me only. Okay. So I'll give its type here. Here I will use pack up to decimals 3 length. Decimals 3 length. And I'll store here some value. Let's say 3.141 up to 3 decimals. So this is a constant. If I will try to change its value in the program, system will give me an error. So let's say I'm changing it to 4.141. And if I will go for syntax check, by default at line 29, SAP will give me error. The error read here. The field local pi cannot be modified. Right? This is a error it is triggering. That's why it is a constant. Its value is fixed. It cannot be modified. So based on the requirement, we use different kind of data object. Then the last one is text symbol. It is also a named data object. Named data object. Text keyword is used to use this data object. Data object. This data object is not defined as
Hello,
a part.
Sir.
Yeah.
This side, Rajat. Actually, I want to know that in our syntax code, where we can use mostly constants, like matlab, in which part of our syntax code where we have to define the constants, can this part we can know?
Where you can define it anywhere, but it is better all the definition parts should be in the starting of the program.
Okay, and but basically, can you give an example like for which type of user requirement we can use constants?
I just given you an example, na? Best
No,
example I have
pi
given. Some
is okay. Is there any other something else from the pi?
this is just a simple use case that I told you, because we all know that pi value is fixed, right?
Yeah.
So let's say I know that for this program my sales order value is fixed, right? So I created a sales order value here, constant local sales order, and type data element of the sales order number, which is VBLN underscore VA. If you go and check to VBLN field, this is its type, right?
Yes, sir.
And its value I will assign, let's say 101. Now its value is fixed. So with this is we are going to use in the program. It totally depends on the requirement. It is not something that I can tell you directly here.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. Then this text symbol, it is a named data object. This data object is not defined directly as a part of the program, but it is defined as a part of as a part of the text element of the program. What you can do in the program, you have an option go to text element. Here you can go, and here you can simply pass a text symbol. Here you can simply pass a text symbol. You can pass any text number here. For example, I'm passing 001 and I'm writing here text hello. I am trying to understand the ABAP programming. And I'm writing something here 002, and here I'm writing some number, for example 456. So this is a text element. Activate it. This is defined directly into the text element of the program. It is not defined into the program itself. But if you want to use it, If you want to use it, you will have to simply call it using the text keyword. For example, let's say where it is. Let's say I'm defining here a variable data LV string. We know now a string is a data type of variable length, so I have defined here a variable length string. Now into this local variable string, I want to store that text element. So what was the name? Let me go and check it again. 001. Okay, so I will use this text 001 keyword. This will simply refer to the text element whose number we have given 001. And what will happen? Let's check it. So I want to display it something, write statement. Again, we will see everything in detail. Just please focus on data type and data object at this moment. Just see the same stuff that we have written. Is it the same thing? Hello, I'm trying to understand the ABAP programming. Right? See,
the syntax is text -001.
It will be hyphen followed by the number that we have given there. If you will go for 002, this 456 will come now. See? 456 now, right? So these are the three ways to simply write, these are the three ways to define a data object. Now it's totally up to you as a developer. With practice, you will understand the use cases of everything in detail. So it's totally up to you which you want to use in your program. And we all know for doing any specific task, there can be hundreds of ways. So it is we who has to decide which is the best approach for us. Okay. Any question in the types of these data objects? Omar?
So one thing.
Yeah, please, one by one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Omar. After that,
just when you wrote such document few seconds before in the code, you wrote sales document and you wrote VBLN VA. Why it's VBLN VA? We know that the sales document normally it's VBLN.
Wait. I'm opening VBAK table. What is the data element here?
Okay. This is.
We are not referring to field. We will always refer to data element or the data type. Okay? Because this is the one which contains the type. This is the one which contains the type. This is how data object is getting created now. We are using the template. And who contains the template? Data type contains the template. Data element by default is storing the data type and length, so we are directly using it. Otherwise, you can also simply change it to something else. For example, I am passing its 10 length, and it's instead of this, I am just passing character C. It is the same thing, no difference here. You can see it's character 10, right? It's the same stuff. Either write the data element or simply write the length along with the data type. Okay.
But how it will recognize that it's this the sales order and it's VBLN in the table if you write it like this?
For example, see, when we will be using it in the program while writing some queries, at that time when we will use this as a where condition, then it will map the length. It will map its length there. Then it is recognized. At this moment, we cannot recognize it. It is just I'm using. Okay.
Yes, very boy.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, Devrup, you were saying something.
Yeah, can you please elaborate once the complex data type that you were saying, that we can say that table type and structure?
I will explain that part. It will come, don't worry. It is not like that. It's just an overview. We will use that table type also, locally, globally creation in the next class. Okay, don't worry.
And one thing that just a question in ABAP, like in SAP, we usually don't require the complex numbers, right? So is there any way to represent complex numbers as well as a with the data type?
Complex number here, it is we are see here we are working on real data. First thing, real data has no meaning of complex things, right? Complex is just a hypothetical situation, right? A plus IB. Are you talking about that part?
Yeah, because in every programming language there is a way, no, like to represent complex numbers. So in
here you need to understand one thing. There might be a way, but I have never used that part in any projects. I have never used that. But you see the situation. ABAP is completely different from other programming language. What it is, ABAP only focuses on real-time data. We have our own real-time data operations. This is the only job. You need to first understand why SAP is handling the ERP business. ERP only cares about real-time data.
Okay.
Rest everything is completely meaningless and waste of time for us. You should never focus on that part. Once you will become a pro ABAP developer, then if it's your choice, you can do R&Ds on that. Okay. When we learn these things for the first time, we usually want to get everything, but we do not focus on the core concept. That's why we fail in the interview. Okay. All right. Okay, tell me. I have to divide a program into multiple parts. How can I divide it? How many parts are there for a program?
Initialization, execution.
No. That is events there. That is completely different. So generally, what we see, a program can be divided into three parts. It will be initialization. Sorry, not initialization. I just read it. Input, processing logic, and output. Input is something we take from the user, right? We take from the user. So here in SAP system or in ABAP programming, we have two ways to take input from the user: parameters and select options. Again, please do not ask question at this moment on these things. We will see in the upcoming parts. So in ABAP programming, parameters and select options are used to take input from the user. Then the processing logic is there. So based on the input, the logic is written and implemented. And at last, we display the output to the user. So this is the responsibility and this is the purpose of any program, any application. What is a program? What is an application? Application is just a program, right? Any application is just a program. It's just a program. Can be a complex program also, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000 lines of code. So program is there. So you can divide it generally in three parts, taking input from the user. In ABAP program, these are the only two ways which we will see what are them. Then we write the processing logic and the output part. So for example, let's take a very simple requirement completely out of our ABAP real-time data. For example, I want to create sum of two numbers. Here, sum of two numbers. So first part will be input. So for that input, what we need two variables. So I'll declare here two variables. So LV num1 type integer. Then I'm declaring LV num1 type integer. Then LV num2, number 2, type integer. Then I will need a output variable, so LV output, also type integer, right? Then input part is there. So parameters and select option are the ways to take input here, which I will explain in the upcoming part. At this moment, I will just pass a default variable here. So let's say a default value 20, LV num2 is equal to 10. And then I will go for processing logic. So processing logic will be here LV underscore output is equal to LV num1 plus LV num2. Just understand the situation. Everything that is written in ABAP programming language, it is written as a statement here. What is a statement? A statement is a group of words which ends with a full stop or period. Same stuff is there. Everything in ABAP programming is always written in case of statement, and the data is always flowed from right to left. 20 will be stored in LV num1, 10 will be stored into LV num2. This operation 20 plus 10 will be stored into LV output. And then there is the next, which is output part. So write statement is used to display the output in ABAP. Write statement is used to display the output to the user. Write statement. So write LV output. Or let's say I want to write some text also. So the sum of two numbers is equal to, and I will use another write statement, LV num1. So activate it. And let's debug our code so that we can understand the flow. So I will put here a debugger breakpoint. In the SAP, debugger is called mainly breakpoint. I will go for execute and we will enter the debugging mode. So it is always better to go to desktop 3 because desktop 3 has a broad view and we can check the value of variables easily. So double click on LV num1, double click, it will come here. At this moment its value is 0 because we are at line 14 and line 14 has not yet executed and this 20 has not yet transferred to LV num1. I will double click on LV num2 also and LV output also. There is no value. We have taken the type as integer, so its default value 0 is coming. Now we will step by step execute. So for step by step and line by line execution, you can go for this F6. F6 is used to execute our code line by line. Just click on this F6. See, line 14 has been executed, 20 was transferred to LV num1 and we can see the value of LV num1 is now 20. Then I will go for line 15 execution. So F6. So this 15 got executed and 10 was transferred to LV num2 and we can see here 10 is there in LV num2 now. Then we are at line 18 and can you see by default this comment was ignored by SAP system. It directly went to line 18. This is your compiler, ABAP compiler here, which is executing your code line by line. Now this operation, so 20 plus 10, 30 will be stored in LV output once line 18 will execute. So click on F6, see here its value is 30. So if you want to come out of this debugger, so you can go for this continue or F8 and you can see the output here. The sum of two numbers is equal to 20, right? This is the basic way to understand ABAP program, how the flow is working. Before going for any complex scenario, first you need to understand how we are going to write a program here. If we check the output, its output is coming in the same line. If you want to change the line, we can use here slash operator. Slash operator will simply put this particular output in the next line. It will give you a next line now. 20 is in the next line now. The slash operator is used to So give a new line. Now, if you check this thing, we are using here data keyword every time when we are defining a variable. A data object, whenever we are defining, we are using a data keyword. So is it mandatory to use data keyword every time? No, it is also not mandatory. There is another shortcut given by SAP system, which is chain operator. Again, very crucial. So I'm going to write here chain operator. Chain operator here. Let me give a color. So in SAP or in ABAP programming language, colon is called the chain operator. What is the job of a chain operator? Chain operator is used to combine the multiple ABAP statements together multiple ABAP statements together. So same stuff you can see if you want to make it small, or if you want to increase it, decrease. What I can do, I will comment it out. Instead, I will use here chain operator, and now you can remove this data keyword. So just remove this full stop with comma, and now they will become a single statement. Both of them are same stuff, only here we are using lesser number of words. So chain operator is used to combine multiple ABAP statement together into a single one. Now it has become a single statement ending with a single full stop, you can see here, and you are able to define 3 variables. Same stuff you can do with this right also. You can use here chain. Now you can remove this right, and instead you can use here comma. So this will become a single one now. Activate it. See, no problem, no error. We are getting the same output. Are you all able to understand this basic sum of two numbers program using ABAP?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Please understand this is you cannot directly go and develop a complex application until and unless you understand the basic core concept of the ABAP. Without understanding these variables, how will you be able to store sales order or purchase order? Right? How will be able to use internal tables and internal table operations? Okay. So this is all for the today's session.
If you feel this video is helpful for you, and if this video have added some value in your knowledge learning, please make sure to like this video, and please make sure to subscribe our YouTube channel. Further, if you want to learn ABAP, ABAP on HANA, ABAP on cloud, that is RAP, or generative AI from Amrit Raj, you can DM us on the WhatsApp number that is available in first pin comment, and you can also ping us on the comment section. So thank you. Thanks a lot for watching until the last. Thank you. Thanks a lot. May God bless you all.